T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I have a picture pinned to my wall, an image of you and of me, and we're laughing with love at it all. Look at our life now, all tattered and torn. We fuss and we fight and delight in the tears that we cry until dawn. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. You say I'm a dreamer. We're two of a kind. Both of us searching for some perfect world we know we'll never find. So perhaps
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw them! Screw those edgies! Screw them! Good! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everybody here. It's good to see you guys. Another day, another dollar. Strategic oil reserves haven't been this low since August of 1984. The only significance to the song right there was, that's right, Fling the Poo. Sorry, I messed up a little this morning, MG Cho. Sorry, man. Fling the Poo. Yes, strategic oil reserves. Let me pull it up over here on the screen real quick here so you guys can see what it is I'm talking about. I'm going to blind you a little bit. This is a white screen. So, here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Boom, there it is. Here's where we're at right now. 422,000 barrels of oil on the wall. Burn one down in your car, pass it around. 4,221,000 barrels of oil on the wall. Last time it was that high was in August 17th, 1984. Way back over here. And Biden's talking about releasing another 10 million barrels, so that's going to put us down to 412, and so that would put us back to June levels of 1984. But yep, a very very steep fall off on the strategic oil reserves compared to where we've been in the past. So 1984. I remember what I was doing. I was 8 years old. I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time. My dad was working for the Reagan administration in the Pentagon. And quite frankly, it was the Cold War, and I felt like I lost a father to the war. It was a tough time. It was a really tough time for people in the military and people in the government because we were right in the middle of the Cold War. And they were working a lot of hours, a lot of hours back. And I think 1984 was still kind of that era too, where I think it was kind of normal for people to be working long hours. Probably still is even to this day. But I felt like I lost my dad, man. I would wake up in the mornings and he'd already be gone for work. He'd leave at like I don't know some ungodly hour in the morning, and then I'd come home from school and he wouldn't come back home until it was dinner time, which was usually around like 6 o'clock, 6:30 maybe. So he was gone from I don't know. He probably left around 5 or 5:30 in the morning until 6. So he was working 12-hour days Monday through Friday. And I remember we'd eat dinner together as a family. Sometimes we'd watch TV, not always, but sometimes we would. It depend on 60 Minutes or not. He was always my dad was like my dad and 60 Minutes were like tied to the hip. He just could not stop watching 60 Minutes. So news was like a big thing in the household, and I just remember that usually what would end up happening is he would pass out, and I totally know how that is. You get a nice meal in yourself after working a 12-hour shift, and you're just done. You're done for the day, and he would pass out watching news, and that was my life with my dad. It was rough, man. I enjoyed life so much better when he got out of the government and started working in the civilian sector, but it was rough back in those days, and I didn't like it very much. But 1984 is a long time ago to have our strategic oil reserves dropping to those levels. We're talking 40 years worth of strategery in our oil gone, just gone. Uh, our government's using this, and I'm not blaming any one specific person here, guys. I know the idea is that most people are probably going to want to try to blame one specific person. It's not. It's not one specific person. Our our strategic oil is gone because our government has allowed our markets to do what they've done. They're having to tap into 40 years worth of strategic oil reserves to try to save this economy. But ultimately, it's not going to work. They're going to get rid of 40 years worth of stockpiling to compensate for, I don't know, probably 10 or, yeah, probably about 20 years worth of bad market practices. When all they could have just done is regulated the markets. Would have worked so much better. It is what it is. PC3 says 1984 Q Van Halen. Uh, I don't know, man. It's a long time. I think what's weird to me is thinking that that's nearly 40 years. That's 38 years, right? That's insane. I don't. It's hard to wrap my brain around that. I mean, I'm 46 years old. It's hard to wrap my brain around the idea of 40 years of something, right? Like, I don't know if you think back to like how many things you have in your household that are as old as that. I have a box somewhere in my garage that's from all my childhood stuff that's 40 years old. That's about it. There's a box somewhere. Somewhere there's a box of memory keepsakes that have things that are 40 years old. And that's as far as I can think, that's the only thing that I have in existence in my household that's that old. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard work just gone. Guess we'll see how long they continue to tap into it. American Trader says my dad was an over-the-road trucker. He was gone for a week, home for 2 days, and back out for another week. I feel you. Yeah, man. It sucked. It sounds like you had it worse than I had. He says Canada has a maple syrup stockpile. I'm sure they do. I don't know how far it's going to get them, but I'm sure they do have that. American Trader also says gas prices are already up 30 cents. American Trader, I'm not writing down November 2nd right now. I want you to tell me when your birthday is a little bit closer to that, but I'm not writing it down right now. I got Tim down here for the 27th, but that's still far ways out there. But we do have a birthday today. Jay I don't know how, Portagi. It's his birthday today, so if you see him around in here, make sure you drop Jay a little happy birthday. I don't know if I've seen him in the comment section yet. Let's see here. Is he in here? He'll stop by at some point. I'm sure of it. He always does. When you see Jay, stop by in here. Make sure you say happy birthday to Jay. It is his birthday today. Notice the order flow here for AMC looks pretty empty here. I don't know what's going on. The order book is like really, really empty. And I'm pretty sure it started out that way when I started up the show. How many shares have traded since 7-Eleven? That was 8 minutes ago, so no trading for the last 8 minutes. Very interesting. What's the doing? How long has it been on Ape? Ape hasn't traded since 7:06. What's the doing? Very, very interesting. What do we have here? Why does the order book look a little weird? It's just off-centered. I guess it looks weird because it's empty. I'm like trying to expand it. I'm trying to expand the order book over here to see where are the orders. Why can't I see the orders? There is none. Holy crap. Okay. All right. I guess we're just not going to trade this morning. That's fun. Check other stocks. Yep, not a bad idea. Well, Cinemark hasn't been trading in the aftermarket hours or pre-market, so let's check Tesla. Tesla's got orders going through. Amazon's got orders going through. GME. Wait a minute. 6:31, 10:06. Are my clocks off? My computer says it's 6:19. Hold on a second. Let me check the time here. 6:20. Why is it saying 6:31 in the morning? My computer's right. It's like 6:20. It's off by maybe a minute. What is going on here? Why does it say 6:31? Hold up. Hold up 1 second. I gotta go back over to Amazon real quick here and just check this. 718, 10-6, 718. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so GME hasn't traded in over an hour since 6:31. It's like almost an hour since GME has made a single trade. That can't be right. I, I mean that's what I'm seeing. Let me check TradingView real quick here just to verify if TradingView's got the same issue showing up. Oops, come on. Let's go to minutes. TradingView kind of sucks because it doesn't really show after hour and pre-market hour trading very well. That's not going to really help me. Yeah, it doesn't even show pre-market trading at all. Somebody else want to verify that for me and make sure that there hasn't been any trades for almost nearly like 50 minutes on GME while I look at other stocks. HYMC, I'm showing as last trade at 7:01, which would have been approximately 20 minutes ago. Hood, let's see here in the pre-market 7:01 as well. NCMI is only last night. That's not going to do anything. Okay, so Ape is 7:06, which is approximately 15 minutes ago. And we're finally getting some trades going through, it looks like. No, we didn't. Still 7-11 on AMC as well. And not only that, but it's trading exactly even from where it closed yesterday. Exactly even. Well, this is very normal. Seems very, very normal here. John says they haven't loaded the fake show prices. This totally reminds me of when I played in that. I've told the story before, where I played in that casino where I went to go play slots and they handed me a card to go put in the machine, but all I had to do was just scratch off the card to find out what I was going to win before I even put it in the machine. All the machine was doing was just basically playing what was on the card that they handed me. That's basically what you're saying is that yes, the card has not been the punch hole card has not been printed yet. They're still printing it out here. We need our punch hole card to tell us what the market's going to do for the day to day before they can actually do it. Let's see here. Rosalie says, "Good morning, Casey. Can you comment on Froggy Stonks, Phantom shares, and IOUs? I believe he hit the nail on the head." No, he hasn't. I actually, as soon as I got done with I haven't even watched the video. First off, Rosalie, I'm not going to go watch the video because I'm not going to give clicks to somebody who's pushing heavily DRS and supports Mark Cahotis. I will not. I absolutely will not support anybody in our community who does that. And and he has. As soon as I got done with the live stream yesterday, I literally had. I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus, but I literally had somebody contact me and say, "I need you to come on and get with us on a Discord real quick here and talk with us." And so I got on the Discord last night and I was asked the question, do you think that we should, if Ape were to run in price, do you think that we should transfer shares or say approve yes to transferring Ape shares over to AMC? It was the question that was asked of me, and I said no, absolutely not. And the reason for that is that there's absolutely tons of short interest that is compacted on AMC. If you transfer those Ape shares over, you are absolutely going to give them. Who's going to buy those shares? When Adam Aron sells those 425 million shares, it's going to be institutions that buy those shares. The minute that you take Ape and you turn them into AMC shares, those shares are going to be used to drive down the amount of short interest that they have and will absolutely completely cover their positions. Not all of them, but it's going to cover enough of them to where this will never, ever, ever, AMC will never, ever, ever squeeze when you do that. That is why it was so important for Adam Aaron to create Ape separate from AMC. It was vitally important because the dilution needed to occur someplace other than AMC so that we could still see the short interest. Short interest is the number one reason. Somebody's asking right now, why not DRS your shares? And I'll tell you why. It kills two things in the market. There are two strategic things that you have to a squeeze that are absolutely vital. Absolutely. Number one is volume. If you don't have massive spikes in volume, then you have no price discovery. Not healthy price discovery, anyways. You have to have volume with price discovery. Number two, short interest. It's in the name. It's called short interest. It's called a short squeeze. The reason it's called a short squeeze is because you need short interest. Short interest comes from trying to knock the price down when you have explosive price movements. Where does short interest come from? It comes from institutions who are trying to short the price down in order to try and bankrupt a company. If you want to bake yourself a short squeeze cake, then you need to make sure that there's shares in the lit market to be traded back and forth because it creates short interest. If you go back and you look, and I got to go through this, guys, because it's so important to me that everybody understands is on the same page here. If we don't talk about this, this is not going to be something that people understand. Go back and take a look at AMC and look at what's happened to short interest ever since everybody started talking about doing DRSing of their shares. I'm showing you exchange reported short interest. Look at the short interest now compared to what happened to explosive short interest before people started DRSing. This is before DRS started showing up. DRS didn't start showing up until September of last year, right about here. It was September, October when people started DRSing their shares. Look at what happens to short interest and the explosive volume and price that moves when you have shares that are available to be traded on the lit market. Look what happens when they're not. When the shares are no longer there for the market to be able to trade back and forth, you have no explosive price. Every time we've gone up in price, we've gone right back down. There's no short interest. It's just stacked. It's just sitting there, not doing anything. It needs to be rising. If short interest is rising, you have a short squeeze. You gotta get short interest. It's the key ingredient, guys. It's right in the name of a short squeeze. It's right in the name. And yet you're saying, no, I need to hold on to my shares. No, you don't. Let the system break. The system wants to break. It wants to break, but you want to hoard your shares and say, no, they're mine. They're all mine. I'm going to take my shares and hold on to them because they're my shares. And then you're not letting the system break. Let the system break. That's what it's meant to do. You have to. Otherwise, you just sit there and let this prolong out forever and ever and ever. That's what it is. And if you go back and you look at GME, same thing. Same exact thing. We have a year's worth of data, and there are yet people out there who are trying to push DRS like it's some kind of miracle thing that's going to help us. And they're idiots. Complete idiots. Look at what exchange report short interest has done. This is your short interest without DRS. This is your short interest with DRS. Don't tell me DRS is helping. You can't have a squeeze without short interest. It's in the name. Short squeeze. It's in the name. You can't have a squeeze without short interest. That's where it's at. You sounded just like Al from Boston. Guys, I'm telling you, these people who are pushing DRS are complete morons. They are not the people who are from the past. These are the smart people over here from the past who weren't DRSing their shares from GME. I'm looking at GME right here. These are the smart people from the past who didn't DRS their shares. These are the morons over here saying, let's DRS our shares. It's going to help us out over here. It's definitely going to help us out a lot. This is a good thing for us, and we're going to hold on to our shares, and it's going to make the system work for us because we're smart and we know what we're doing. No. Stop trying to control everything. You don't have control over this market. Let the market break. The market's controlling you. Buy and hold is all you ever needed. That was it. That's all you ever needed was buy and hold. When you start trying to turn it into something else that you want to control, you lose. Stop trying to take control. Just saying. It's your shares. It's your choice. You can do what you want with them. But I'm telling you right now, the data suggests that DRSing your shares does not help. We have a year's worth of data. Look at the data. Don't ignore the data. Look at it. Don't just take people's word for it. What has a year's worth of DRSing shares done? Brian says, but what if you're a control freak? That's the problem. That is the problem, Brian. We have a lot of control freaks who really want to try and control this. And that's the problem. You can't control this. This is uncontrollable. All you need to do is let the system do its own thing. Let it work on its own. That's it. You need to add in your explanation at the end of the day, or you need to understand. Not a full believer in your DRS thing. If AMC had 100 million DRS and had the same shorts as now, our short interest of available float would be higher and we would still. Darren, I just showed you the data for GME. They've got crap tons of shares out there that are DRS'd. What has it done? I just showed you the data. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. They've tied up like crap tons of DRS shares, and absolutely you're dead wrong. The numbers say you're completely wrong in what you're saying. Short interest comes from the need to borrow. Where does the borrowing need come from? The borrowing need comes from explosive volume and price to control that price and volume. So where do you get your short interest from? Volume and price spiking. Where does volume and price spiking come from? Shares that can be traded on the lit market. Where are shares traded on the lit market? Not if they're in your pocket. they're not being traded if they're in your pocket. You got to have the shares out there for the market to trade them. So you're wrong. Every single bit of the data says you are absolutely wrong in what it is you're saying. There's nothing to support what it is that you have to say. You cannot prove your point with data. All it does is it forces institutions to start trading off exchange, right? And if they trade off exchange, then where do you have your volume showing? You have volume, that's great, but off exchange it kills that price discovery, right? Because you don't actually have price moving, you just have institutions trading in the background. So all of your synthetic shares that are being traded that you're trying to force into being discovered are not being discovered at all. They're actually just being traded back and forth in the background. So you have volume, but you have no price discovery. So you don't have those shares out in the market. You got to let the market do what it needs to do. That's my point, Darren. You're agreeing with me. You're saying, yeah, but we'd still have 400 million to trade. Of course, but it all gets traded in the off exchange. Whereas it says off exchange help with price discovery? No, absolutely not. Price discovery does not happen with the off exchange. Off exchange equals zero price discovery. It equals volume, but no price discovery. So if you have no price discovery and volume, can you knock the price down and control price? Absolutely. So you see these spikes. We've had these spikes in the last year of price, but it's not anywhere near what it would have been in the past. That's the end result. The end result is what we've been getting. These very small price spikes instead of huge ones that would have been massive if we'd had all of our shares out there to be traded. If you want more proof, Darren, why don't you go ask yourself this? Why did Adam Aaron announce that he had his shares brokered by 3 different brokers? If Computershare is not a broker, we know that, right? Computershare is not a broker. The last time that he told us when we had the dividend split, he said, I have my shares with 3 different brokers. Computershare is not a broker. If Adam Aaron thinks that Computershare is going to help us, then why in the world does he have his shares in 3 different brokers? Ask yourself that question. Just because AMC has it listed on their website does not mean that they support it. It's because they have to by law. By law, they have to have a registered uh, share registry, direct registry company. They have to. They have to be able to have those shares be able to be counted and registered. It's by law. Any company that you go to will have some kind of direct registry company listed on their website. Just because it's listed on the website does not mean that it's right. I actually had that conversation with somebody, and they're like, "You can't show me any company out there that is a blue chip company that's got their DRS company listed on their website." And so I just pulled up blue chips. I just went to the very top one that I could find. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like Apple or something like that. And I went to their website and immediately found it, and then posted it to them. They're like, "No, no, no. It has to be somebody." They start changing their tune, like, "Oh no, it has to be somebody." It's like, dude, I just did what you asked me to do. I went straight to the first blue chip on the top of the list there, and I found it, and directly right on their website it tells you who it is. Like it's by law they have to list that for people to know who it is. Yeah, and that's the other point too. If retail were to stop buying, so I was asked that same question. Here's the problem, Highway Frog, and I can understand where somebody would. I can understand a little bit why somebody might go that route. With the whole idea is if we just hold and we don't buy, then something positive will happen out of that. The price will get knocked down. I guarantee it. The price will still continue to get knocked down if we stop buying. And what will end up happening is all of our indicators that show that people are still buying into AMC are going to start showing negative numbers, and it's going to start looking like people are selling. That's what it's going to look like, and then people will start selling. And when people start selling because they're panicking because price is moving down and it looks like we don't have any more buying pressure anymore, you're going to have paper hands. You're going to have a lot of paper hands, and people will end up missing out. And it's not a good situation. So we need consistent buying pressure coming into AMC and Ape. It is what it is. If we don't see continuous buying pressure coming in, the price will drop, and you'll start seeing some of your indicators showing weakness, and people will start leaving. And the unfortunate thing about that is that more than likely there will be people who leave, and maybe in a very short period of time after they leave, price will start running because it's going to release shares back into the market, doing exactly what it is that I just said a minute ago, creating liquidity in the market, being able to make trades go through. And as soon as those trades start going through, guess what? Price starts rising. So I guess if the answer to your question is if you want people and legitimate retail holders who've been holding for a really long time, who are under the water, to start leaving to sell their shares in order to cause MOASS to start happening, then yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and screw over some of the people that have. Let's screw over some of our own people. Sounds like a great plan. Let's do that, because that's what's going to end up happening. And I said it when Lou suggested. I told this to Tony and Froggy Styles, and we did right before the price started running. It was that weekend that Lou said everybody should sell their shares, and it was the Sunday night before the market started running. I told him, I said, guys, if Lou has a pretty big impact on our community. I said, when people sell their shares, this price is going to start running. This is back in March. I don't know if you guys remember this. But I told Tony and I told Froggy, I said, guys, the price is going to start running this week when people sell their shares, and there's going to be a lot of pissed off people because they will have sold and price is going to start running and they're going to panic and buy back in. It's going to be a wash sale, and they're going to lose so much money over that, so much money. And what happened? They sold off their positions. You could see the sell orders go through. You could see that there were actual people who sold, and price started running. It absolutely started running. I'll bet there were a ton of people out there that were pissed off. A ton of people. $6.40, guys. I'm like well past due for getting into the numbers. You got me ranting. uh, Now that's a different story. Share lending turned off is okay. The reason I say that is because you want institutions to do the lending with their shares, not your shares. You want to force institutions to go out and buy shares so they can lend their shares and not your shares. So it is okay. It is a good thing to have your share lending turned off. I would definitely suggest that. Now, if you wanted, I don't, no, I'm not even going to say that. That is a good thing. Turning off share lending is a good thing, I think, in my opinion. You want those institutions to beg you to borrow your shares, and you say nope, and them go, damn it, I got to go buy some more shares so I can lend those out and make some more money. That's exactly what you want to have happen. Forrest, I would hope that you're doing it because of the fact that you understand the data and it makes sense to you, and that you're doing it because you choose to, not because I didn't tell you not to. I'm telling you to do whatever you want to do with your own shares. They're your shares. And I've said this on many, many occasions. They are your shares, and you can do whatever it is you want to. If you want to DRS your shares, DRS your shares. It's your choice. It's your money. But I want you to see the data, and I want you to see why the data proves that it's not working. It's important to see. So I hope that you do it for your own reasons and not necessarily mine. Z Wade, I saw your video last night, man. Good video. I like that Excel spreadsheet. It was pretty cool, man. I was sitting there. The crazy part about it was, Z-Wade, is that I was sitting there. Sorry, guys, I got to just say this because he's here and I'm thinking about it right now. But the glasses are clean, so I'm going to take you guys over the other page. But Z-Wade, my wife and I were sitting there, and when you put in that first breakdown on photography session for a 1 hour session at two different locations and it only cost $150 because it was a brand new photographer. I was like, I didn't look over my wife, but I said to my wife, I was like, that's a really good price. We could go do two photo shoots. Let's do that. It sounds like a good price. We just got to find somebody new who's willing to do it for $20 an hour. And then you put in $40 an hour, is $257 after that or something like that. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, that's still really not that bad of a price when you consider it's an hour of work or 2 hours worth of work really that you're getting for $257. It seems pretty reasonable. But I didn't watch the video all the way to the very end, but because when you got into the printing part of it is kind of where I cut off. But good video though, man. Guys, if you don't know, Z Wade has his own YouTube channel, and he does photography. And last night he was kind of showing like how you can do breakdowns of using Excel to kind of like decide how much you're going to charge somebody for a photo shoot, which was really cool. I like it. I like numbers. I like seeing numbers being crunched. It's a pretty easy Excel program that he put together, but it's still it's that kind of stuff that it's little easy things like that that really do help business owners, small business owners to make money well, to bring in cash the right way, to account for all the little things you don't think about, like camera wear and tear or computer wear and tear. Nosa says, "Have you seen the SEC filing for the inverse Kramer ETF?" I did. I did see that. I didn't know. I don't know who Tuttle Capital Management is. I didn't see that part, but I also saw the tweet by Kramer saying like he basically told him to go suck a bag of, you know what, bag of D's and D's nuts, and yeah, and it was funny. It was hilarious. I laughed pretty good at that one. I also want to put this up here too, since you're reminding me about things that I read. I got Charles Payne this morning, or when was this actually? I don't know. Let's see. 4 hours ago. Yeah, so Charles Payne's up at 2 in the morning. Let's see. I guess that would really be East Coast time, so it would have been like 3 in the morning. Saying central banks selling all assets except gold. What's going on? Peter Schiff is on Making Money Today. Make sure to tune in. But somebody he retweeted out somebody's due diligence guy had something here saying central banks are stocking up on gold. Central banks have been racing to stock up on gold this year. Turkey has led to the charge, increasing its gold reserves by 84 tons since the beginning of the year. Central banks added 463 tons of gold to the global reserves in 2021, 82% more than in 2020. Gold rush. And the other one that I saw that I thought was kind of cool too was right below it. Barclays. Breaking news. FINRA quietly released another AWC to Barclays, this time issued 10-4. Crime rigging market orders routine directly to their dark pool LX. Length of crime January 2014 to February 2019. Fee to crime 2 million. That's $400,000 a year to defraud the market. And this goes right back to what it is that I was saying, just a minute to you guys ago about DRS. If you want to force your trades to the off exchanges where they can manipulate price however they want to, then yeah, just go ahead and hold on to those shares into DRS so that they can do that, because that's absolutely what happens. You force them to start making trades with no liquidity. When there's no liquidity, they just start trading in off exchanges, and off exchanges don't help with price discovery. They hurt, and they're just going to do it. They're just going to continue to do it. There's nothing to trade. They don't have anything to trade. You got to give them something. You got to give them something to trade. If you don't give them something to trade, then they're just going to sit there and trade through off exchanges all day long. Thank you very much, Tom. I'll change that right now. I forgot to change the date. That does happen on occasion. Changed. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. It's like way past time. In fact, I'll be lucky if I get back over to the main screen in time to see the pokey stick of volume at this rate, if I keep going. And in case you guys are wondering why I'm a little more peppy today than usual, I got some good sleep last night. I got some good sleep. Man, I feel real well rested. Went to bed nice and early. I probably went to bed at like 10:30 last night. Normally I'm probably not asleep till 12:30. So let's take a look at what we got going on here, though. Let's see what we got going. I didn't read that last night, and I want to. Give me 1 second while I log into my broker. Oh, apparently I already did log into my broker. It didn't make me do two-factor authentication, so I'm not going to give you that little rundown. Taking you guys over to the other page. Here we go. Let's give this a run through and see what we got going on here. Holy moly. Man, I looked at it last night before I went to bed, and I was like, man, was I close. My price prediction for the total price of AMC and Ape before the end of the day, or closing price, was $9.75 to $12.75. The actual closing price yesterday was $9.80. I was off by 5 cents. Holy moly, I was like super, like, I didn't even realize how close that was. But apparently I was really tight. So I almost didn't get a point there. Monty had 989 to 1289, so he missed it by 9 cents. He was over by 9 cents there. Yep, 9 cents. I just verified. I just want to make sure. So let's see here. So we got points to award. Oops. Hold on a second. Eric. I'm used to just going down the list here. Today is Thursday. We got 2 more days of trading here. Whew. It was a close one, man. Yesterday was very, very close. I didn't realize it was going to be down. I kind of felt we were going to be a little more up yesterday than down, but I got to keep in mind those volatility swings. All right, short exempt volume for yesterday. Do note that SSR triggered yesterday. That does tend to usually see more short exempt volume. However, we saw a very normal day of off exchange trading. Short exempt volume, let me refresh it real quick. No, actually, I already did a refresh. Is showing that it was 170.3 thousand for AMC. And for Ape, Ape is at 114.5. And we actually had elevated off-exchange volume, which is very abnormal. So they didn't utilize the off-exchange market maker exemption, which allows them when SSR is tripped to use short exempt volume. It doesn't appear that they used a whole lot of short exempt volume to help control price yesterday, as the short exempt volume was low on both AMC and Ape. Taking a look at utilization by both AMC and Ape from yesterday. Let's check it out here real quick. Updating the screens. Let's see. We've got 100% utilization on AMC. Let me just verify the date. October 5th. That is correct. That's going to be day number 167. Straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Ape went down to 70.75. Total price movement down yesterday. We were down 6.39% on AMC, and price movement down yesterday on Ape was 10.58. Based off of the numbers that I saw yesterday for calls and puts, I'm going to guess that the max pain is, I think it's still going to be 750 again today. It may be close to getting back up to $8, but I'm going to say it's 750 again. Let's refresh it and see. 750 still. So we started out the week at 8. We dropped down to 750 on Tuesday, Wednesday, and now today it's 750. So we'll see if where price moves to here, but still kind of holding that 750 for max pain. That's for AMC. Off exchange values. The final values for the day yesterday, like I said, 64% is a normal amount. Off exchange yesterday for AMC was 57.63, EDGX at 10.26, 67.89% of the volume going through that off exchange. That's about 3.89% higher. So again, guys, look, if they can use the off exchange to control price and not have to create short exempt volume, which is absolutely disastrous, right? They don't want to use short exempt volume if they don't have to. If off exchange can be used to control price and trip SSR at the same time, this works. It works in their favor. You want to see short exempt volume being created, and usually that happens when there's a lot of volume that's occurring, but we're just not seeing very high volume. So they can just use off exchange. Taking a look at Ape, 56.24. And EDGX at 8.75 for a grand total 64.99%. That's about 1% higher than a normal day. So not quite as high. Actually, Ape for the most part of the day was much higher than AMC, but it finished out actually lower. Institutional ownership. 153.992 is the number from yesterday. Same today. So 153.992 million. So almost 154 million owned by institutions. That is a lagging number. It's lagging by a couple months. Hold on a second. Oh, shoot. Apparently my mic was muted. I don't know how long that was. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. I must have accidentally clicked a button on that one. Sorry about that. So I don't know how long it's been like that for. Oh, I never clicked it back on after I coughed. Dang, that sucks. All right, well, thank you for letting me know. So I suggested that price may fall down in this ascending broadening wedge that we had here, and price didn't make it back down there. I gave you a value of about $10.21 that it was supposed to drive up to. Never got there before the end of the day. The market closed and the pattern didn't have a chance to complete. And then here we are just kind of trading sideways right now, sitting at $9.82 combined. 4 or 5 minutes. Dang, that sucks. Hopefully you guys saw the data. I was talking about the as far as options go, $7 to $8 is the spread in open interest right now. We have 5.9 thousand contracts at 7 and 13.8 thousand contracts at 8. For 8 is the calls, 7 is the puts. There is a large amount of puts that are almost exceeding the amount at $7 at 6. So today is going to be the deciding factor as to whether or not we see the spread become 6 to 8 or 7 to 8. If we're up today, then you'll see the spread could probably maintain 7 to 8, or maybe even go 7 to 9. But today is going to be the deciding factor for that. Yep, I just heard that. We got our pokey stick of volume in. Let's check it out here. 28,000 shares in our pokey stick of volume, and we've got 37,000 shares traded now. So we had like 11,000 shares going into, oh, no, 9,000, 9, 10, yeah, 11,000 shares. No, that's not right. 9,000 shares going into it. Very, very low volume on AMC this morning, so I can't say more than 10 to 30 million at all. Although normally when we see this low, I mean, there's only 38,000 shares traded so far. Normally when we see this low of volume like this in the pre-market, it is nowhere near what ends up actually happening. So we may see something kind of interesting happening to volume today. There may be an explosion of volume. I can't promise you that, but it's very unusual to only see 38,000 shares. That would almost indicate to me that we would have less than 10 million shares traded for the day, which I don't think is going to happen. So Yo says, I think a pop today, and I would have to say, like, I tend to agree with that because, like I said, we never see volume that low unless something's going to pop. So we may see a little bit of popping action, in which case my 10 to 30 million shares might end up being like really low in an estimate. But I can't. There's nothing I can do. I got to go with my numbers. Taking a look at Ape. Pokey stick on Ape was 23,000 going in. We have about 2,000 or 29,000 now. So we're looking at like 6,000 shares going in with 23,000. So like 3x. 5 to 25 million. Can't guess anything more. That's what it looks like it'll probably end up being. It is a low volume day on this one as well. Nothing unusual about it though, but definitely lower volume than what we had yesterday. Yesterday ended up being 10.4 million, so we'd end up seeing probably like something like 7 or 6 million shares traded. All right, going back to where we left off. Let me flip through these screens here. Boom. Boom. All right, where we left off. Combined price of AMC and Ape, $9.82. Ortex. Here is your utilization at 167 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Going to zoom in on this. On loan amount dropping from 185.77 million shares. Let me erase my board here because I got to rewrite stuff. Dropping from 185.7 to 184.8, so 900,000 shares returned. I don't know why I just closed my pen. Let's see here. Amount of shares that's probably gonna equate to about 300,000 shares in short interest that was closed out. But let's do the math on it real quick and find out for sure. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 19.2 to 19.14, so 0.06 drop. Yep, 309,000 shares this is all estimated, guys. It's usually 1/3 of however many shares are returned. So I'm just going to say 300,000 shares. With shares being returned, your on loan average age per day should be shooting up. If it's not shooting up, then it's older loans that were returned. I wouldn't say this is a shoot up here. This may be some medium to long term loans that may have been closed out of that 900,000 shares. 507 or 57.17 average age per day to 57.84. That's not really a shoot up on that. A shoot up would have been more like what we had a couple days ago when it went from 53 to 56. So medium to long term 900,000 shares maybe closed. Let's see here. Security lending volume day over day was an increase from let's see 4.98 million to 5.16, a very small increase. Taking a look at Ape. Let me refresh Ape one more time. Utilization on Ape, there's your drop day over day from 76.29 to 70.75. That means that the amount of shares that are on loan dipped. It dipped from 27.3 million to 25.6. So we're looking at 1.7 million. I'm just going to call it 1.7 million shares returned. On loan average age per day dipped a little bit, went from 8.17 to 8.04. Exchange reported short interest of the free float currently estimated to be at 7.51. Yesterday it was 7.67, so that did drop a little. Security lending volume day over day also dropped from 9.81 million to 9.14. Orders by Fidelity customers. Yesterday, when we closed out the day, AMC, Ape, and GME had not been on the list like most of the day. So let's see if any of them managed in the after hours to make it back onto the list. GME did with a 50% buy to 49% sell. It was the exact numbers are 50.34 to 49.66, almost dead even. AMC made it on the list as well with a 58.9% buy to 41.1% sell. So those numbers are actually decent. It's really, really close to my 60-40 for AMC. GME kind of suffered a little bit yesterday. Ape did not make it onto the list at all. SSR's trigger price for the day is $6.60. It did trigger yesterday, so SSR is on for today. And looks like they had about 350,000 shares that they borrowed almost all of it. And so we're going to call that, because they did borrow some out of the they borrowed about 10,000 out of the ETF, so I'm going to round it and just say that it was pretty darn close to 350,000 shares. Total amount of shares borrowed yesterday was 400,000, so we're almost, this morning, right off the bat, we're almost as high as that. Fees are back up to 20%. This morning we have 9.9 thousand contracts in the money for the calls versus 89.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls. I say this all the time, guys. Options, if you're playing options on AMC, you're probably losing. These numbers are losing numbers. If you're a winner and you're a winner like 80% of the time and you're net positive, congratulations. You're not one of the you're not like the rest of the other people out there. You're a minority. This is why I keep trying to tell people, if you're playing options on AMC, stop. If you're just bleeding money off, Stop giving money to the people who are helping to control this. It's not helping. Just stop. It's a gambling habit. You literally have a gambling habit and you need to seek help. You need to seek help. I promise you. We have a major gambling habit in our community. And until those people who lose their money, we're not going to see any changes. You need to get help. The market's looking red and on open this morning, which is surprising because the VIX is actually showing that it's down. I'm seeing anywhere from a quarter to a 0.5% down, but the VIX is also showing down this morning, down 0.29. So it may be a rundown at first, and then maybe a pop after that. And VIX is actually still heading down even further. So the market might be starting to turn around and starting to be favoring a positive open. We'll take a look at this again before market open this morning and see if that's still the case. But it's kind of surprising to see the VIX dropping with the market being as red as it's looking for an open for the futures. On the other side of the world, most of the markets were down yesterday, anywhere from 0.5% to 1.25% down. There were a few markets that were up overnight, but if they were, it was marginal, very, very marginal, less than 0.25% or less. Starting off in pre-market this morning, Tesla's down 1.26, Amazon down 0.41, Cinemark is down 2.99. Doge is up 0.88, Bitcoin up 0.3, GameStop is down 0.34, HYMC up 2.3, Hood is down 1.02, NCMI is up 3.87, Ape is up 0.41, and AMC is up 0.2. Inflow versus outflow yesterday finished with about 0.3 million dollars more on inflow than outflow, and so far this morning we've traded 42,000 shares. On the hourly for Ape, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.82, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.68, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.21, which is just about average. On Ape, yesterday we had approximately $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. So far, we've traded 31,000 shares this morning. Very low volume on AMC and Ape, like super, super low. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.8, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.43, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.5, which is just below average. And Ichimoto. On the hourly, let me erase yesterday's numbers. I think I saw Jay come in finally. Hopefully you guys were wishing Jay a happy birthday. His name's written on my board here, right below my numbers, so that's why I'm saying it right now. But Jay Protagi, if you're here, Protagi, I think I say it wrong a lot, but you know how I am with names. Happy birthday today, man. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday today. Taking a look at the hourly Ichimoto cloud here. Lagging line is below price line. Price is below base, and base is below, or sorry, I said base. Price is below conversion line. Conversion is below base, and price is below the cloud. This does not look like a strong buy signal right here, but in order for us to see a strong buy signal, price today is going to have to get up above $2.72. So I'm going to say 275 is going to be a strong push for Ape. I'm rounding up here just a little bit, just to kind of, you'll know, it'll probably start running right around 272 if it gets there, but 275 you'll probably see a big push getting the price moving. Let's take a look at the 4-hour and see what 4-hour has to hold for us. Oops, I clicked on the wrong one. Lagging lines below price line, conversions below base, and prices below the cloud. The cloud suggests it doesn't suggest anything major pushing as far as outside pressure until we hit like $4.30. Let's just say 4.35. $4.35. So you're not going to see. You're going to see a little bit of a stall out. We could see a big push at 275, but then more than likely before price gets too much higher than $3.30, you would see price start to maybe kind of stall a little bit. Taking a look at AMC, this is a mess. This is an absolute mess over here. Price likes to move down through green clouds, up through red clouds. So price did move down through a green cloud. We've got conversion line below baseline. Lagging line is below price line. Price is below the green cloud here. I'm gonna if price moves up today through a green cloud, it could happen. It does on rare occasions happen, but more than often than not usual. So. The way that we're going to see price moving up, some of the key target numbers we're going to be needing to look for is about 750 and continuously rising above 760 before the end of the day. So anything above 750, I think, becomes a buy on AMC for outside investors. You'll see some support from outside investors at 750. We're at 734 right now. It would be unusual to see this, though, due to the fact that price doesn't typically move upwards through green clouds. And on a 4-hour chart, you have conversion line is above baseline currently, and lagging line is just below price line. And we have price right below the cloud here. So, and this is kind of one of those indecisive periods of time. I mentioned to you guys that the cloud didn't really start to thin out until midweek next week, to where we could start seeing a run maybe at that time. So seeing price move up here, we do have a little bit of buying pressure at 750. The question is does buying pressure at 750 bring us up to as high as 860? Because that's where our next level of buying pressure starts at, is 860. I don't see that happening. That's a big range. That's $1.10 that we have to get through of outside support that we're not going to get. So it's a really thick portion of the cloud. Not expecting that. I think maybe perhaps a little bit of a down day today. That's what it's looking like, because we've got future cloud that we've got to get past. So I see a little bit of downwards pressure for right now. Although, like I said earlier, super low volume, so low that we could see a pop today. It's definitely possible. I know that's a 50-50 answer. I'm going to say from the technical standpoint, I don't see it happening. There are indicators, though, that are saying otherwise. So we'll see. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Cool. Portagi was here. Portagi, if I say Portagi, is that correct? Am I saying it right by saying Portagi? I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just going to say Portagi, and you tell me if I'm saying it right. Is it a heart? I guess I'm confused if it's a Taj, like a J kind of sound, or if it's a hard G, like let's see, Portagi. I'm not sure if it's Portagi or Portagi, but I just want to know. I'm kind of curious. Itchy is off sometimes, especially with F stocks. Well, what I can say, I mean, if you go, based on what you're saying there, yo, let me show you something real quick. If we go back over to Ape, um, and we look at that cloud that we saw, I think it was on the 1 hour. Was it the 1 hour? Maybe it was AMC. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, the AMC 1 hour. On the AMC 1 hour, this cloud is jacked up. I mean, this is a really jacked up looking cloud right here. So it's almost like kind of it's this is like one of the clouds that you would typically see where market is trying to suggest that price there might be some weakness in price in the futures, but not enough weakness to perhaps last very long. And if that's the case, what you may see is a very temporary dip down and then a drive back up through it, right? And in which case, if that happened, what's going to happen is if price momentarily drops below the green cloud and then immediately shoots back up through the green cloud, what you'll see happen is you'll see the green cloud just start to become larger, right? And you'll see this big popping in price as that green cloud gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then what will end up happening is the price will end up falling back down through the backside of a green cloud instead of the front side. Can I show you an example of that from the past? Probably. Here's a good one right here, right? This cloud didn't really have that funky look to it, but it just kept growing and growing and growing, getting bigger and bigger. And then we finally broke down through the backside of the green cloud right here. Let's see if I can show you another one, another example of that. Actually, this here you got price dropping down through the green cloud. It's kind of in between the green and the red cloud, and then moving back up through the green cloud and breaking back down on the bottom. So it was like it couldn't decide if it wanted to break through on the front or the back side of the green cloud. Let's see. This one's breaking. This might look similar to what we're kind of experiencing right now. This may look a little bit similar to what we're seeing right now, where you have like this really funky looking green cloud where it's just like, I don't know if I really want to have strength or not. And then the market says, yes, you do. And price starts launching. And then it tries to drop back down through the green cloud, but it was a really thick green cloud right here. And price it failed to drop through, even though it met all the necessary requirements for Ichimoto to say that, yeah, this should be a sell off. It hit the green cloud and said, nope, I'm going to keep on going here. Price drove back up, and you see the green cloud actually turn to a red cloud for just a momentary period of time. And it completely ignored this cloud altogether. And then finally, when the cloud started to thin back out again, that's when price fell back down and into the cloud and actually didn't break out until the next green cloud. It went back up through. This is a very unusual run that occurred right here. When was this? This was August 5th. The run started back on August 1st. Very unusual run here. Very hard. This would be one of those kind of ones where anybody who had been creating positions in this from an outsider's perspective, they would have been riding this and going like, "Holy crap! This is a wild train. This is a crazy train right here. It's not very stable." All aboard! Let's go! I can't do it. I'm no Aussie. Although it does seem like I think I've played Crazy Train before. Also, I want to let you guys know that I love the fact you guys are putting songs in the suggested songs spot on the Discord, and I just want to let you guys know that I still do consider those just because I haven't played. There are some repeats that I've played before, and I try not to play repeat songs unless they're like really something that like kind of fits the situation. So, but yeah, I still do take those into consideration. Dutch, I got you. Dutch is like, man, okay. I'm just now reading the comments again here, Dutch, so don't worry, I wasn't seeing what you were writing. Absolutely, yo. I mean, there's no indicator out there, yo, that's going to tell you. There's no one indicator that you can use that's going to help you out the most, right? Like you can never solely rely on a single indicator. You have to look at a lot of different things. In fact, I just had this conversation with people last night. Uh, you know, DD and TA, you have to use them both. And I used to get asked this question so often. I don't know why it was such a popular thing at the time, but people would say like, "Do you believe in TA or DD?" And I was like, "They're both applicable. If you're making trades in a market, you should be looking at everything. You shouldn't just be looking at just one thing." So to just rely on something like Ichimoto it would be really bad. You need to look at RSI. You need to look at vortex indicator. If you use MACD, it's a good thing. VWAP. There's tons of indicators. Then you need to start researching what the company's doing. What is the company doing? Like, and I'm just talking in general purposes. I'm not talking about um, for AMC, but I mean, if you're investing, you need to be looking at everything. Habitual says, Casey, is Tesla the only recent example of shorts covering and closing out positions? I don't know that anybody's covering on Tesla. In fact, I've seen price dropping quite a bit on Tesla. We can look at it here because it is on my list, and I don't mind talking about it when it's on my list. Let's just go back out to the daily here and see what it is. See what it is you're seeing. I don't, I don't see anything that shows covering in regards to closing of positions. Um, I mean, this has been dropping for a hot minute here, ever since 9:21. So, in regards to what it is that you're saying in closing, in regards to, so covering, no, I would wipe covering right off the board. Otherwise, you'd see price rising. In regards to closing positions, and that absolutely happens on a daily basis. The only way we're going to know that is by simply looking and seeing what's happening. Let's check it out. I do see a now. This is remember that exchange reported short interest is lagging, and I'm going to zoom in here just a tad bit to see where it's at with falling price. But you can see that there was closing of positions. They had as far back as June 30th, they had 81.3 million in exchange reported short interest, and that exchange reported short interest as of the 15th of the last month was 63.69 million. So yes, there was a closing of positions if price becomes low enough. And do note here that they did they closed those positions before price started running. That is very, very, very common. Get as many shares off the books as possible before price runs, and then as price is starting to drop, start creating more short interest. So since price is starting to drop right now, you may be seeing new positions that are opening daily and we can find out. We can look at the exchange estimated short share interest of the free float, and as you can see, price is starting to drop right here, starting on September 21st. And first, ooh, the coffee is strong on the tongue today. As of the 21st, the price started dropping, and on the 16th, the exchange reported short interest started rising. Right, so they're starting to take on new short interest as price is dropping, so they can make money on the drop as they closed out positions beforehand. So, but what is the overall big picture on shares that are short interest that's out there in existence? If you drive back to say like 2021, the overall sentiment is that short interest has been closing out massively from where it used to be. You can see it just falling over time quite a bit. Now, I don't know specifically what it is, excuse me, that you're trying to ask about, in regards to what's happening here. If you were suggesting like, is there is there still a lot of synthetic shares that are being traded on Tesla and in that you can see in your eyes, then I would lead you back to the stock ticker again, and I would say that the tried and true method to finding out whether or not a stock is heavily synthetically manipulated is to simply take your average 3 month, just basically figure out what percentage of your free float's being traded on a 3 month average. So right now it's showing 75.07. I'm going to divide that by 2.62 billion shares and multiply by 100. Oops. To get what percentage of their free floats being traded on a daily basis. In this particular case for Tesla, it's 2.86%. 2.86% of their total daily volume is being traded. That is just underneath my threshold of 3. 3, anything under 3, I suggest is a normal amount of shorting that's going in that's happening within a stock, and does not suggest that there's a whole lot of synthetic positions that are open on the stock. So it's within tolerances of what I would say is a normal condition. It is obviously being shorted. That's still the case because you can see it's 2.86, whereas other companies out there have numbers that are less than a single percent. So it is definitely still being shorted, but I would say it's not as heavily synthetically shorted as it used to be. Because I guarantee you, especially by looking at the volume over time on this, going back to Ortex, you can see over time volume has been massively falling on Tesla. That volume's super falling. And this leads right back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Volume, spikes in volume is what you need to have for rising price. When you have volume falling off, it's much easier to control price and short interest can be dropped. It is not helpful. So it is short interest and volume and spiking prices are all very key ingredients to seeing as a MOASS. So do I see some kind of like future where Tesla starts spiking? Not based off that less than 3% number that I just gave you. I don't see anything specifically there that makes me feel like there's some kind of nice warm fuzzies in Tesla's future in regards to shorting that's happening against the company. And actually, habitual, just to let you know, that's one of the reasons why I follow Tesla because I think it's a very interesting. A lot of people in the past have asked me, like, is AMC a Tesla type squeeze or a Volkswagen type squeeze? I can't even tell you how many times I've been asked that question in the past, and that's part of the reason why I watch Tesla because I think it's a very interesting case study. What they did is Elon took matters into his own hands. He essentially took matters into his own hands and said, I am going to slowly dilute this, force institutions to start buying up shares, slowly raising price, increasing the amount of money that my company has available by doing these dilutions, these share offerings, right? And I'm going to start collecting money. And as a whole, the insiders of the company had massive positions that they were holding on to. And you saw Elon sell one of those off. I think it was earlier. Was it early? I think it was earlier this year, right? And when he sold off that position, he made tons and tons of money on the backs of institutions that had to forcefully buy those shares slowly over time. So I think it's an amazing case study. It's not like a normal uh, short squeeze, and the reason for that is because he controlled it. But I don't think any of the investors on that own that stock were upset by what transpired. Is Ape supposed to rise up during dilution because of buying by shorts to cover, or down because of many shares released? It depends, habitual, on how many shares are sold. It really does matter. It makes a big, big difference how many shares are put into the market. I really don't. Initially, I think the no matter how many shares are put in the market, I think initially you're going to see upwards pressure. But if it's too many shares, you're going to see it immediately come right back down. Yeah, you want to if you want Volkswagen is a great example. If you want an instance where you're seeing shorts being forced to cover, Volkswagen, that's one for you. VOW. If you want another one, GME. That was last year. That's there, except for the fact that they weren't really forced to cover. You had kind of, sort of, maybe they were kind of covering a little bit when that happened, but it was more of a gamma squeeze than anything. It was gamma squeezing, and they were on the verge. They were on the near verge of needing to cover, except for the fact that they got saved by taking away the buy button. So, but they were on the hairy edge of covering. If you want to know what it looks like, that was like on the near edge of seeing what it looks like to have a covering happen. Jay, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hey, I hope you have a wonderful birthday today, Jay. And I feel like maybe you answered my question earlier and I missed it. Hold on, let me scroll back up and find it. Let me find it. Portagi for Portuguese nickname. So so it's hard G. Port, port Portuguese. Portage. Oh man. Portuguese. Portuguese. It's just Portuguese. All right, Portuguese. I can do that. It's a hard G. Portuguese. Got it. Cool. Thank you. Now I can say it right. Uh, so- I'm sorry, man. I'm really bad with names. You have to forgive me. I'm really bad. If it were up to me, everybody would have a name that started with one letter like yours. It would just be J, and it would be so much easier. I could just call people by their name, and it's a single letter, and it'd be easy to remember for me. Thorblade says, "What games? I've been playing Fallout 76. I went back to Fallout 76. I'm a huge Fallout fan, but I didn't start with the franchise until Fallout 4, whatever was before 76. That's the one I started out with, and I'm a huge fan. I'm not going to go back and play some of the older games. I can't stand going backwards in time and playing older games, but I'm a huge fan of it, and they kind of ruined Fallout 76 for me a little bit. And but I'm going back because there's been a lot of changes since I played, and I want to go back and kind of do finish some of the things I never finished before. I still have never launched a nuke out of there. I don't I don't know why, but I kind of want to do it, but I've never actually done that. Uh, what other game? I've been playing some golf. I do like sports games. I have these weird moments where I'll just go like I want to play football, and I'll just go buy a football game, and or maybe I'll be like I feel like some hockey, and so I'll go buy. There's been times where I'll be like, hey, I want to go football, sorry, soccer, whatever you want to call it. I'll be like, I want to go play some soccer, and buy a soccer game, and I go through these like periods of time where I'll play it for like I'll play like 2 or 3 seasons, and then I'll be like, yeah, I'm done with this. But I don't really prefer shooter games though too much on a console, just because of the fact that my thumbs don't work like that. I'm a mouse keyboard kind of guy, and I know people are like, yeah, but you can use a mouse and a keyboard on your system, and it's like I don't like playing on a mouse and a keyboard in front of my computer, in front of my TV. It just doesn't feel right. I like to be sitting up like right up on the screen. Habitual says, could Adam Aaron do what Elon did with Ape or no? Yes. Yes, he absolutely could. And I would hope that's exactly what he does. That's my hope. I hope and pray that's exactly what he does with Ape. And if the idea is that people want to vote, the idea that people would vote Ape into AMC would be, I think, would be a massive mistake, massively big mistake, because all you're doing then is you're diluting where all of our short interest. It's like crap. It's like the saying, they say, don't crap where you eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't. That's exactly what that is. Diluting AMC is crapping where you eat. Don't do that. You don't want to eat poo poo. Like, just don't do it. I don't even know. I don't even know what it's like, but I can only imagine. Don't do it. Just don't do it. So I hope he keeps those things separated as long as possible. Jim says, if ever there was a time for Russia or China to attack us, this is the golden opportunity. So the problem is, Jim is, and my dad used to work in the military, and I kind of talked about that earlier this morning. He worked for the Reagan administration, and he passed away a couple years ago. But we had a talk before one time, and one of his positions that he held, his highest position he held, was assistant to the deputy undersecretary of the Navy, which is like I think it's like the third spot down from the highest position in the Navy you can have. He told me, he said, we were talking one time, and I was telling him about how, like, I'm afraid China is going to attack the U.S. one day, and he goes, like, that's probably not going to happen in your lifetime. And I said, why would you say that? And he goes, well, the nuclear deterrence, the whole MAD thing, mutually assured destruction, prevents any kind of nuclear attacks. And he said the only other way they could do that is by bringing people over the U.S. to attack on the soil. And he goes, that'll never happen because they don't have the means to be able to get the people over here. So, because they have to have a huge Navy fleet, and they don't have a Navy fleet that they would need to bring massive amounts of people over here. So the idea that he kind of almost laughed at me, was like, that's just not going to happen. He's like, they don't have the resources that are needed. Now, whether or not they are making them, well, they are making the resources that they need, which are carrier resources, but they just don't have it. They don't have it. It's not there. Monty, 9:15 to 12:15. Thank you. Got you down. Neo says, I messed up my back playing Wii Golf. That's funny. I mean, it's not, but I mean, it's a video game, man. All you gotta do is flick the wrist. What are you putting your full back into that stuff for? Go mess up your back on a real game of golf. I'm sorry you messed up your back, man. Is there a specific date Adam Aaron is looking to start dilution? Do you think he'll announce the amount released? Is there a possibility he's releasing them now? Can we tell if he is? Just asking. He's required to release an 8K report within 4 business days of selling shares to the market. You will know within 4 days whether or not Adam Aaron has sold shares. Whether or not he's selling shares in the market or not should be pretty apparent, though. I would imagine that they would put the 8K out almost immediately, because the problem is the very next day you're going to see the amount of shares that are held as outstanding shares change. So yeah, all you got to do is just look at outstanding shares every single day. Just when you wake up every morning, look at it and see what it says. Is it changing or is it staying the same? If it's changing, then he's putting shares into the market. Balake. Oh man. Balake. Balake. That's so funny. Do you guys know what that's from? I think that's what that's from. Blake over here. Blake. I'm sorry, that's got me laughing. If AMC and Ape run 11 days from the time matches on tweet, it will be on the 11th, 11/11 date being 10/11, which is also the 4-day work week, Friday the 14th. they would officially pay off their debt. I know somebody had mentioned something about that before, but we don't have a holiday this month. So that's one of the things I don't understand. Not in the market, anyways. Tony De Niro thinks Adam Aaron is already selling Ape. That's why he filed the 8K, not wanting for price to rise. Why would he not want price to rise? I think you're misquoting Tony on that one a little bit. I can't imagine why he wouldn't want price to rise. It makes his shares worth more. Salty Dog says they're attacking us from the inside. You know, that's what we did to Russia. I mean, if you think about it, that's what we really did to Russia back in the 80s. So attacking from the inside really is kind of the way to go about it. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just telling you what my dad told me. My dad said, uh, yeah, basically cause a country to fold on itself. Yeah, I don't know, Roadster guy. I don't know what Tony said exactly, but I'm sure he can speak for himself. Um, Whether or not Adam Aaron's selling those shares, you'll know exactly 4 days after it happens because there will be an 8K filing for it. I think I did hear about that arrest, Salty. I think I vaguely recall hearing something about that. Yeah. Casey had an argument with a YouTuber. I'm assuming you're saying YouTuber over the same exact topic. China, Russia do not have a navy that can take on the U.S. At this time. It's not just ships; it's everything else. It's true. They don't have. This is why what other people are saying is it holds true. They don't have a military that could match ours. Not even close. It's like the difference is so massive that it's not even. It's like saying that ants could take down a bear, right? Like it's not gonna happen. The bear just eats, or bees. It's like saying bees could take down a bear. No, the bear doesn't give a crap about it. He's got thick fur. He just eats the honey anyways. He doesn't care. But if the bees were smart and poisoned the honey, and then killed the bear that way from the inside, then you've got a problem. So yeah, Jay Quillen. I'm telling you, man, that makes me laugh. Balake. Ron. We got. Every time I see Adam Aaron, all I ever think of is Ron. It almost inevitably almost always goes through my head at some point. I go, Ron. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. Jay was trying to get me out earlier. Ron. So many times I've almost accidentally called Adam Aaron Ron. Adam Aaron Ron. Hung 2 says military size doesn't matter when our strategic oil reserve is getting drained rapidly. We got big guns, but no energy to use it. Good point. Good point, because my dad also did say that anytime the U.S. is going to do something strategically war-wise, you know about it well in advance because all you have to do is watch where energy resources are being moved around at. So you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong about that. All right, guys, I gotta go to break. So yeah, but I don't even think it's for political gains though, Jim. I legitimately, it's to save the economy. I really don't believe that it's to do anything else other than save the economy. I don't think it's about political gains. The sad part is that it's not going to help. That's the sad part. Somebody needs to let somebody else know what you're doing is not going to help. It's going to put us at a strategically weak position. I would hope that there's advisors that are saying that already, but you know, sometimes you can. It's a lot like AMC. Sometimes you can tell and you can say as much as you want and prove that with data a point, but people still think that something that they're doing is the right way to do it. So it doesn't matter. We're just gonna have to deal with it. So, alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'm gonna take a break. I'll leave you with some music here before I go. See you at 8:15.
Hey,
I'm doing a test real quick here. I accidentally screwed up my volume levels. Let me just check it real quick and make sure I'm not killing you guys with volume. Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't know how high I had this. Dang it. That should do it. Okay, right there. All right. Sorry, guys.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, I'm back, and I want to say it's hard to say on this, but it looks to me like there's a chance that we may be on a descending parallel channel for AMC for several days, and we've just I just didn't. I think it's there. Um, yeah, I think it's there. And this parallel channel would have started back on 926. Descending parallel channels do tend to break upwards, majority of the time. So the question is when? I'm kind of thinking it might be middle of next week that we would break through that. We, since we do have a max pain at around $7 to $8, I don't really see the market trying to push beyond that. In regards to where price is going to move to for today, because I do have to put in a price prediction tally here for the day, and I'm gonna probably give myself a little bit of a range here. Do see there's a potential to move either direction, although I think a lot of the indicators are potentially indicating for a little bit of downwards pressure. Market futures are still showing down as of right now, including the VIX. The market's actually showing down anywhere from a quarter to 3/4 at open. Let's just say a quarter, anywhere from 0 to a quarter down. But the VIX is also showing down as well, which is odd. Which means we may see a fake down and then a drive up quickly. But I'm gonna count on. I was really close to not making it yesterday on combined price tally, which was closing price yesterday was $9.80, and I said 9.75. I'm gonna go with we're trading right now at 9.84. I don't expect us to see too much lower than a combined price of $8. I know that sounds really low, but I don't expect to see that since we did kind of go into the bang phase at 10. I think it was 10.50, so I think 8.50 might be the lowest we might see. I'm going to give myself a little breathing room on the bottom side of this. If it does pop, I don't think it'll pop enough to where it'll be on the top side. So if I say $9 even, 9 to 12, I think I'll be just fine. But just to give myself just a little bit more breathing room, I'm going to say 8.75 to 11.75. Kind of like what I did yesterday. One second. Let's see here. I actually don't even think I need to look at Ape in order to figure out combined price. Pam says, good morning, everybody. Have a good day. Yep. Good morning to you. Have a safe drive. Nos is saying Credit Suisse looks to sell Zurich's Savoy Hotel. Reuters 10.6. Looks like they need some money. Keto's got 878 to 1178. GSR, good morning. MGTO, as far as going to $5, I don't think that's the case. Captain Awesome, Casey Shaw. I did some research about Vert. Turns out they are basically paid fall guys for shorting companies on the verge of bankruptcy, win or lose while shorting a stock, they get a lot of money. I hope you posted that out someplace, either Reddit or Twitter or someplace where people could see that. Don't hoard the information. Share with everybody. Put something together, man. Put something together. Post it out there. The community wants to know. What do you guys think about AMC Theaters has the Super Mario Brothers movie posters here. Trailer drops Thursday. What do you guys think about that? Like, do you think that Super Mario Brothers is going to be a hot movie? I don't know. I feel most of my kids are kind of older now. I'm gonna have to ask them, see what they think about the idea of a Super Mario. I don't even know if they're interested in that kind of stuff anymore. I wasn't. I was. I was teasing, Captain. I'm not saying you're hoarding it. I'm sharing on Reddit, the Think Tank, and many others. That's awesome. Good. Glad to hear it. The order books look the order book level 2 looks really interesting this morning. Before market open, there at 8:07 and 8:08, there's some massive amounts of sell walls there to prevent price from running upwards. There's an abnormally large amount of shares attempting to be sold at numbers that are super super high, and then there's 200 shares for one. I can't even tell what that is. That a thousandth? Let's see, tenth, hundredth, thousandth. What's past the thousands? I can't. 0.0001. Hundredths of a thousands. That's really really low. There's 200 shares there. Definitely a lot of jokesters out there right now. See, we got about 4 more minutes before market opens here. Everything's looking red except for HYMC on my page that I'm looking at. Everything's red. That the VIX is actually up right now, 1.51. So the futures being down on the VIX is kind of an interesting. Let me look at the futures again. Okay, VIX is now. It's still showing the futures at down 0.64. So we may see a pop in the market right at the get-go. I don't know. The futures show down in the market. It's really strange. I'm seeing mixed signals. Really big mixed signals here. VIX is up right now in the pre-market. The futures are showing it down, but the futures for the rest of the market showing down as well. So some very strange things happening. I don't know myself. I would have bet on it last year. I didn't bet on it last year. So I'm not gonna make any. It's 2 weeks myself. 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. That's what I'm betting on. It's a moving 2 weeks though. It always moves. Most everything is looking down right now. Ape is actually not moving at all. We had a very interesting period of time this morning. We had absolutely zero trades going on. GME, which is actually trading exactly even compared to where it was earlier. Uh, Man, everything is looking so strange right now on the order books. It is very, very odd stuff going on. There are positions that are moving around here on the order book that are just really strange. I don't even know what to make of this, guys. There's some weird activity going on right now in the order books. But we'll see here in 2 minutes. Here we go. Get ready for launch. See you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I have a picture pinned to my wall, an image of you and of me, and we're laughing with love at it all. Look at our life now, all tattered and torn. We fuss and we fight and delight in the tears that we cry until dawn. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. perfect world we know we'll never find. So perhaps I should leave here, yeah, and go far away. But you know that there's nowhere that I'd rather be than with you here today. Oh, 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 hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. You ask if I love you. What can I say? You know that I do, and that this is just one of those games that we play. So I sing you a new song. Please don't cry anymore. I even ask for forgiveness, though I don't know just what I'm asking it for. Oh, 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 hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. Oh, hold me now. Oh, hold my heart. Stay with me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It was this day 38 years ago, not necessarily specifically this day, but in August 38 years ago. It was a long, long time ago, almost the entire time of my lifetime. Almost, not quite, but almost. That we had something specifically unique happening right now that happened back then. Yes, truly and honestly, indeed, we are at, as of the 23rd of last month, at 422,000 barrels of 422 million barrels of oil in our strategic reserve that we have. So what is it? What was it back in 1984 of August? It was 429 million barrels. So this time, 38 years ago, our strategic reserve of oil supply was this amount. You can see on this chart here, it is rapidly dropping off. The big decline probably really started right around like the end of 2020, which obviously was probably being used a little bit in regards to probably trying to prop the economy a little bit, and I think that's still being used that as what right now currently for that reason. But we are down to the levels that we haven't seen since 1984. It's a long time, guys. I feel like I've been alive for a long time, and it's almost nearly as old as me. If it were to get to the beginning of this chart here, where it gets down to 270, that would have been back in 1982. So we got a little ways to go to get to that level, but we're definitely heading that direction. And this is kind of one of those things where in my lifetime I don't ever really remember this ever being talked about. I remember a lot of times people had said that they wanted us to tap into the oil reserves, strategic oil reserves, and you can see that there's a little bit of a dip back in 1991ish. And another little dip right here in early 2000, another dip right here in 2005. This is probably one of the bigger dips that we've seen in the past year in 2011. Um, and then maybe another dip over here in 2017. But for the most part, it has never been tapped into like this. Nothing like this. That is a sign of weakness, guys. That is definitely a sign of weakness. And the whole world sees it, I'm sure of it. Quite sure of it. Some of the other things that actually, I'm going to take you back to the other page. Some of the other things that I kind of read earlier this morning when I was on Twitter, I noticed that Charles Payne put up something 5 hours ago where he said central banks are selling all assets except gold. What is going on? Peter Schiff is on Making Money today. Make sure to tune in. Little keynote here. Central banks are stocking up on gold. Central banks have been racing to stock up on gold this year. Turkey has led the change, increasing its gold reserves by 84 tons since the beginning of this year. And central banks added 463 tons of gold to the global reserves in 2021, 82% more than in 2020. I'm going to go down to the bottom section down here where it says, where does it? There was something specifically that I saw down here, a number. I don't remember where I saw it, but it was saying that there's not a whole lot of people who are selling. Even though all these banks are adding to their reserves, it was mentioned somewhere. I don't remember where I was reading it, but it was saying that there's not a whole lot of people selling shares. Oh yeah, here we go. 3 banks drove buying in August, and there were no notable sellers. So banks are trying to buy, and nobody's selling. One other little fun post that I saw was a little bit further down from there. It's me, AA Ron, 1886, wrote breaking news, and he posted this 16 hours ago, as yesterday. FINRA quietly released another AWC to Barclays, and this time issued on 10/4. Crime rigging markets orders routing directly to the dark pool LX. Length of crime from January 2014 to February of 2019. Fee for the crime is $2 million. And he wrote that's 400K a year to defraud the market. These off exchanges, guys, are really, really, really bad, super bad. They're heavily used for reasons they shouldn't be. But I don't know, just some interesting news to kind of throw at you guys this morning. First thing, how are we doing here on prices? Let's see what we got going on here. AMC is up 3.27%. Ape is up 2.65. We did crawl up the upper side of the Bollinger Band on both of those. I would expect to see a reversal to the simple moving average at the very least. You can see Ape's already kind of heading that direction. AMC, on the other hand, is still kind of boosting back to the blue line. The blue line that you see right there was the level that we needed to break to see new highs and reset synthetic price failure. So we're moving back in that direction. The red line that you see on Ape was yesterday's SSR tripping point. I have not adjusted it for today's value. Let me put that in here real quick because I want to make sure I get you guys good, accurate information. Yesterday's price on close for Ape was $2.45, meaning that the SSR trip for the day today is going to be at 2.205 for Ape. Let me adjust that on the screen. SSR is tripped and on today from yesterday. Please don't say what I know it is that you're going to say. Whoever's going to say it, don't say it. I don't know who's suggesting that SSR means nothing, but it means a lot. It means an incredible lot. Just don't even like. If you literally believe that SSR means nothing, then you don't understand what's happening here, and you need to get a clue. You need to find out what's really happening because you're wrong. SSR means a lot, especially in institutions. It's not supposed to be there to help us. It's not there. I'm not trying to insinuate that it's there to help us, but you'd be mistaken to say that it means nothing. $6.60 is SSR tripping point for AMC. If SSR didn't mean something, then you wouldn't see SSR constantly being tripped and then bouncing off of it. All right, there we go. Got them both up on the screen there. All right, I'm going to go back to seeing what you guys are writing. Who said it? I want to see who said it. SSR means nothing. Who said it? I know somebody had to have said it. I thought you said they can manipulate even with SSR. Yes, they absolutely can manipulate with SSR. That's why it means something. It totally means something. Neo says Casey definitely a little spicy today. Maccabees put in SSR means nothing, clown. Yeah, it's one of those things where it gets annoying. Like when people come in and they go like SSR means nothing. It's like, dude, like who are you listening to? Like if you're legit listening to somebody who's telling you SSR means nothing, then that person has been leading you astray. And more than likely, whatever it is that they've been telling you is complete false. They obviously have no idea what it is that they're talking about. No idea. It means a lot. It means an incredible amount. It means that institutions can start creating market makers can start creating short exempt volume legally allowed to start creating short exempt volume. And if you're going to sit there and tell me that means nothing, I don't know what to tell you, man. You're you're just you're completely oblivious to what's happening in this market if you think that short exempt volume means nothing. You're completely oblivious. So I don't know. I just don't understand where that comes from, but I hear it every single time. Hedge Trimmer says same with DRS. It's I would almost Hedge Trimmer. You know what's interesting is I would almost expect that the same people who are saying that DRS is the way to go are probably the same people that say SSR means nothing. Probably hand in hand. Probably go together. I would almost wager to say that those people know zero about what it is they're talking about. Zero. People that say SSR means nothing are listening to tubers saying that not understanding what it is really meant to do for them. Yeah, they just don't. That's you know what it reminds me also of. It reminds me when people say Ortex isn't worth paying attention to because the data is not complete. It's only 75% of the data. It's like, come on. It's like it's only because just because you get 75% of the data, you're telling me you're not going to look at it because it's not all there. Like what? Seriously? Like does that just really all that tells me, guys, is that somebody doesn't want? They're too cheap. They're too cheap to go out and buy a subscription to Ortex and get the information and understand what the information means. Anybody who says that Ortex data is worthless, that's what that means. I guarantee it. I promise you the only reason they say that is because they don't understand what the information is and how to apply the information and understand what it means. It absolutely means something. These numbers are not just collected and generated for no reason at all. There are people out there who make a living buying these subscriptions for these publications of these numbers. They do it for a living. They do it for a living. They buy these subscriptions. So if there is somebody out there telling you that Ortex data is crap and that you shouldn't pay attention to it, that person is stingy and they don't understand. One of the two, or both. I don't know which, but they really need to do some homework because they don't understand. And if it makes me spicy to say the truth, then yeah. I don't know what Blas Blunt says about DRSing. I have no idea. I'm not even actually. I don't even care. To be honest with you, I don't even really care. I'm telling you what it is with that what I see with the data. I'm showing you proof of and evidence of what I see with the data, and I don't care what anybody else is doing. I'm telling you what the data says, right? It doesn't matter what anybody else says. I'm showing you definitive proof of what DRS does. So it doesn't matter what anybody else says. I'm showing you proof. Somebody said something about CBDC a little bit ago. You know it's coming, man. You know it's coming. The question is how long? Peter's saying, I personally believe the U.S. will implement it since they are trapped in their own game, can't raise rates too much, but can't lower them either. When everything goes up in smoke, CBDC will be the answer. I am, Peter, whatever it is that you're selling, I'm signing up for it. Because I'm right with you on that one, man. I really, truly, honestly believe that when everything goes to crap, that will be the answer. The answer will be to, and the reason why that will be the answer, Peter, is because of the fact that there will be nothing else to do. There will be nothing else to do other than to be able to create more inflation, right? And the only way you can do that is by starting up a new. And somebody asked me this question a long time ago, and I didn't even know this, right? I didn't even know CBDC was a thing, right? And somebody was asking me like, well, how do you get rid of inflation? I sat there and I was like, well, okay, the only way that I can really, truly, and honestly envision inflation going away is to print more inflation. But the only way you can really, truly, honestly do that is if you created a new currency and moved everything over to a new currency. And I said, or like going back to gold or something else, and then I had no idea. And so that kind of got me thinking about like, okay, well, what could we be doing? What is there out there? And so we started looking into it. And next thing I know, CBDC, I'm finding all this stuff on CBDC. I'm like, holy crap. I had no idea it was out there. No idea. And so now look at it. You can go back through the history of these shows and see where I've gone from, you know, an idea of what somebody could do to create more inflation or continue to print money, right? How do you print more money and create more inflation? The only way you continue this perpetual motion of movement is by creating a new currency. That's it. It's the only way you can go. Or you just let everything burn, and that's it. It's over. Central Captain Awesome CBDC is central bank digital currency. Oh yeah, Brian Carpenter put it in there too. Sorry, Brian, I didn't see it. I'm just reading down the list here. CPE, I hope for you, man. Peter says CBDC is almost like an inflation reset. It is. It's exactly what it is. It's starting the bar. It's basically wiping all the inflation from the past away and starting at zero and saying, okay, here we are right now. This is where we're at right now. And I kind of likened it a little bit, Peter, to the only thing that I could ever think of was is if you look at like Mexico. I grew up in the 90s in San Diego, and I remember the peso was like gosh, I want to say it was like 3,000 pesos to a dollar or something like that. I forget what it was. I don't. It was something ridiculous, right? Like 1,000 pesos. I don't. It's been so long now, I can't remember because I'm old. So, but it was some outrageous number. And then all of a sudden, overnight, Mexico decided that they were going to redo their currency, and the peso was suddenly going to be worth uh, like I don't remember what it was. It was maybe it was like 10 pesos to the dollar or something like that. I don't remember what it was exactly, but they basically like wiped their inflation out and basically reset everything at zero. And that's essentially what the United States would have to do too. It would create a new currency and basically say like we're resetting everything. Restart. CBDC Project Lithium been in the works behind the scenes for a long time. It's definitely coming. Yeah, dude, I agree, and I didn't even know about it until this last year. Ania says, Casey, listen, it is. It is. In fact, my wife gets on me every time I ever say it, and I have said it on occasions. Stupid or idiots. She's like, why do you say that? It is so not cool of you. And she gets on me. In fact, she'll probably get on me after this is over. It's true, Neo. It is absolutely true. But the problem is that I genuinely like. We've been a part of this play for like almost 2 years now. Almost 2 years. Most of us have been a part of this play for 2 years. And to not recognize what SSR does over a 2 year span means you have been going through this entire process with your eyes closed. Eyes closed, because there's no way you can sit there and tell me SSR means nothing to somebody who's been a part of this for 2 years and you don't see what happens when SSR trips. Like, it is ridiculous. It is idiotic to suggest that you don't see something happening. It's just insanity to me. Like, are you feeling your way through this? Is that what you're doing? Don't feel your way through something. See the numbers, see what's happening. Open your eyes. This stuff is hitting you like a brick wall in the face. And if you refuse to look at the numbers and make sense of what it is that you're seeing, then you're truly just here for a roller coaster ride. You don't really care. I feel like you need to care though. Has anyone ever asked this guy for a license and registration? I'm not drunk, Massalorian. Mass, it's good to see you, man. I'm not drunk. Oh man, license and registration. I mean, Wednesday mornings, Mass. You catch me driving this lowrider big tramp. You'll catch me sitting in here drinking. Not Thursdays. John says I don't even think he has a permit for his beard. I I don't deserve this beard, John. I don't deserve it. It comes with diamond hands. You know, Captain Awesome, I think CBDC comes after. And I think Peter said it right. I think CBD comes after the any kind of MOASS possibility. I think you're going to be seeing people pull money out of the markets, and that's when you would see the reset occur. Olin says, agreed, Casey. It's stupid if you've been in this market just 3 months, you should know. I mean, it is. Like, legitimately, you've been here for 2 stinking years and you don't see what SSR does every single time it hits it, and then it bounces right off of it every single stinking time. And it's like, what? You don't recognize that it does something. how is how is it possible? Just open the eyes. Yale says what bothers me about CBDC is that it gives massive power to control to centralized government as well as social credit control. Yeah, dude, I understand, man. I'm with you. I don't like the idea of it either. I don't, but I also feel like it's kind of a necessity at this point. The reason it's a dual thing, right? So what you're saying is true. That's the part that I don't like about it. What I do like about it is that uh, if they were to create a CBDC, that it should be blockchain. And the idea that I like about blockchain is that you can track the money. So all this market manipulation crap that's going on would end that. It would end that and stop it in its tracks. And that's the part that I do like about it. The part I don't like about it is that what you're talking about is that it kind of takes away a lot of our freedoms. And I get what it is you're saying, it's one of those double-edged swords. It's like the internet. It's kind of like the internet when you start getting governments trying to control what's going on the internet. It really it kind of mucks everything up, doesn't it? Hmm. I wonder what else government could possibly muck up if it got involved in. Oh crap! Casey's getting spicy again. He's going for political stuff now. What else could our government screw up if they got involved in it? I wonder. I have a big tramp. Oh, you're talking about the actual big tramp. Yes, that's the plan. I can't imagine. Can you imagine me doing this for like 2 years, Mac and B, sitting in this big tramp like this, and then not getting one, and like showing up someplace like for a meet and greet or someplace where we like get together and we all get to meet up, and you don't see me pull up in this big tramp. How deflating would that be? Like to see me pulling up in like something else other than this. I can't imagine. And you probably think I'm kidding, but this will probably be so much easier to buy than a Lamborghini. Just saying. Like these will be, I could find one of these for dime a dozen. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. CD Portif, good morning to you. Let's take a look at the numbers because you mentioned it, and it is time to take a look at it. So we'll look at cost to borrow and all that kind of good stuff here. Saint Monet's mom says, "Hi Casey, just want to say hello. Saint Monet's dad told me to leave you alone. The 21 Pilots concert was unbelievable. I'm telling you, it is hands down like one of my wife. She's a regular concert attender. I only started late in my life. She said it was hands down the best concert she has ever been to in her entire life. It is a great concert, guys. I'm not kidding you. Like that group really knows how to entertain. So I'm glad you guys had a good time going to it. I'm glad that it was fun and you enjoyed it. And tell Saint Monet's dad that I said hi. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying from here on out, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. No tramp stamps for me. Let's. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other. I'm not gonna read anything else. I'm done reading. I gotta take a look at these numbers, guys, or I won't get to them. Let me log into my broker real quick here and move a couple screens over, and then I'll start reading this off to you. But don't forget two-factor authentication for your accounts, guys. It is really important. I don't say these things just to say them. I promise you, there is meaning behind what almost every single thing that it is. I tell you guys, there's meaning behind it, and it's for very good reasons. I don't feel like just giving you crap information for no reason at all. But if you're going to set up two-factor authentication, make sure you have a secondary phone number set up for it so that in case something happens to your primary phone, you can still get that code sent to another phone. And if you try it out, if you don't like two-factor authentication, you can always get rid of it. It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm making some kind of money off of telling you guys to protect yourselves. I'm really truly doing this for your own health, safety of your money. Let me move the screens over here. Give me 1 second. Since this is the first rundown through the numbers for the day today, we're going to go through everything here. Oh, we almost hit it. I'm going to show you guys here. This is kind of exciting. We almost hit something that was really close. The prediction that I had from yesterday worked out almost perfectly, and I'll show you here how that works out in just a second. Price prediction tally points. Monty was the only one. He missed it by like 9 cents. He was so close. I know how frustrating that is. He missed it yesterday by nine pennies. I actually almost missed. I was 5 cents away from missing. But price predictions for the day to day. Let me just make sure I've got Eric's in here correctly, because I think I put him in for the right number. I did not. Let me just fix it real quick. All right. I've got 875 to 1175. Eric's got 9 to 12. Keto's got 878 to 1178, and Monty has 915 to 1215. Let's see here. That is not those price prediction guys are just us trying to make bets between each other for beers and ice cream after this is all said and done. So don't take any financial advice by any of that. That's just us trying to stay sharp on price. Short exempt volume from True Demons MOASS trigger indicators was 170.3 thousand shares of short exempt volume on AMC yesterday. Ape had 114.5 thousand. Utilization is at 100% still for AMC. That's day number 167 straight trading days in a row. Ape has 70.75% for utilization. Day over day price increase was actually a decrease on both AMC and Ape yesterday. 6.39% for AMC. Ape was at 10.58%. Max pain for the day today is 750. Well, that's actually for the week, but is at 750. We started out the week at 8 on Monday, and then every other day after has been 750. There's a chance that if we close above 750 today, that we'll probably see for AMC. We'll probably see that raise up to $8 for tomorrow. Off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect off exchange for AMC and Ape to be somewhere around 44%, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11. Let's see where we're at. Currently, whoa, we are at 65.14% through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.12. 77.26% of our volume is going through the those two off exchanges. That is massive, absolutely massive for this time of the morning, especially with SSR being on. Taking a look at Ape, where are we at on Ape? 57.68 and 7.59 for grand total 65.27. Those numbers are definitely elevated as well. Very, very high numbers considering SSR is on. Very high. Somebody doesn't want to create short exempt volume. Let's take a look at what's next. Institutional ownership has not changed in a couple days now. 153.992 million. Let me refresh it real quick. Yep, still the same number. Going straight to options, we'll look at Ortex here in just a minute. Options, highest amount of volume so far for this morning. 4 calls is at a $7.50 strike price. There is currently 5.6 thousand contracts. It's a little elevated in volume. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $7 strike price with 2.4 thousand contracts. I'm actually going to call it 2.5. It's close enough. So a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market kind of signaling for a closing price at this time somewhere between $7 and $7.50 by the end of the day today. Let's take a look at what we're seeing right here on combined price between AMC and Ape. $9.73 is the combined price of the two. Starting to head back up here at $9.75. I want to show you this. This is what I drew out yesterday, and we're starting to see this happen more often, where trading patterns are starting to complete even after an aftermarket hour period of time. This has not been the norm for us in the past. Usually every single day it resets and it's a new pattern every single day. In this particular case, we have an ascending broadening channel. I suggested price may break down to the blue line that was down here. Didn't quite make it that far down. It went down to about 786. Where that fib is there, bounced off of that and then closed out the day and traded sideways. The value that I told you guys that we should get up to in order to complete this pattern was $10.21, which was this top fib right up here at 10.20. The high that we got to was $10.16 this morning. We got to within 5 cents of the target number. We are 5 pennies away from completing this pattern. Technical analysis works, guys. It really does work. This is part of the reason why I leave some of these numbers in here. It was very, very, very close. But now you can see something different is happening, and you can see that it looks like we had a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern that started out this morning. Very, very, very familiar head and shoulder pattern that occurred right here, and the price is falling back down. Usually we'll find a previous support line from the past on head and shoulders. I would have suspected it would have stopped somewhere around 9.91, but it's still continuing down. We may find that support at $9.72, but nope, it's going back even further than that. So it is still dropping. Total price is $9.69. Hold on a second. All right, let's take a look at the Ortex data. All right, so far this morning, AMC is reporting a return of 172,000 shares. And that's going to have the effect of very slightly lowering the I'm on the wrong, I'm on Tesla. Sorry. I'm like, this is not right. There's no way our short interest is that low. Hold on, redo. I was still on Tesla from earlier. All right, let's try that again. Currently showing 1.02 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Mass is going like I knew he was drinking. That's going to have the effect of raising our short share interest of the free float to 19.2%. Cost to borrow averages at 26.13, a little bit higher than what it was closing yesterday. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 184.87 million shares. That is an increase day over day by 900,000 shares. Did I say increase? Hold on a second. Let me just check this real quick here. That's not an increase. It's a decrease. They keep doing this to me. They have been changing these numbers. Oh, I just forgot to, I know what it is. I forgot to put a negative sign next to my numbers I wrote on the board. My bad. All right, it's a decrease in shares on loan by 900,000 shares. 1/3 of that's going to probably be short share interest of the free float or short interest. And so 300,000 shares were probably returned in short interest yesterday, estimating. Like I said earlier, borrowed change is up 1.02 million. That's going to keep the short share interest back up to that 19.2%. Utilization still at 100%. Taking a look at Ape. So far this morning, Ape has 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 7.66%. Cost to borrow average is at 5.11. Shares on loan for Ape is down 1.7 million shares. Let me just make sure this is right still. Yeah. 1.7 million shares were returned. All of that is short interest. I guess I didn't really show this on AMC, so I'll go back to it here in just a second. But on loan average age per day is dipping very slightly on Ape from let's see, 8.17 down to 8.04. Security lending volume down also day over day from 9.81 million to 9.14 million. Sorry, is that right? 9.81 to 9.14. And then estimated short share interest of the free float slightly decreasing day over day from 7.67 to 7.51. Let's take a look at that on Ape. Here's your on loan amount decreasing day over day from 185.77 down to 184.87. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float, dipping from 19.2 to 19.14. On loan average age per day is still increasing. Went from 57.17 to 57.84, and security lending volume is increasing from 4.98 to 5.16. Somebody had mentioned to me the other day, they were asking about short interest being closed. If you see short interest being closed out, but you see your on loan average age per day increasing, then you know the older positions did not get closed. It's just newer positions that were getting closed out, which appears to be the case for AMC. It could have been some mid-range loans that were or short interest that was closed out, but for the most part, it is still increasing in value. So still looking strong there. Orders by Fidelity customers so far this morning. Let's check it out and see where we're at. Yesterday, AMC, Ape, and GME all had struggles staying on this list. But this morning when I checked it, AMC and GME both made it back onto the list at the end of the day. Let's see what we got going on today. Okay, none of them are showing up on the list again for the day today. Looks like the market wants to trade a bunch of other stocks instead, which I'm sure if there's people that are panicking, that kind of makes a lot of sense. Remember, SSR is tripped for the day today. It trips again if we hit $6.60 on AMC, and for Ape, it trips at 2.205. Shares available to borrow. They had borrowed quite a few earlier this morning, returned 500,000 shares available, and then in the ETFs returned about 30,000 shares. Actually make it 46,000 shares they've returned. And then they've borrowed another 50,000 shares just recently, putting us at 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day this morning. Fees are rising. They went from 20% to 21.1%. In regards to options, guys, you can see people are not winning in the options. It's kind of pointless to be playing options, I think, on AMC. Gamma squeezes will be caused by the market. You don't have to cause them. In the money calls, we have 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. And it doesn't even mean that they're making money. It just means that they're in the money. Out of the money, we have 89.1 thousand contracts on calls. Out of the money puts, 20.8 thousand versus 12.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Understanding who's in control of price helps you to know who's making money and why they benefit from keeping price close to max pain. NASDAQ is down 0.51, Dow Jones is down 0.7, the S&P 500 is down 0.64. We have a declining market with 4,133 decliners to 2,507 advancers. Not quite on fire yet. VIX is up 3.61, VTI is down 0.65, IWD is down 0.73, Tesla is down 0.87, Amazon is down 0.72, Cinemark is down 3.08, Doge is down 0.42, Bitcoin is down 0.94, GME is down 0.91, HYMC is up 0.03, Hood is up 0.6, NCMI is down 3.17, Ape is down 2.86, and AMC is down 0.34. Inflow versus outflow. There's roughly $300,000 more of inflow than outflow for the day today, with 5.13 million shares traded so far. This volume's not as low as the pre-market data was suggesting, but it is still pretty low. After 46 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 43.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. I think we'll hit that at this current pace. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 46.8, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.52, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.66, which is below average. On Ape, we have about $30,000 more in inflow than outflow. 2.42 million shares having been traded so far. We're definitely going to make my numbers from 5 to 25 million in the pre-market that I predicted. But let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for 20.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's definitely within the range of 5 to 25. That'll definitely come down. I was kind of suggesting earlier, based off of pre-market volume, that it was likely that we would see sub 10 million for the day today. On the hourly, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 32, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers over the last 2 hours. RSI is at 28.87, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.89, which is signaling oversold. Taking a look at Ichimoto, conversion line is below baseline, lagging line is below price line, price is below the cloud. We don't have a thinning portion of the cloud again until sometime next week, starting next week, and today. I don't really see today breaking above the cloud per se, but some of the strong buy levels that I see outside support from institutional investors and day traders would be around $2.75. And then another strong buying point, which is pretty far up there, would be $4.35. If you look at the 4-hour, price is below, or let's start with lagging line. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. Price is below the cloud. This is not looking like a strong buy, but it could potentially become a strong buy at about I'm going to give it a different value than what I think I gave earlier because I said 435. One strong buy point would be 275, and then I could see some more buying support really kind of tacking on around like 315. So I'm going to lower that 435 to 315. I'm not saying we're going to get there. I'm just saying if we see 315, we'll probably start seeing some heavy buy pressure. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is above base currently. Just crossed over. We did move through the cloud here. Price very briefly did break up high. Let's see, what were we at here? Price high went up to $7.62. I said at 750 we would see a lot of buying pressure, but you could see how hard they attacked the price down. It looks like they're trying to put a kibosh on that. They do not want this thing to start running. So you saw the big, huge attack down when we hit that level. You could see the conversion line starting to cross the baseline right here at market open. The market kind of wanted to make this run a little bit, but there was a lot of sell pressure coming in to prevent that from happening. So, and right now the price is at 729. So we need to see 750 is a good breakup point, and then 868 would be the next push after that. Showing you the 4-hour. Again, you've got lagging below price. Conversion is still above base, but price is right below the cloud. We got to get through the cloud to see some buying pressure. The thinning portion of the cloud doesn't come until next week. And I think that's all I got for you guys right now. Let me just see if I can figure out where we're heading with this. We did find support at $7.27, which happens to be a fib retrace level of support. Let's see here. I think I mentioned this maybe earlier this morning. Was it on AMC? I can't remember if it was on AMC. Yeah, it is. On AMC, if you head out to like I wonder if I can see it at 5 minutes. Let's go to a 30-minute interval. If you go to a 30-minute interval, you'll see that there's a starting on 926, there was an upper and a lower level of support that were created, a channel, and it was a descending parallel channel. That was retested starting on 10.3 and 10.4, where we hit the bottom and retested the top. So we are generating this multi-day descending parallel channel. Descending parallel channels are bullish and break out heading up normally. More often than not. How's that? So I would suggest that perhaps moving into mid next week sometime, we may see price start running upwards and breaking potentially that level of 788. And when it does break 788 going into next, let's see, what day would that be? Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday-ish, maybe Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. When it breaks $7.80, let's see, yeah, 780, 790. When it breaks that level, we'll probably start to see this run up to some newer highs. Potentially into the $9, anywhere around the $9 range, maybe even higher. I'm not going to draw anything out right now because I think we're kind of consolidating a little bit before we break, and I don't know which way it's going to go. Taking a look at Ape. I wonder if it's the same thing. It's hard to say on this one. I think this breakdown to 234 is setting up a trend line. Uh, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to hold the trend line or if it's going to break down beyond further below that. If it were to hold that trend line, uh, I'm wondering if there's not like some kind of potential descending wedge that we've got kind of forming right now, which again we would see the breakout going into Friday or Monday potentially. I would say probably Monday, maybe Friday, but we'll have to see if it holds the support line here at $2.34. That'll be kind of key. Alrighty, let's see what you guys are saying here. Tendies Plus Plus says the two biggest times for payday loans in South Carolina are Christmas and the state fair. Dude, what is up with state fairs, man? Like I legitimately feel like you go to a state fair and I feel like you're supposed to get like a miniature Disneyland kind of experience. But what ends up happening is you end up paying like Disneyland prices. Why is it that state fairs cost as much as a trip to Disneyland? I have no understanding of what that means. Like I can't comprehend the idea of why they cost so much. Brian says go for the food. I don't know, man. I don't even know if I enjoy the food anymore. We've had some really I know, for crappy rides. That's the point I'm trying to make, American Trade. That's exactly it. Like you legit you're going for a discounted Disneyland experience and you end up paying for the Disneyland price but get a knockoff version. or, or where you get whiplash on some kind of ride that's not even like safely like anchored down or something, you know? It's like I'm gonna put my life at risk and pay you extra money. Yay! We're having a fun time. Or you know, and what ends up happening? This is what happens to my family. I won't let anybody get. Um, we had an experience where we got funnel cakes for everybody, and everybody was throwing up before we got home. Everybody was just like, and so I started thinking about it. I was like, I don't think anybody washed their hands before they started eating those funnel cakes. We've been walking around that whole place the whole time doing whatever it was we did. We all bought those funnel cakes and probably were all licking our fingers from all the from all that sugar and getting all those germs and everything. And I was like, no more funnel cakes anymore uh, until we leave the park. When we're leaving the park, you can get the funnel cakes, but we have to wash our hands before we go get them. So everybody has to go straight to the bathroom, and then we wash our hands real good. And oh man, I'm telling you right now, it was the worst night ever. Every single one of us was just ralphing all over. It was so bad. Monty says no Halloween, no Thanksgiving, no Christmas. Well, hopefully, Monty's people aren't putting in money that they're expecting to need in the future into this. So that should be a rule that most people are holding. True too. MG Toe says state fair is how we keep our criminals employed. American Trader says flea markets are more fun, except for the fact that I feel like at flea markets I always get ripped off with like fake products. Like you think you're buying like a real pair of Oakleys, but they're really Jokleys, and I wouldn't know the difference. So I'm that sucker. So I feel like those flea markets are just about as helpful as those fairs. Yo says I just go to to get drunk in public. I don't think the one time habitual line holder the time I'm talking about they didn't it was actually at Magic Mountain Six Flags or something like that. So we didn't there was no petting zoo. It was actually at a theme park. But the point is that those funnel cakes are everywhere you go. It doesn't matter if you're going to like a legitimate place or not. Those funnel cakes are off limits now. Off limits until the very end of the day, and everybody has to wash their hands real good beforehand. We have a city fair where they put zippers, orbitals, and Ferris wheels on cinder blocks. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Just make sure you put your hands up when you're riding those rides, because ride it like it's your last one, because you never know. ABC says I've come to realize that shills reinforce my conviction. I think it just depends on how long you've been doing it for, ABC. Like I think people who are a little more afraid, tend to find the shills extremely annoying because it adds to the fear. But if the fear, that's actually a really good test to know whether or not you're afraid or not, right? If the shills come in and they actually scare you, then you probably are you're probably afraid. If you're not afraid of them and you can stand up to them and you be like, okay, let's have a discussion. Let's talk about this. Why are you right or why are you wrong? It doesn't bother you as much because you know they're just there to just annoy. All in AMC says play with money you can afford to lose. This is right. Folkleys. Is that what they were called? For some reason I thought it was Jokeleys. I don't know. You're probably right. Folkleys. Bill Biv DeVoe says, I used to buy designer bags at flea markets and sell them on eBay as designer inspired. You know what's funny, Bill Biv DeVoe? My wife and I went to a flea market not too long ago. She's really into makeup. She loves makeup. And I mean, I've learned some really interesting things about makeup just having been around her. But we went to the flea market and I saw some of her favorite palettes sitting there. Somebody was selling some like naked palettes. If you don't know what it is, it's nothing nude or anything like that. It's a name of a brand. Anyways, I looked at her and I said, "Hun, those are going for like half the price of what your normal palettes are. We should get those." And she goes, "No, those are fake." I was like, "No, I'm like, they look just like the ones you have." And she goes, "They're fake." And I'm like, "No." She's like, "No, they are. They're fake." I couldn't believe it. I mean, I couldn't. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a makeup connoisseur, but I mean the palettes look exactly the same. The colors look the same to me. I don't know. I couldn't tell the difference. But she said that the quality of the product that's used is way different, so I wouldn't know. MGTO says, you know your house has wheels if your daughter got pregnant in the state fair parking lot. What? Your house has wheels. Your house has wheels. I'm confused by that. Taylor says all you get at state fairs is bacterial infection. If you did, Lucas, I don't want to know about it. Tendies Plus Plus says just did the online calculator, 617 days in AMC. I think I got in a day after you. You got in on 127. I got in on 120. Well, actually, I got in on AMC, I think, on 129. I got in on GME on 128. Oh, it is Jokeley's? Okay. Somebody's telling me it is Jokeley's, not Folkley's. I ate one before you, which is a very creative name, by the way. I ate one before you says he's the expert on the subject matter. It is Jokeley's. I'm gonna go with what he said. What they said. I don't know if it's he. Oh, Brian. I knew somebody would go there, Brian, and it had to be you. Oh, a mobile home. Yeah, I was way slow on that one, Duke of Wall Street. Way too slow. That was way over the top of my head, man. I wasn't even thinking like that. Yep. Yeah, you guys are quicker than me. I didn't pick up on that one. I just don't. I don't think like that, guys. That just doesn't. That kind of stuff. Those kind of social uh, aspects. I just don't really think about them like that. I just don't. I don't know. I don't think about things like that. See, Hill. I'm not even gonna read that out loud. I'll just wait for the answer. Lucas says I use AMC the same way. I would invest an investment fund. I put 10% of my monthly salary in and forget about it and just see where it goes. And if that's the 10%, if that's a 10% that you're never ever gonna miss, and it was just gonna be invested in the market anyways, that's a great plan. It is a wonderful, wonderful plan. It's a retirement fund, right? And what do you do with retirement funds? You let them sit there and invest money. That's it. That's all you do. That's how the market is supposed to be played. R3 Drift says a lot of jealous haters this AM. Where are you guys seeing what's going on? I feel like you guys are seeing it's not here. ABC says 2 years in, I feel like I've earned a degree in finance, economics, and criminal law. And in the meantime, you're a private investigator. You've been doing some private investigating. So yeah, I mean, I feel you, man. I feel you. sometimes I wonder if I'm going to have to change my field of work. I feel like there's maybe more profitable fields that I could be entering into with the experience that I've gotten over the last year than just semiconductor. I kind of want to save. No, I'm not going to do it. So, what do you guys think about that Super Mario Brother movie that's coming out here? I'm I'm gonna poll my kids. I've got three. I've got all my kids here tonight. They should all be here. So I'm gonna poll them all tonight and find out what the heck they think about this new Mario movie and whether or not it's gonna be something they're gonna be interested in or not. Super Mario Brothers. The trailer's supposed to be dropping today. The movie poster's already out from AMC movie theaters. It's actually a pretty decent looking movie poster. Um, I'm I'm curious what they're gonna say. I know I'm pretty sure Sonic the Hedgehog did pretty well, didn't it? I thought it did. Here's the picture. It's pretty cool. Uh, I don't know if I'll be into this, but I'm really curious to see if the kids are going to be into this. I don't know. I feel like I've finally grown up, guys. I don't feel excited about seeing Mario movies anymore. It means I've finally grown up. No, Lucas, this is not financial advice. Nope, not even gonna go there. You know, that's GSR. I've lived on the East Coast and the West Coast in my lifetime, and now Central. I find that in different places, people call things different things. For example, like another one is whether or not people call it pop or Coke or soda. Depending on where you're from, you may call it pop, Coke, or soda. And some people go like, "What do you wait?" Some people call it Coke. You bet you. All the time, I used to pull up into. I remember in San Diego, I used to pull up to Taco Bell's all the time in San Diego growing up, and I would say, "I'd like a Coke, please," and they would say, "What kind?" It's no joke. They ask you what kind, and you say if you say regular, then that means you want Coke. If you say diet, then you want Diet Coke. If you say you want Fanta, you get Fanta. They didn't have Fanta back in that day, but when you say Coke, you mean you want a drink. I want a drink of some kind of soda pop or whatever it is you want to call it. And some people in other states call it pop, and some people call it soda. Who knows? But yeah, those three terms. Tendies plus plus says Coke in South Carolina. It's really crazy because you can pull up and you can say like, "I'd like a Coke," and they'd say, "What kind?" And you say root beer. And so a lot of people go like, "Well, why didn't you just say you wanted a root beer first?" And it's like I don't know. It's just the way it was. You just said that I would like a Coke, and then they might ask you what size. It's all Coke. Monty, what's going on, man? Monty's got some kind of news he wants to release here. Did an AK? I didn't see an AK filing come through on my emails yet here. Look, Z Wade even said what I just said. He just said exactly what I just said. That's so funny. That thing exactly happened in San Diego as well in the South. But you go up north to Oregon, and it's called pop. It was the first time I ever ran into people saying pop, and I was like, "Pop? What the hell is that?" And they're like, "Pop? It's soda pop." And I was like, you call it pop? They're like, yeah, what kind of pop you want? And it's like, this sounds so stupid. But it's just because that's not what I was used to. Yep. Clutch says that soda on the south. Yep, it's south. South is soda. East, northeast is pop. And then various places it sounds like is Coke. Some places it's KL says it's soda pop. Some places they say both names. You says Dr. Pepper's carbonated sweet barbecue sauce. I never thought about it. You know how what does it say? What does it say on there, yo? You're gonna be able to remember better than I can. Does it say 21 flavors? All I can say is that I went to one of those places where they serve the shaved ice, and they had all the different flavors sitting out there, and I swear there was probably about 15 different flavors sitting out there. And so I decided to be just kind of wild and crazy and put a dash, a 23. You guys are saying 23. I went through and put like 15 different flavors, and I'm telling you, it had everything from bubble gum to coconut to every single flavor you can possibly imagine. I put them all into one thing, and you know what? You know what my damn uh, shaved ice tasted like? Dr. Pepper. I was like, oh my God, I figured out the recipe, and it really, truly, and honestly is all the flavors just mixed together, and it's Dr. Pepper. I had no idea. If you just mix them all in there evenly, because I put a very tiny squirt of each one, about the same amount, and it ended up tasting like Dr. Pepper. Tendies plus plus, we called that a suicide. Yeah, I think that's what my kids were. They were joking around. What happened, tendies is plus pluses, is that my kids were going like, "You should do a suicide," and I was like, "What's that?" And they're like, "You put a little bit of everything in each one," and I was like, "Oh, we used to do that with Coke." They probably were thinking like, "What?" But yeah, we used to do that with Coke, suicide Cokes, right? You put a little bit of each drink in there, and you got yourself a suicide Coke. And but yeah, so they were they were too afraid to do it because they were just happy to get an icy, and they just put their favorite flavors in. So I put every single one of the flavors in, and just I don't care. So put them all in, and it was Dr. Pepper. Right now, the VIX is up 4.76%. The SPY is down 0.62. Oil is up 2.39. HYMC is it's low, but it's not incredibly low. It's down 0.32. AMC is up right now. Hood's up. Everything else is red. And we just printed a TD9 on AMC, which means we'll be seeing a little bit of a retracement back down a little bit here. Synthetic price failure for Ape is going to be $1.94. Let me just verify that. Hold on one second. That's correct. Lucas says, fun fact, we don't have those machines in Europe, the ones where you can choose many different flavors. Wow. That sucks. But you guys don't do ice in your drinks either, though, right? I think that makes a big difference. Soda in the north, pop in the south. Is that what it is? I don't know, because they called it pop in Oregon, and that's north. Z Wade says secretly the Dr. Pepper factory is just loading in its competitors' products in the back door and mixing them. There might be some kind of truth to that. Thank you, Casey. That makes from the high 65% or no. We already reset synthetic price failure. So putting it up on the screen, we hit our last high previous to this one that we currently had was 403. We went down to $2.41, which was a 40.2% drop in price. We reset SPF when we hit $2.80 because we broke 15% at a 16.2% increase in price to 280. That reset, anything going above 15% of a low is a reset of the synthetic price failure, and you're now tracking for new lows. I mean, you can still track for new highs as well, but a new low will come in once you reset the synthetic price failure. A new low could come at any time. So that's what you should be doing is you should be keeping an Excel spreadsheet. If you're tracking it, Doug, you should be keeping an Excel spreadsheet open, and you're just tracking your price history on a daily basis. And when you hit a new low, you're typing it in. The formula for the column next to it for price change is just going to be it's going to be your current price divided by your previous price minus one, and that's going to be your percentage and change in price, and you're just constantly changing your next line lower, whatever it changes to. So if we go higher than 280 on Ape, for example, then I'll be changing the high to a new number, and it changes the values for your synthetic price failure to a higher value because it's always based off of percentages. So whatever your new high is, we're either tracking for new highs right now or we're tracking for new lows. So we're either going to go down and test a $1.94 synthetic price failure off of that 280, or we're going to set new highs. One of those two things is going to be happening. So you're tracking off of that 241 low that we had earlier. Yeah, I always felt like the soda versus pop thing was an East and West Coast thing versus North and South. I don't know. That's just kind of how I felt it was. Cops don't like road sodas. Oh, okay. Cops don't like road sodas. My son was blown away when I told him the fountain drinks were cold without ice and you tripled your amount a drink. Cops don't like road sodas. What does that mean? Road sodas. Cops. I don't think he meant cops. Tendies, did you mean cops? Did you really mean cops? Or was that a typo? BioLife says, Casey, you should make a common word lingo cheat sheet and post it. That way you can refer people to that instead of explaining words over and over. Where are they going to get it though, BioLife? Help me out, BioLife, and start making one. I'll post it up if you make it. Yep, sure thing, Doug. Uh, Kunte Kinte, I'm going to tell you the emphasis on strategic oil reserves is because I think it shows a sign of a weak economy. And I mean, if you want to go back to 1984 and revisit what the economy was like back in the 80s, it wasn't. It was just prior to coming out of if I'm not mistaken, there were some oil shortages that occurred. And so we started stockpiling oil, I think, in the strategic reserves after that 70s oil crisis. And so now we're heading back down to the state to where we're at levels at 1984. So you imagine for just a second what that means. What does that mean for our economy if suddenly something were to happen with oil? Now we know just yesterday somebody mentioned that OPEC is going to be reducing production by 2 million barrels a day. That's going to raise prices of gas, which means either we're going to have to dip more into our uh, strategic oil reserves to keep price stable, or we're going to see a massive increase in price in gasoline, and that is going to put a massive strain on the entire market. So you got to start asking yourself questions about like what does it mean to see our strategic oil reserves at levels back at 1984. I was born in 1976, Kunte Kinte. I'm telling you right now, man, like to see that we have dropped that much oil in our reserves to a year that's almost as old as I am is shocking and gives me goosebumps. It gives me goosebumps because I know I lived through the Cold War. I remember what the United States did to USSR and bankrupting them. I remember us. It, believe it or not, guys, Reagan was not popular when he was president. I hate to tell you this, but he wasn't all that popular. It wasn't until after he was president that really he started to gain a lot of popularity. You know, people started to understand what it was that he was trying to do, Reaganomics. And some people agree with it, some people don't. But I lived through it, and I don't, seeing our strategic oil reserves down to levels that we haven't seen since the 80s, it's not good, man. It's just not good. Lucas, I started streaming in the end of June, I think it was, of last year. It might have been the end of July. I can't remember which. I haven't deleted any videos willingly. Every once in a while, YouTube will shut one down for me, but you can go back and you can watch from the beginning if you want. It's changed quite a lot. Maggie's asking, Casey, will HYMC be delisted? No, not anytime soon. They got a long time to go. BioLife Hemp, you make it, I'll post it. Doctor says someone actually filed an inverse Kramer ETF. They did. It was pretty funny. And not only that, but Kramer's Twitter post was even funnier. It was he was a little bent out of shape about that. But there's proof out there. There's evidence that if you do the opposite of what Kramer says, that you tend to make more than if you were to listen. Captain Awesome says, I got gas in my state for 229 from Taco Bell. But you know what though? The problem with that is, Captain, I've been hitting my Taco Bells lately, and they're not what they used to be, man. Do you remember when those burritos used to fill you up? Like I remember I used to work like back in the 1990s, late 1990s. Well, no, early 1990s. 94, 95, 94. mid 1990s. I was working like 2 or 3 jobs going to community college, and I would live off of like a 2 burrito supremes and like 2 handfuls of fire sauce. Well, it wasn't fire back in the days; it was just the hot one that they had. And each handful of hot sauce was the hot sauce that I would use for 1 burrito. However many packets, it's probably like 10 packets. 10 packets of hot sauce per burrito, and I was full. I was full after I ate all that. I had my tomato paste with my burrito and my 2 burritos. I had a drink sometimes when I could afford it, and I was a happy puppy. It's not the same anymore now. Things aren't they're not the same. And I want to say, I want to say it's just because I can eat more, but they're just not tasty like they used to be. I don't even want to eat more than 2. Empire Fire, you just clued us into the fact that you live somewhere really far north in the U.S. or outside of the outside of North or South America. We now know that about you because you just said Taco Bell is authentic Mexican food. Thank you for the laugh. That's a good one, man. Ugh. Kale says Arby's is king. I can't eat Arby's. I look at that roast beef and it looks like it's got an oil slick on it. And I go like, and the smell, I just can't eat it, man. I can't even bring myself to stomach to put it in my mouth. It smells gross. I quite honestly don't know how you do it. Peter says, Casey, I missed that mystery. Me too. Good morning, Peter. Whatever happened to their Mexican pizzas? Those things were tasty. Papa Mac says, I've started a web page with common ape terminology. Papa Mac, I'm going to give you a admin rights long enough for you to post up a link for us to click on. Everybody be careful. I don't know what he's going to link here, so be careful before you just go clicking. I'll check it out first. Gotta be careful. You never know what you're gonna get. Life's like a box of chocolates. Let's see what you got here, Papa Mac. Sea Hill, people used to say that way back in the day that Del Taco was better. It's actually true now, I think. Taco Bell was lived long enough to become the enemy. And I actually think you might be right about that about Del Taco. They don't have any here where I live. I actually took when we went out to California not too long ago here. I took the whole family out to Del Taco just so they could see the difference between it because they were kind of wondering what that was all about since we don't have them here. They don't have them where I'm at, Doug. They got rid of their Mexican pizzas. No more. I can't say this name because I just can't. I'm really bad with names. Miepe? Miepe says Junior says Taco Bell equals Mexican equals insult. I agree, sir. None of us are really. I think we were joking. It's just a joke. Don't be offended. We know that's the case. At least most of us who are in the south side of the United States, we know that's the case. People who are kind of further north don't really understand what Mexican food's all about yet. They're still struggling to get their proper Mexican food that just it's when I lived in Oregon, guys, when they told me that the closest thing that I could find to authentic food was going to be in El Torito's, I laughed in their faces. They thought I was disrespectful. It didn't it didn't work well for me. That I instantly became like a target at work when I laughed at their El Torito or El yeah El Toritos. El Toritos? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I think that's right. They're back in stock. Not where I live. It's like saying chicken Alfredo is Italian. All right. No offense, Papa Mac, but I'm going to take away the privileges now. Let me check on this link here. Chimp to Silverback. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin. Let's see. Basics. I love how you spelled that. That is awesome, man. That is all you needed is some like crayons or something in here. Let's see here. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. It's a start. It's definitely a good start. Let's start adding to it. I can get behind this. Good start, man. I do love that the books are in those crayon colors. That's awesome. If I'm not mistaken, I think I'm pretty sure Marcel might have something like this on his server as well. I don't know for a fact. I don't actually. I mean, I go on there, but I don't really like go around and search. He's got a policy where you're not allowed to take information from and use his information elsewhere. And it's not the reason I don't go there. It's just that I don't ever want to go there because I don't want him to think that I'm trying to take things. So anything that I find on my own. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to pull information from them or steal or take anything away at all. And I understand. I understand where he's coming from, and it's not. I don't view it as intrusive. You know, for him to not want people to take information away from where his think tank that they've worked on hard. I get that. I understand. I would respect it. I really, truly, honestly respect that. So that's why I don't go to the think tank just because I don't want to. I want what it is that I provide here to be something separate from what everybody else has to provide. I don't want it to just be a rehashing of everything else that everybody else is saying. It's something new. It's something original. It's never going to be what other people are trying to put up. Because I don't want to talk about what other people are talking about. And I end up talking about what they talk about anyways. Because people come in and ask, what do you think about what so and so said? All right, time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Let's see what we got going on. It's just a little bit past 10 here. I always say on the hour, every hour, but it's kind of like give or take. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to log into my broker. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. So if there's something specific you want me to comment or read, you'll have to wait until you see that big tramp back up there again. Two-factor authentication, if you do not have it, you may want to set it up as it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account. And while you're at it, setting it up, make sure you put in a secondary phone number so you can send that code to a different number if you need to. Doesn't hurt to have backups. I don't know about you guys, but I've got a MOASS checklist out there. If you guys are interested, I think it might. Let me just check and see if it's in my description. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's already in the description in here. I do not. Do I not have this in here? Yes, I do. Okay. If you go to my description box in there, I've got a MOASS checklist that you can go to, and it's meant to be something that will help you to um, be able to know that you're ready and prepared for MOASS when it comes. Go through that checklist and look at those things and see if you're ready. Because I can almost guarantee you that there's at least one item that you're probably missing on that checklist. It is really crucial to have a lot of different safety features set up and ready for yourself for the future for very specific reasons. So make sure you look into that. Check it out. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange, as of an hour ago, we had extremely high volume through the off exchange on AMC. By this time in the morning, I would expect about 49% going through the off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% through EDGX. Those would be kind of normal numbers. Taking a look at AMC and Ape, let's see, AMC's got 58.31, so that's kind of settled down a little bit. 58.31, EDGX at 10.13. So EDGX is definitely a little bit lower than where it should be, but off exchange is still high. The combined amount between the two is 68.44%. It was like 77% earlier. So it's definitely come down like 10% in the last hour. So they've more than likely they've got volume under control. So they don't have to use the off exchange as much. Ape on the other hand has 53.57 and ooh, we have a new look at that, guys. We have a new winner. I'm not sure if you're seeing this, but CHX Exchange, which normally trades 0.22, has 12.3% volume today. Let's see what that is. CHX. Hold on a second. We got an abnormality here. Did I type it right? Hold on a second. Oh, CHX. I don't know why I put E. All right, let's see what we got going on here. NYSE Chicago, formerly known as the Chicago Stock Exchange, is a stock exchange in Chicago, Illinois. The exchange is National Securities Exchange and self-regulatory organization, which operates under the oversight of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. International Exchange (ICE) acquired CHX in July 2018, and the exchange rebranded as NYSE Chicago in February of 2019. The Chicago Stock Exchange was founded in a formal meeting on March 21st of 1882. At this time, Charles Henrotin was elected as the chairman and president. In April that year, a lease was taken out on 115 Dearborn Street for the location of the exchange, and during that year, 750 memberships were sold. On May 15th, 1882, the Chicago Stock Exchange officially became public and opened its offices. The Henrotin with Henderson being the first to promote it along with some businesses associates. In 1894, the Chicago Stock Exchange moved its trading floor to the old Chicago Stock Exchange building, designed by the firm of Adler and Sullivan, Adler and Sullivan, which was located at corner of Washington and LaSalle Streets. The old Chicago Stock Exchange building was demolished in 1972, but the original trading floor and main entrance can now be found at the Art Institute of Chicago. The exchange began to flourish significantly in the late 1880s, with the rate of transactions of stocks and bonds increasing and earning them big profits. Let's see here. I'm going to go to 2001 present and read from that. At the beginning of the new millennium, several major changes occurred in 2005. The SEC approved a change of ownership structure of the CHX from a not-for-profit member-owned company to a for-profit stockholder-owned corporation. The CHX now operates as a direct and wholly owned subsidiary of the CHX Holdings Incorporated, a Delaware corporation. Later in 2005, the CHX ooh, you know what that means, guys? I think I know what this means. I think Adam Air may have sold some shares. That's what it could mean. I guess we'll see. Later in 2005, the CHX implemented the electronic book trading platform, the predecessor technology of the new trading model matching system. In 2006, the exchange announced regulatory and shareholder approval of an investment in the CHX by Bank of America Corporation, Bear Stearns, acquired by J.P. Morgan Chase in 2008, E-Trade Financial Corporation, and Goldman Sachs and Company. In the same year that CHX announced that it had completed the migration to the new trading model platform, the CHX matching system. The National Stock Exchange ceased trading operations on May 30th, 2014, bringing the number of active stock exchanges in the United States to 11. Wrote Bloomberg that left just one public exchange, the Chicago Stock Exchange Incorporated, that isn't owned, BATS, NASDAQ, OMX Group, or Intercontinental Exchange Group Incorporated. On February 5th, 2016, Chongqing Casin Enterprise Group, a Chinese-led investment group, entered into a definitive agreement to acquire CHX Holdings Incorporated, the parent corporation of the Chicago Stock Exchange, for undisclosed amount, which is subject to regulatory approvals. The privately held Casin Group, Casin, I don't know, was founded in 1997. A minority ownership position is held by Bank of America, E-Trade, Goldman Sachs, and J.P. Morgan Chase. Bank of America and J.P. Morgan are my top two that I've been watching that I think are in trouble. The acquisition is valued to be less than $100 million. However, the deal was questioned by then candidate Donald Trump during his 2016 presidential campaign. Moreover, Congressman Robert Pittenger urged the United States Department of the Treasury to look into the Casin Group's background. By August 2017, the deal was still pending with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission expressing reservations. The sale was blocked by the government in February of 2018. The New York Stock Exchange parent company, Intercontinental Exchange Incorporated, agreed to acquire the 136-year-old market for an undisclosed amount. CHX will continue to operate as a registered national securities exchange till the end of 2019, when CHX will cease to exist. End of 2019, when CHX will cease to exist. What? Hold on a second here. Wow. What is this? In 2016, CHX rolled out its on-demand auction product, CHX Snap, which stands for Sub-Second Non-Displayed Auction Process, which received regulatory approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission in October 2015 and a thorough review from the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. CHX Snap is designed to facilitate bulk trading of securities on a lit market and to minimize speed and information advantages enjoyed by only a few market participants. I'm wondering, why is there so much volume going through there? All right, so what I feel like this is telling me is that there's a possibility here that obviously the SEC has control over this. So perhaps these trades are being placed by the SEC through a off exchange. Maybe they want control over where these shares are going through this off exchange. I have no idea. But the fact is you can see what the 30-day average is on those values, sitting right here where my finger's pointing, CHX. Our normal 30-day average volume going through CHX is 0.22% of our total volume. A minuscule amount of shares, right? But today it's at 12.3%. Something happened. Something's going on here. Okay, interesting. Total amount of volume going through the CBOE EDGX is at 7.72. Total amount of volume going through those two exchanges is 61.29%, which is not very elevated. It's oh, my watch is talking to me. Stop talking. That's I mean it's higher than what I would expect by this time of the morning, but not extremely high. Taking a look at Ortex data. Remember, guys, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you're writing until you see the big tramp back on the screen again. So hold those thoughts. Just a few more minutes here. Looking at AMC, an hour ago there was 1.02 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 804,000 shares, so that's a little bit of a drop there. That's going to result in a slight drop down in estimated short share interest. The free float showing up at 19.2%. Cost of borrow averages at 26.47. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 900,000 shares day over day, with I'm estimating a return of about 300,000 shares in short interest. Current amount of shares on loan is 184.87 million shares. AMC or Ape rather, an hour ago was showing 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.85. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.69%. Cost of our average at 5.15. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 25.69 million, which is a decrease of 1.7 million shares day over day. Let's see here. So I want to do some research. I want to go look up this CHX and figure out what the heck is going on here. Let's see. Taking you over to the options. Highest amount of volume. That's all my mind can think about right now is CHX. Volume right now for call options is highest at $7.50 strike. It went from 5.6 thousand contracts to 12.5. Puts this morning highest amount of volume at $7 strike. An hour ago it was 2.5 thousand contracts. It's now 4.7. This is why I watch the line, guys. It's important to know when you see changes like this. They are usually flags that tell you something is happening. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $9.73. Not too far lower than where it closed at yesterday, which was $9.81. So we're looking like 8 cents less than what we were yesterday at close. It looks like we're about ready to break a level of resistance, or are breaking a level of resistance right there. If this does break through, we could see price run a little bit. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape was not on the top 30 list today. This morning when I checked it earlier, AMC and GME were. Let's see here what we got going on. Ape is the only one on the list now. AMC and GME have fallen off the list, but Ape is back on, and it's got a 74% buy to 25% sell ratio. So looking pretty strong. I don't know what's going on. But it's flip-flopped. Taking a look at SSR, trigger price for the day-to-day is at $6.60 for AMC. Ape is at 2.205. Might be able to round that up to 2.2, probably round it down, 2.2. Shares available to borrow looks like only returns so far this morning for the most part. Yep. And fees are sitting at 21.1%. So far for the day-to-day on Stonko Tracker, we've seen about 400,000 shares having been borrowed. Oh, son of a gun, I just closed that window out. Give me a second here, guys. There we go. Taking a look at NASDAQ is up 0.07%. Dow Jones is down 0.31, and the S&P 500 is down 0.21. The market's still declining, but doing better than it was an hour ago at 3,888 decliners to 2,843 advancers. The VIX is up 2.8. VTI is down 0.19. IWD is down 0.4. Tesla is down 0.85. Amazon is up 0.21. Cinemark down 3.45. Doge is down 0.29. Bitcoin is down 0.25. GME is up 0.53. HYMC is up 0.56. Hood is up 1.86. NCMI is down 4.91. Ape is down 4.55. And AMC is up 1.35. Inflow versus outflow. We have about $2 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today on AMC, with 8.8 million shares traded after 100 and oh my, is that 114 minutes? I think 29.33 million shares traded by the end of the day is the pace that we're on currently. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. That's looking like it's going to be very, very accurate. On the hourly time interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.4, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.43, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.71, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $600,000 more in inflow than outflow for the day, with 5.89 million shares traded after 114 minutes, putting us on pace for 20.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And the pre-market, I suggested we might see a sub 10 day. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case anymore, but I did predict 5 to 25 million, so I think we'll be within that range. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.04, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.37, which is almost signaling oversold. After it's going to be a double dip into oversold here if it keeps going down. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.1, which is below average. With that, I'm hoping, my hopes is that I've come back to the comment section and you guys are talking about CHX. Very first comment I read. Michael says CHX was high on AMC. Was it? Let's go back over and check. I didn't even notice. It did. You're right. It is. You're not wrong. Okay, let's try GME. I'm gonna look up GME and see if it's also the same. Nope. No CHX on GA. CHX has normally got a 30-day average on GME at 0.23 on for today it's 0.15. So no change on GME. Let's check. Let's try HYMC. See what we got going there. Come on, pull up. There we go. Nope. Average 30 days 0.09 for HYMC. It's 0.03. There is another exchange though that does have a little bit elevated numbers. 30-day average for MEMX is 3.85 today. It's 6.62, so it's double what it would normally be. NASDAQ is pretty low for right now, but it could end up going up. NASDAQ GSM. Let's see, what else should we search out? Let's just check like a random, like Amazon. Amazon has Average 30-day for CHX is 1.06%, and today it's 0.14. What about Tesla? Let's just do one more. Tesla. Tesla's got normal would be about 0.83. It's sitting at 0.37. So the only place that we're really seeing a big change is AMC and Ape. And you're not wrong. It was high on. The only reason I didn't notice it though was because of the fact that I was looking at EDGX, which was usually number 2, and it was, so I didn't notice it. But you're not wrong. It's definitely elevated. Interesting. It's me. You can do whatever you want, man. It's entirely up to you. If you want to put a down vote, you can. You want to put an up vote, you can. It doesn't make a difference. It really, in my opinion, I'm here to buck the system. And if you guys want to make this a down like day, every single one of you want to put it down like, you do it. You just go right on ahead because it'll make me happy. It will. It'll make me happy because screw the system, man. I'm not really that kind of person. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not like to the point to where I'm all like, I'm not like super like crazy about like screw the system kind of thing. But I really do like seeing underdogs win, and I guess if I like seeing underdogs win, I should be for the system. I don't know, but yeah, screw the system. All right, ABC's got some good information here. Let me. All right, I'm sending you. I'm adding you, yo. Hold on a second. Let me read what let me see what ABC wrote. Chicago Stock Exchange, a major exchange trading only stocks with 90% of trades taking place on an automated execution system called MAX. CHX's robust matching system, innovative products, and connectivity to order sending firms and market makers enables the exchange offer functionality beyond the simple matching of orders. CHX is an ideal venue for hedge funds, option market makers, quantitative traders, professional traders, and active individual traders that require immediate and automated execution. If I had to guess, guys, one of a couple things could be happening here. Credit Suisse could be blowing the heck up, right? And all their positions are being settled through CHX with other institutions who are short and they're buying up their positions. That could be option number one. Option number two could potentially be Adam Aaron potentially selling shares to the market, and they are sucking those bad boys up as fast as they possibly can because they don't want anybody else getting them, and they're throwing them through the CHX. That could be option number two. Part of that option number two is that the SEC may want those to be going through there so they know who's buying them. It could be they want to put, maybe they really want to see exactly where these shares are going, who's taking them. That could be part of it because it is a SEC owned exchange now, at least from what I could read. That's what it seems like. Third option, I don't know. I have one yet. Those are the only two things I can think of right now. But I'm going to start diving into this some more and trying to figure out what the heck that exchange is all about and figuring out what could potentially be happening there. Uh, I'm not going to say, I don't think it's a bad thing, Doug. It just means that something's happening. I don't know yet. I have no idea. Dude, I'm not kidding. It's me. Put it down, thumb. I don't care. It don't matter. Yeah, I know. crazy things are happening. First vert, now this. It is very sus. I don't know that for a fact, Lucas. I'm just saying, what are the possibilities? Why are we suddenly seeing an inactive exchange suddenly start trading large amounts of volume, right? And when I say large amounts of volume, I'm saying large amounts compared to what it normally trades. In all fairness, I mean we only have 8.92 million shares traded so far for the day to day. 6% of that 8.92 would be let's see, 530,000 shares. So in reality, it's not even a million shares that's been traded through there. So that's not a huge amount, but it is a fair amount of shares. Yeah, Ken says if it is Adam Aaron selling, we'll know. I believe they have 4 days to file the 8K. 8K? I think it's 8K. I think he has 4 days to file that, so we should know within 4 days. But I have a feeling that they'll probably file it the very same day. And the reason that I say that I think that they will file it the same day is because we're all going to know. The market's going to know that those shares are there, and it's going to start reporting outstanding shares higher, and we'll see it tomorrow. So there's no sense in waiting once they start selling. All right, let me. Those are older but juicy. Let me take a look. And no offense by taking away the moderator status, but let me see what we got here. So one of them is an article about that China Casin. It's probably Casin or something like that group. Sounds like it was a pretty shady group there that they, they didn't give access to. Let's see here. I guess a third option for why what we're seeing have happen in CHX could, well, I can't imagine that they would use CHX to do this though, because the SEC would be all over it. I guess my question is it buying volume or selling volume? I mean, it's both. I understand that, but who's doing the buying and who's doing the selling, and are they making a profit on these, or are they losing money on the transactions? If anybody wants to look up and see if you can see where those transactions are happening through those exchanges, through Fidelity Active Trader Pro, you could probably see it there. Um, I guess the field of actually don't look that up. It's not going to help. The field of who has access into theirs is very large, and it would be difficult to know. Um, yeah, both those articles are Chinese. Okay. Yes, there is Dr. Dre. Wait. Hold on a second. No. No, because I don't think I was tracking this last year. And let me go back real quick here. I don't think off exchange checks that information, but let me just check something real quick here. Give me 1 second while I look something up real fast. Does it show it by? Yes, we can. Yes, we can absolutely look that up. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you. 1 second. We'll see if we've seen something like this happen in the past. I can actually look this up. Chartexchange.com actually reports all the data and records it for historical purposes, which is awesome. I can go right back to the end of. I can go back really far here. Let me see here. CHX. Let's see. What do we got? Where we got it? Where is it? Is it on here? There it is. That's weird. There's missing data on 524. Either missing data or I can't. It's missing data. Hold on a second. Let me change my. Yep, it's blank. So there's legit days. I'm just gonna throw this out there. On 524 of last year, uh, it- on all the days preceding and after, the two or 3 days preceding and after of 524, they have legit 0.00 traded through CHX, but 524 is listed blank. Now I don't think there's a holiday on 524. 22, 23. No, there's no holiday. It was after a weekend. It would have been a Monday. But the data is blank. Instead of printing 0.00, it's a blank value. And there's also a blank value on 5/7. But the rest, all the other dates show information, and it's really low numbers, extremely low numbers. Let me go back another page here. Let me see. I'm going to look for and see if there's any spikes on the CHX from the past. I don't see anything at all. I'm going back to January. Okay, here we go. There's a spike on February 4th of last year of 1.02% when it was normally trading somewhere like zero. There's a spike on the 15th they basically trade zero like almost all the time, and it spiked on the 15th to 0.25, and also on January 12th at to 0.24%. So there were some large spikes in there. Also, 219 has a spike to 0.75. Let's check out GME. I'm going to go back to GME, and I'm actually going to check GME and see if it had spikes during those periods of time when it exploded last year. Give me 1 second. This is what we were talking about, like this whole like investigative degree. I work as an investigator private on the side for the fun of it, who doesn't? Going back here on GME, let's see what we got. CHX, where are you at? It moves it. Okay. All right, here we go. We've got, yes, there were spikes on that as well. So it traded normally. I don't know what the 30-day average is, but it was kind of trading normally, somewhere around any from like 0 to I don't know, 10 to a quarter, 0.25 on 128. But right after the blow up of price is when it really started spiking. So 128 was the very first day that it went up to 0.25. Then by 211 February, it was up to a full percent being traded. There was a spike up to 1% and then 1.38%. A few days later, it hit 1.27. So there was definitely a spike after the fact, not beforehand though. Let me just check one more page back here and see if there was any spikes beforehand. Yes, there was. 12/22, there was a spike to 1.26. Oh, damn. Damn. Here we go. 12/9 had a 2.06%. Then there's a blank for 12/10. 12/11 goes to 4.69. Then you've got 12/14, 4.16. Then on 12/16, it goes to 4.26. On 12/17, it goes to 8.06. 8.06 on 12/17. Massive spike hit on 12/17, which is almost a month and a half before the explosion in price on GME. Let me just filter through real quick on all the other pages just to make sure it never did that any other previous time. I'm just going to quickly filter through. Holy shit, guys. Oh, wait, come back. What was that? Holy shit balls. There's a few 1%ers on GME cents. There's almost a 2% on 817. But to current date, nothing like that spike ever again. What does this mean? What does this mean? We got to figure this out. Oh, geez, what does this mean? Why are we seeing this exchange suddenly spike? Okay, somebody go back. We need to go back to 12. Let me go back and figure that out real quick. What was the date for that? 12. I think it was 12/5, 12 something. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you guys the link to the page in case you want to see what it is I'm looking at. I'm just gonna post in GMEs here. You guys can just scroll down on the page. There you go. Hold on a second. If you go to that link that I just posted in there, what you'll see is the same exact thing that I'm seeing. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, it has the values are down there at the bottom of the page, and you can actually scroll back to anytime you want to on the GME volume by exchange, and you can scroll back in history as far back as you want. Seems like there's like 24 pages worth, which takes you pretty far back, and you can go back to December of 2020, December of 2020, and you can see the spike. The biggest spike was on 12/17 to 8.06% on CHX. 12/17 was approximately a month and a half or less before price really started taking off. What happened? The big spike started occurring on 12/9, and then 12/17 was the biggest one. So it jumped from like basically 0% to 2.2% on 12/9. So I want somebody to go back and look at no, I'm just going to do it, Y charts. I'm going to look up Y charts volume. Y charts, let's see, GME outstanding shares, Y charts. And I'm going to see what their outstanding shares were during that period of time and see if there was a share issuance right around December of 2020. Let's see what we got here. Nope. No share issuance on December of 2020. It did. There was a slight share issuance on December 1st. But I mean, it was so slight. I know it was a decrease. They decreased the amount of shares that were out there. It went from 260.80 million shares to 260.59 million shares on December 1st. January 30th was the only day that where there was a share increase in outstanding shares to 261.2. Am I looking at the right stock? Hold on a second. I am looking at the right stock. Why is it? Those numbers are too high. Why do those numbers seem too high? That doesn't seem accurate. 290. I thought they were like in the 70s. Hold up. Am I looking at the right year? I am looking at the right year. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they have like 70 million shares or something like that back then? I feel like they had way less than what I'm seeing being reported here on. What am I looking? I feel like I'm going crazy here. Shares outstanding. I have the right stock, GME. This is saying that GME in 2020 December had 260.59 million shares. I don't believe that to be right. Hold on a second. How do I confirm this? How do I confirm this? Give me a second here, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. What? Where? I'm gonna try and use Ortex. I think Ortex shows outstanding shares. Where is it? I actually just ran across a great website for looking at outstanding share history, and I can't remember where the heck I found it at. I'm like positive that they had like way less than that many shares. Like that seems like way too high. That's how many AMC had. Let me go back to that chart again. There's no way. Hold 'Hold on a second. There's just no way. 304. It's saying it increased from 52. What the heck? All right, so I'm getting different data here now. So now I'm on another site, and I'm on a site called shareoutstandinghistory.com, and they're saying that GME on 7/31 of 2019 had 52.75 million shares, and then from 7/31 2019 to 12/4 it increased to 263.69 million shares, which is a massive increase if that's the case, and not anything close to what was being reported on the site that I was just looking at. And I don't remember it being like that. I remember it being like 70 million shares or something like that in January. Where can I double check this? Something not right here. Because there's no way that it had 263 million shares. That's how many shares AMC had. AMC had that many shares back in December, and I know the whole premise behind the idea that that GME guys were saying like don't do AMC was because the idea that our shares were that high in comparison to their shares that they had. Uh, these numbers are changed. These aren't right. There's something wrong here. Why are these numbers? Help me think, guys. We need to find some place where we can find what the actual amount of outstanding shares are. I know. We can go back to some of the videos from DFV. That's it. We go back to DFV's numbers. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up his videos.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so
What date is this? April 16th, 2021. I need a video further back than that. Was he was still doing videos in April?
Rod? Rod.
No.
Look, it's at least generating positive cash flow. Ah, I should look into this again.
August 30th. Okay, I found a video from August 30th. I'm getting close here now, guys. Give me a second. It's August 19th of 2020.
I remember, and buried.
September. December 11th. This should do.
Oh, that's not that much volume. That's not that much volume. Shh. It's not that much. 7? 7? 24. 7?
Give me a second. I'm looking. I'm trying to skip to a part of his video where he shows his data. All right, here we go. What is this? I gotta have outstanding shares in here somewhere. Come on, DFV, you can show me. Show me the way. Show me the way, buddy. Where are your numbers? Sorry, guys. Give me just a minute here. $47 million sounds right. Island of Dr. Moreau says GME was 47 million. That sounds right to me. That's what I'm thinking. But all these websites that I'm looking at, I'm looking for what the outstanding amount of shares were in January of 2020. Or not January 2020, I'm sorry. December. Well, actually, December of, let's January 1st of 2021 works. It doesn't really matter as long as we get it after December. I need to know what December's volume was. I need to know if there was an increase in December in the amount of shares that were in outstanding shares, is essentially what I need to know. Was there an increase of shares in December of 2020? If there was an increase in shares in 2020, how much? How many shares? What are we looking at?
Latest, I still see $3.
That number that you're saying, though, that 40 something million shares is what I remember, and all the sites that I'm looking at now are reporting numbers that are not even close to that, which is not good. I want to find accurate data.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hmm.
And then Tuesday was like catching back up, right?
I'm gonna find it. I want to see it. I want to see historical data. I don't want to just guess. I want to know what the exact amount of shares were. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that there was no share dilution in December. I think that's a pretty safe statement. Here we go. I think I found it. Nope, he's got market cap and price listed. He doesn't have he doesn't have anything in here about outstanding shares. So frustrating. This is what happens, guys, when I start doing research. I get quiet. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to put up with it because I can't do this and talk at the same time. It's like nearly impossible for me to do. Yeah, I don't see it. Somebody see if you can find me that information, but like get like verified. We need verified information on how many shares were outstanding and whether or not there was any kind of share dilution on GME in the month of December. If there was no share dilution in the month of December, then the CHX volume spikes make no sense whatsoever. What we can do is we can go and cross-reference those spikes on those dates to particular activity that we may or may not see on Ortex. So let me go ahead and pull Ortex up over to the other screen here real quick. I'm going to pull up GME on here real fast, and we'll take a look and do a cross comparison to see what was happening with the market during that period of time in regards to short interest and a lot of other a lot of the other indicators that we can look at. And specifically, I'm going to be looking for something that happened on either 12/7, right around 12/7 or 12/9 specifically. So I'm going to come over here and take a look at that time frame, 12/7 or 12/9 of December of 2020. All right, so let's get our different indicators showing up on here. Utilization was at 100% back then. Let's see, on loan amounts were showing up here. 12/7, or what did I say? The dates were 12. The first elevated spike is on 12/7, 12/9 is the day that it went up to 2%. So not anything real specific in here. Nothing really odd showing up there. On loan average age per day kind of rocketing a little bit. There was a little bit of a dip on loan average age per day going into that time frame, but nothing abnormal. The biggest day that we had a spike on CHX was 12/17, which is going to be right there, and actually was the bottom of the on loan amount decreasing. The on loan amount that they had was 200 million shares on loan, and it hit a bottom on that day and then started rising again. Utilization, we don't need to see that was 100%. Short share interest of the free float is not going to really change that much. You can tell based off of just on loan amounts. Failure to delivers started stacking on December 2nd. So there were some failure to delivers that were kind of stacking there on the 2nd. Then on the 3rd, those failure delivers went from 4.25 to 7.15 on the 3rd. What was the day that I said it spiked on the CHX? First day that it spiked was the 7th. So 3rd, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 days later. But by that time, failure delivers were already decreasing. So there was definitely an increase in failure to delivers when that occurred. Security lending volume doesn't seem to have any abnormal activity. In fact, the spiking on security lending volume occurred well before that in November. It was pretty benign in that period of time. Let's see here. What else could I look at? Cost to borrow. Cost to borrow rose really sharply right at that time. Cost to borrow started increasing quite a bit right about that time. So cost to borrow had hit a low on December 2nd, and by December 10th, it had spiked from a low of 10.3 to 18.34. So it increased by like 8.34%. So let's take that information and see what that looks like on AMC. I know we just did recently have a spike in cost to borrow on AMC. We were seeing, I think, like 9% or 17. I can't remember what it was. Let's just pull it up. There's no sense in guessing. I can just pull the data. We did see a spike in cost to borrow just recently on AMC as well. And this is the spike I was talking about. We were at 17% cost to borrow, and it spiked up to 18. Well, we're at 26 right now. Cost to borrow is 26 at this moment in time. But the cost to borrow that's showing up, that this indicator right here is showing a different value than what's showing up over here as the cost to borrow average. Let's compare that, see what those look like. Cost to borrow average versus cost to borrow. Cost to borrow average, new. And that should be, yeah, okay. So there's your spike right there in our cost to borrow average. Let's see how that compared back to the past on, let's get rid of all this other junk in here. Yep, there's a spike. Big spike in cost to borrow average went from 9.72 all the way up to 18.34. No, 98.34. What am I saying? It went from 9.72 all the way up to 98.34. Right on December 10th was the day. The biggest spike happened on between December 1st and December 4th, where cost to borrow went from 9.72 up to 29.68. AMC's moved from, we've had a couple double spikes here. We went from recently from a 17.35 all the way up to 28. We dropped back down to 22, back up to 29. So we're fluctuating a little bit here, but we definitely had a spike. But we didn't see, we've had cost to borrow up in these ranges back here when we actually saw a rise in cost to borrow back here where we went from 8.73 up to 18.69. But we didn't see, let me just verify and make sure that we didn't see that on AMC for, let's see here. What are these dates? These dates are August 24th is when we had these spikes. So let me pull this up real quick here. Let me see if CHX had spikes during that period of time as well. So was it August 24th? CHX is this column. There was a spike, a very small spike on the 24th, up 0.61%. It was averaging somewhere less. It was less than 0.2. Most days were under 0.1. So, and then all of a sudden it spiked up to 0.61 right on the 24th, which is the day where one of the days where this started spiking. It was the last day where it reached the top. So it looks like I'm seeing a little bit of a correlation here to cost to borrow rising and spikes in CHX trades. It does seem like there's a little bit of correlation here. So the question is does that mean that we're going to start seeing cost to borrow rising even more sharply here soon? That would be the next question, because we just saw a massive spike in CHX trades. Of course, don't forget the day is not over yet. I want to see what the final numbers are by the end of the day today, but I mean, that is a pretty big jump. I think I'm done talking about this for now, guys, because I need to take a break. I need to run through the numbers one more time, and I know I haven't been reading what it is you guys are saying, and I've just kind of been doing my own thing here. I apologize for that, but I only have so many screens. I can't I can only do so much with what I got, and so I can't see what it is you guys are saying, unfortunately. So give me a second. I'll kind of come back over to the screen and check out. I should probably take my big tramp off. Oh, I think it is off the page. So yeah, so when you can't see the big tramp, I can't see you. So let me take this off the page here, and we'll keep looking at what's going on with our numbers. But I definitely feel like there's like whenever we see cost to borrow start to rise, we see CHX spikes in volume, and prices do tend to spike after that. I've never seen this correlation before, never seen it drawn out before, never seen anybody talk about this before. Failure to deliver data did drive up a little bit during that period of time, Mega Johnny, because I just went over there and looked at it. It did drive up a little bit. prior, but not. I mean, there wasn't like it slowly. It very quickly was reduced. So I wouldn't say that there's any kind of correlation there. And I can't see failure delivers for current day. It's a backwards. It's a delayed reporting of 15 days. So I can't look at for AMC currently. I can see what it is you guys are writing again. It is time to run through the numbers, get through these numbers real fast. Remember Tank Dog with my suck, squeeze, bang, blow? On suck, squeeze, bang, blow, volume drops, price stays relatively the same. So my answer to you would be is that we're going to stay relatively the same in price. Probably not a whole lot of change. That's if suck, squeeze, bang, blow still works. It's difficult to say now that we have Ape in the mix of everything. Let me see if I can get on Twitter right now. Yeah, I'm not having a problem. Yo says NYSE Chicago is an ideal venue for hedge funds, option market maker. Yeah, that was one of the things I had read earlier from the. Yep, that's what I read from the wiki. Yeah, NYSE Chicago is yes. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It's time. Man, it sucks that I'm only showing 239 people here, and it's like, dude, I wish more people were seeing this. I wish more people were seeing this right now. I really hope that people have a chance or an opportunity to see this. Is kind of cool. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to the other page. And I know I just spent like an hour looking at something and probably doesn't feel like I've really accomplished a whole lot there, but to me, I think we're getting somewhere in identifying something that's happening that we haven't seen before or didn't recognize before as a common trend. And I do see CHX as being something that does appear to have some kind of relationship to cost to borrow rising. It could be that somebody needs shares really badly right away quickly. That's what it looks like anyways. And it seems like they end up paying or having to pay a ton of money for those shares. I think the exciting part about it is we're seeing it spike on both AMC and Ape. And the important factor about that specifically is the fact that oftentimes price spikes after that are common, and we have such a large number. We're gonna have to wait to see how the day ends with those numbers. It may actually drop before the end of the day is over. Like we could see like a big spike in volume, and it makes that number look much smaller. But we would have to see a spike in volume in order for that to occur, which is always a possibility. Danny, I saw it when I started covering the numbers an hour ago. So when I started looking at almost an hour and 10 minutes ago. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here with off exchange right now. As of right now, off exchange for AMC currently at 60.64. Oops. And EDGX is at 8.84. The combined total of those is 69.48%. Nice. That CHX is at 5.13. I think that's a little bit down. I think it was 6% a little bit earlier ago, so that is coming down. Taking a look at Ape, this is where I really noticed it because the CHX was at like 12%, and you can see it's already starting to drop pretty dramatically. Already down to 8.71%, but off exchange at 55.42%, and EDGX at 7.66 for a grand total 63.08% of our total volume going through those two exchanges. CHX still elevated though at 8.71%. That is definitely a very high number. Actually, I think 8 might have been where it was before. That might have been where it was. I can't recall. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. My memory sucks. I wish my memory was better. Let's see here. Taking a look at AMC and Ape. Let's see what we got going on here for Ortex data. Thank you, Chart Exchange. If it had not been for Chart Exchange, I never would have seen that. Hats off to them for reporting that information and keeping an accurate log for so long. Holy crap, man. That's bigger than that log I saw in that college dorm toilet when I was younger. Guys, it was bad. It was really, really bad. I have nightmares to this day about it. It was really, it was a stinker. Let's see here. Back in the college days, you see crazy stuff you never thought you'd see, and it scars you for life. Let's see here. An hour ago, we had 804,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now down to 218,000 shares. That's going to drop the short share interest of the free float to 19.16%. Cost of borrow average is at 26.37. Shares on loan is at 184.87 million shares. That's down day over day by 900,000 shares. I'm estimating about 300,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was a borrowing of 1.85 million shares. It's still the same value. 7.69% is the estimated short share interest of the free float. As a result, cost of borrow average is at 5.15. We have not seen a spike on cost of borrow average on Ape. However, we are seeing the spike in CHX, which is kind of odd. Shares on loan is down day over day by 1.7 million shares to 25.69 million shares for the day. That is all in short interest. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call options as of an hour ago was at $7.50. There was 12.5 thousand contracts. There's now 17.2. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike price. There was 4.7 thousand contracts. There's now 5.4. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, it's currently at $9.68. We are kind of trading sideways here. We did break this resistance line here, but what it appears like what we're doing right now is just consolidating quite a bit. I'm actually going to put that right there and this one right here, and yeah, a lot of consolidation. It doesn't matter where I put this, it's just going to continue to trade sideways. Even if I just put that right there. And then I've got it's going to replace this with this. I don't know what to tell you guys. We're just getting some massive consolidation right now. It looks like the market just doesn't want to do anything. Or it could be breaking out of this wedge on the top side. But for the most part, it just looks like consolidation right now. Current combined price of AMC and Ape is $9.69. Ape was earlier this morning, the first 30 minutes of opening, AMC and GME were both on the list here, and Ape was not. Then an hour later, Ape was on the list, and AMC and GME were off the list. Let's see what it looks like now. Probably all off, right? Ape's still on the list with a 76 buy to 23% or 24% sell ratio. Looking very, very strong. AMC and Ape have not made it back, or AMC and GME have not made it back up on the list here for top 30 most heavily traded stocks by orders. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $6.60. It is on or triggered from yesterday. 550,000 shares available to borrow. Oh yeah, Ape, by the way, triggers at 2.205 for SSR. Both of them are on from yesterday's price movements. Only returns in the last 2 hours Fees are at 22.3% and climbing. NASDAQ is down 0.35, Dow Jones is down 0.62, the S&P 500 is down 0.58. We currently have a declining market again with 4,129 decliners to 2,652. It was always declining so far for the day, but it was starting to improve. Now it's starting to not improve. The VIX is up 4.66 and getting ready to break 30 again. VTI is down 0.58. IWD is down 0.77. Tesla's down 1.37. Amazon down 0.45. Cinemark is down 4.5. Doge is down 1.05. Bitcoin is down 0.61. GME is down 0.11. HYMC is down 0.42. Hood is up 1.91. NCMI is down 6.67. Ape is down 5.1 and AMC is up 0.48. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have about $3 million more on inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, with 10.4 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. Hold on a second. Let's see, 390 minus 21 minutes. So far for the day today, we've traded for 174 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 23.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today for AMC. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.93, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.81, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. It's like a tongue twister for me, guys. It really is hard. There's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.59. I didn't just have a stroke. 51.59, which is average. I can't. On Ape, we have why this is so stupid. It's not even worth laughing at. There's $1 million more in inflow than outflow for Ape. I'm glad I can laugh at myself. If you can't laugh at yourself, guys, you're gonna have a rough time in life. You really are. That's what I tell my kids. If you can't laugh at yourself, you're gonna be an angry person. You just are. 16 million shares is what we're on pace for Ape for the day today. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares, and it looks like we're on pace for that. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 28.37, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.93, having double dipped into oversold signal with a double bottom basically, and we now have increasing RSI, but it's at 31.84, which is still very low, below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43, which is below average. Well, it's slightly below average. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to tell you guys I need a bobblehead Ross moment here.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
I love bobblehead Ross. He's so cool. I wish I was cool like bobblehead Ross. Maybe one of these days I'll be cool like him. Maybe. I'm not gonna hold my breath. Alrighty, let's see. What do we got going here? Let's see. Joe says they can borrow my synthetic shares too. Captain Awesome says it looks like they are switching from Aladdin to NYSE Pillar Algo. NYSE Pillar is our proprietary integrated trading technology platform that will enable member firms to connect to all NYSE equities and option markets using a standard protocol. Is that what this is about? NYSE Pillar is designed to improve efficiency and reduce complexity for customers while enhancing consistency, performance, and resiliency. to date, NYSE, NYSE American Equities, NYSE ARCA Equities, NYSE Chicago, and NYSE National, as well as NYSE ARCA options, have all migrated to NYSE Pillar. NYSE American options is up next to migrate in 2023. Yeah, it looks like we all got extra homework to do, man. Hopefully, I'm gonna be looking into it some more tonight as well. I can guarantee that, Captain Awesome. There's no way. The CHX thing has really got me a little kind of interested in what's going on here because there's something. Dr. Zena says Shaw's cracking up. No, I'm not, man. I'm not cracking up. It's just Dr. Zeno, man. Look, this whole YouTube stuff is not me. It is not the kind of person that I am, and I don't want to be doing this. I would have been completely happy just sitting here watching Trey doing this for, like 2 years or however long he's been doing it for. And I would have been tickled pink to just sit there and watch Trey talk live streaming nothing but AMC the whole time. I would have been happy with it. I didn't agree with everything that he said, but I would have been happy with it. And nobody else was doing it, man. And I really, this is not what I want to be doing, but somebody's got to do it. All right, Captain Awesome, I'm gonna take off, man. Yeah. One Spigo says Trey who? Ah, no, man. He will forever in my mind have a chair at the table. In my mind, he still has a chair at the table. He didn't say he's selling. That's for me. That's the big no-no. And he's still got a chair. But that's just how I feel. But we don't have to agree. And I'm no Trey, not by any means. But at least maybe you guys can get some data here, and it's helpful in some fashion or another. And I'm not the old Trey either. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. That's actually funny. I used to tell people there was a period of time where I was telling people if you go watch Trey backwards, he gets better over time. It's a really weird thing because he started out amazing, and if he just kept going down the same road he'd been going down, if he didn't change who he was and he just stayed Trey, if he just stayed original Trey, he'd have been fine. But he just didn't. He just didn't. You know. Friends really make a difference, guys. I started thinking about this last night. I kind of want to put together like a final farewell speech when I finally have to give one because I don't want to just be like, there's no way I'm just gonna walk out of here and not say something like really cool, like one giant leap for man, a giant leap for mankind or whatever. I don't want to say. I want to say something cool. I don't want to be all stumbling over my words and being typical Casey. I want to say something cool going out. And I don't know, like one of the things that I want to say to you guys is like remember who you hang out with. You're gonna have newfound money. Who you hang out with and who you spend your money with and is who you're going to become. And be careful about what kind of people that you hang out after this is all over. Don't turn this life-changing event in a life-changing in who you are. Remember where you came from and stay that way. Do not let the money change you. Please, 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 please don't let the money change you. Please. It will happen for some of you. Watch out. It'll happen. It'll steal your life and change who you are. But I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back at 12:10. See you guys then.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Earth sucks. Yeah. Earth is like, it's got stupid people and stuff. Yes, stupid people. We're gonna be rich. Oh man, I could do Beavis and Butthead all day long. I really could. It's I have that is the low quality value of my humor. That I really that's how low it is. I could sit here and laugh all day long. This is the best day of our lives. Oh man. Why is it that Beavis and Butthead is so funny? I have no idea why that's the case. For me specifically, I don't know. Maybe nobody else finds them funny, but I do. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, anyways. So Mitch is like, I don't need to be rich. I just want to be comfortable. Stop it, Mitch. Stop being the humdrum. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out because it's all gonna be silly, I'm sure. um, Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to get it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. And while you're at it, make sure you set up a secondary phone number just in case you need to send that code someplace else as a backup. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. Let me move a couple pages around and we'll take a look at this. That off exchange did a little bit of digging while I was on break. I actually posted a tweet out there. I'm gonna go ahead and post the tweet here for you guys to go check out. I'd appreciate it if I got your guys' support. I don't ask this very often, but if I got your support in upvoting it, only because of the fact that I think this needs to be seen by more people. Um, the more people that see this, I think that the chances are that we'll solve this CHX mystery better. Or if you want to just take the data and post it yourself, I don't care. I want to figure out why the CHX is being used. So let me give you guys the tweet for that, so you guys can hit it up. Again, if you don't have to. If you want to create your own tweet and just copy that and paste it and make it your own, that's fine too. I don't care about the likes or any bullshit like that. I'm not into that stuff. I simply just want to get it out there so that people can see what's going on. I hope that posted over okay. Let me just make sure that. Okay, that worked. Okay. Yeah, so the more eyeballs we get on that, I think the better we'll figure out what's going on with that whole CHX. So moving forward, though, let's take a look at our numbers. On AMC for off exchange, we're currently seeing 61.09% of our volume going through there. EDGX is at 8.38, and that CHX is now down to 4.87. But our combined between off exchange and CDGX are 69.47%. Nice. That is definitely elevated compared to what we're used to seeing. 56.38 on Ape and 7.93 through EDGX for a combined total 64.31%. That's not elevated very much. It's actually kind of a normal amount. However, CHX has 7.52. Those numbers are coming down. In order for those numbers to get back into the 30-day average, we would have to see a massive spike in volume and no more trades going through there at all. Taking a look at AMC Ortex data, an hour ago there was 218,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day so far. That number is now 473,000 shares. That increase is going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.18%. Cost of our average is at 27 and rising from where it was earlier this morning, 27.17%. Shares on loan, 184.87 million shares. That's down by day over day by 900,000 shares. I'm estimating about 300,000 of that to be enclosed short interest. On Ape, as of an hour ago, we had 1.85 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.73 million. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.78%. Cost of borrow average is at 5.13. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 1.7 million day over day at 25.69 million. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options earlier this morning at an $8 strike price was, $7.50 strike price was 17.2 thousand contracts. It's now 18.8. And on puts at a $7 strike, 5.4 thousand contracts is what it was an hour ago. It's now 7.7. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $9.70. Like I said, right now, all it seems that we're doing is just basically consolidating, and I'm probably just going to have to keep stretching this out further and further and further. Eventually, at some point, this thing will absolutely just break through this, but not right now. We're just not seeing the volume for it. Maybe about here. Which way it's going to break? Potentially up. We do have, hold on, let me put volume back on the page here. Where is volume? Where the heck? Oh, there it is. My goodness. I don't know how that got like that. Let's see. We have falling volume with what appears to be falling price. That is bullish. So this should break up going north out of this wedge. It's the best I can give you for a guess. The indicators are kind of indicating the same direction. As of right now, though, we're just kind of testing $9.70. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape's been the only one on the list as of recently. Ape's got a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. Very, very strong. Ape and GME have not made it on the list due to low order sizes or low order amounts. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $6.60. For Ape, it's at 2.205. Neither one of them have triggered for the day-to-day, but SSR is on from triggering yesterday. Additional shares have been borrowed for the day-to-day. It looks like they borrowed another 100,000 shares. That grand total puts us at 500,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are at 22.3% and rising. NASDAQ is breaking even. Dow Jones is down 0.48 and S&P 500 is down 0.33. The market's doing better than it was an hour ago. It's in recovery with 3,757 decliners to 3,049 advancers. The VIX is up 3.96 and almost breaking 30. VTI is down 0.28, IWD is down 0.5, Tesla is down 0.07, Amazon is up 0.1, Cinemark is down 3.93, Doge is down 0.73. Bitcoin is up 0.36. GME is up 1.1. HYMC is down 0.42. Hood is up 2.7. NCMI is down 6.67. Ape is down 5.1. And AMC is up 0.75. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow. On AMC, we have just roughly about $4 million more in inflow than outflow, which is pretty good spread. We have 11.67 million shares having been traded so far. After more than half of the trading day. Let's see how much time we have here. Let's see here. Plus 7. 232 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 19.61 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares, so it looks like we're gonna hit that. Let's see here. On the hourly, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.42, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.71, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.3, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, we have about $1 million more of inflow on Ape than outflow. 8.11 million shares traded after 233 minutes of trading, putting us at a pace for 13.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I did suggest in pre-market that I thought we'd be under 10 million shares traded, but said that the range that I was giving myself was 5 to 25 million. We could hit, I don't know, it's going to be close to 10. It's going to be really close to 10. On the hourly, we have more, let's see, buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.59, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.84, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.89, which is slightly below average. Let's see where we're heading here. It's just a descending wedge. Falling price, for the most part, falling volume should lead to a breakout when this does get to an end, which may be midweek next week. Tuesday or later. On AMC, I know my wife's gonna. I'm thinking back to something somebody said earlier about calling people idiots. I'm like, I know my wife's gonna have a talk with me later about it. I'll be like, I know, I'm not supposed to say that, but it just can't help it. I'm like, man, it just makes me angry. It makes me angry when people have been a part of this for this long and they just choose to just ignore things. Like, you just can't choose to ignore stuff like that. Don't be blind. Go open-eyed into things and understanding why things are happening the way they are, and don't just choose to just follow and listen to people that are telling you things and just absorbing it and saying, "Oh, that must be the truth." Like, go find out the reasons why things are happening the way they're happening and understand the truth behind the numbers. Like, don't just be a lemming. Go research it. Figure it out. 2 years, man, it's a long time to not just absorb, some of the information and actually go out and challenge it and figure out what's true and what's not true. it's a long time. And I'm not even asking you to tell. I'm not even telling you like believe what I'm saying to you. I want you to challenge what it is I'm saying. Absolutely challenge what it is I'm saying. Force me to back it up what I'm saying with data. That's where it's at. The numbers don't lie. It's just like what's her name? It's like that singer. I can't think of her name. Oh shoot, Shakira. That's it. I had to say shoot, Shakira. The hips don't lie. Well, neither do the numbers, Shakira, and we know what your numbers are. they don't. They don't lie. You're right. I mean, it's. I'm digging myself in a hole. Taking you guys back to the main screen because I'm just digging myself in a hole here. Open your eyes, guys. Open your eyes and understand what the data means. MCon says, "Let it go." Wait. Uh-oh. I think he's talking about something else. Flat Earth at least explained himself. Kunte just isn't equipped for a group that doesn't all caps to the moon all day. Wait. Did uh-oh, Kunte's a little upset here. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Kunte's here to stir up crap, it looks like. I just did. Short interest is irrelevant unless you can know for certain the price point of when those shorts were initiated, which you don't. It's fool's gold. Okay. My calculation has AMC peaking no more than 45. That's if the company doesn't go bankrupt first. All right. Well, Kute, I gotta tell you, man, I do have a rule on here. Rule number 3 that we had to create due to flat Earth. If you're only here to harass people, instant ban. Um, what are your intentions? Because I just went through, scrolled up, looked for your name. Every time I see you talking here, it's like you're just trying to cause problems. Salty Dog says, "Idiot." What I meant to say was, I can't say it, man. I gotta try and keep it. I gotta try and keep it a little PG. Oh man, my wife would definitely have a talk with me if I said that. She'd be like, "You can't do that." I'd be like, "Why not?" And she'd be like, "Because it's not nice." And she's like, "You're a nice guy, Casey. You don't you don't need to be." She wouldn't actually. She'd say, "Hun, you're a nice guy. You don't. You're not like that. You don't say those kind of things to people." And I'd be like, "Yeah, I know, but I'm upset." And she's like, "But you don't say that." I'd be like, "Yeah, I know." Women sometimes there are, Oh, wait a minute. So did Kunte just be quiet when I showed back up and then isn't talking now just because I'm back now? Is that what's going on here? Okay. I know how to take care of that. He's not even going to say anything. Kunte, come on, say something if you're here still. Sammy boy, I'm sure you do. All right, here we go. Sorry, Kunte, but no res. Oh, shoot, you did say something. Hold on. I don't care whether you sell or not. Shoot, I hid you before I had a chance to see what it is you wrote. I didn't get to see your last one. Oh, sorry, Kunte. That was I didn't see it in time. I think Kunte might have been somebody else. I don't think that was Flat Earth. That person was talking a little differently. Flat Earth is I don't know. Flat Earth is a little different. The way he kind of comes about talking. I don't think Kunte Kinte was the same. Flat Earth got fired. Yale says newly assigned troll. It does seem like that might be the case. We'll see if he comes back with a new name. We'll know. I can kind of the personalities tend to carry over. The name changes, but the same. It's like it's the same person. It's just a different name. Wow, that is some amazing barcoding we got going on there on Ape, and that's just spectacular. It's kind of crazy, right, Thick? It's like as soon as I take a break, they all come on. It's really interesting that you should say that, Thick. You guys really, truly, and honestly, like take note who arrives when I leave. I think that's a very telling story. If I leave and certain people start arriving, it means something. You should make a tradition that we vote on them. It makes it more fun. All right. I mean, we talked about that actually in I think a Friday or two ago. I'll vote on it. I kind of have that rule there though with the whole like I don't have a problem like when they come in and they just say stupid things, but when I feel like he was legitimately like harassing people, so I kind of wanted to like nip it in the bud kind of thing. Sammy Boy says, "How much does the data cost when you read the numbers?" I'm not sure what you mean by that, Sammy Boy. I mean, it's free. It's free when I read the numbers, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. Cassius says, "You know what we haven't seen in a while is the sex bots." You're not wrong. Maybe we got rid of them all. I don't know. Maybe we're not using the same words we used to use. They programmed us. I used to think that they would show up whenever specific people showed up into the chat area, uh, and then whenever they made comments. So I always kind of watched to see if there was like a some kind of similar pattern between who was commenting. Brandley knew commenting in this in the chat section, and then all of a sudden the sex bots would show up. I was looking for patterns there, and I think there was a few patterns, but I'm not going to name out names. Best quote ever? Sammy Boy. What was the quote? Turtle, thank you for your support in the background. What did Thick saying Peter yet? Wait, what did Peter say? Just the name alone was ignorant. Oh, okay. Oh, he's asking how much Ortex is. I don't know. I have it set up for direct deposit, and I don't even look at it. So don't worry about it. I don't. It's worth it. Whatever it costs, it's worth it. Javi says they used to follow me here in KCD. I'm not gonna name any names, Javi. I think that would be not cool of me to name names, but they did show up whenever somebody, there were specific names that would show up, and as soon as they would type something in, it was almost like those sex bots would just instantly show up. It was kind of ironic. Oh, yeah, 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 Sammy, for Ortex, I do pay for Ortex. I used to pay for Fintel, but Fintel's data was trash, man, and I wasn't getting anything out of it that I couldn't get for free. So I gave up on the Fintel subscription because I didn't think there was anything there valuable for me to continue to subscribe for. But Ortex data is definitely very, very useful data, and everything else that I collect data from though is all free data. So I don't have to pay for anything other than Ortex. And I think it's worth it. I really, truly, and honestly believe that it's worth the data. I can't wait for you to buy my wife that drink, man. Can't wait for it. Ariel says, I admit it was me. The hot girls can't get enough of me. Very tiring. Yeah, okay. Marcus says Sweden is here support Casey for sure. The only ones I watch are Tony DeNaro and Casey. Tony's a good guy. I like the fact that when I made a mistake, Tony was there to help me out and correct me and did it in an incredibly patient manner. I'm telling you, I have no idea how Tony had that much patience for me. If it had been me talking to me, I would have said, "Are you a freaking moron?" Because I would have said like, "Open your eyes." Are you an idiot? That's what I would have said. I'd have said that to myself, and he was way more patient than that. Um, and I thank him. I thank him for his patience because I had a moment. Ben says, "I'm just a love machine. It was me." Every Everybody wants to be the sex bot person now. They're all like, "Oh, it was me, me." Everybody wants to be it. Single cougars looking to pounce has entered the chat. Menjit, no, they are not covering it. Casey, speaking of TD, he mentioned optionstrategy.com. Very useful. Let me pull that up and see if that's something I've ever looked at before. Option. Let me make sure I spelled it right, because okay, there's only one S. I put two. Option. I put options strat. 1 second. So here's the thing. I've told you guys this before. It's not necessarily what's the word I want to say? I don't know how much money Tony has. I know how much money I have. I don't know how much money you guys have. but from how long I've been in this market, um, typically the people who are playing in options from the past were only people who had very large accounts that could deal with margins. And I guess the only thing I'm going to say is that it's my opinion. This is just strictly my opinion. I'm personally going to avoid options, and for the most part, because I don't think I have a portfolio that meets the expectations of having a margin account and trading options the way that they should be traded. Uh, so because of that, I'm avoiding options. Now, that's just my particular situation and where I stand, and kind of the background from what I've seen in the past and what I think is works and how the market should be played. I don't I don't think that, or how it should be utilized, not played. I don't think that it's right for people who have a Robinhood account and $1,000 in their on their uh, at their uh, to be able to be used. I don't think those are the kind of people that should be playing in options. I just don't. And we don't have to agree. That's fine. You can go spend your $1,000 how you want to. It's your money. You can. Um, yeah, I know you can play it with a cash account too. You don't have to be on margin, Julie. I understand that, but I just don't. No, no, no. I'm not calling anybody out. I think everybody is entitled to their own opinions, right? If you want to trade options, go trade options. That's fine. I personally, from where I come from, I just don't think that it's not right for me, right? So I'm and I'll just play the old man part and say, get off my grass, get off my front lawn, kids, because that's what it is. It's we got a lot of younger generations, maybe even older generations that are starting to play options now, because they didn't used to be able to in the past, and now things have changed to where the market needs your money so bad that they're willing to turn a blind eye to people playing options that shouldn't be playing them. And that's what it is. That's what it's come down to. The market needs your money so bad that they want to give you an opportunity to be able to spend money that you shouldn't be spending. That's what it is. So it's Vegas, guys. It's Vegas. And if you want to make it Vegas, make it Vegas. It is your money. You get to decide how you're going to spend it. I personally, I like Vegas. I like to go to the shows. I don't like losing my money. I don't go Vegas to gamble unless I'm playing poker. But I'm not playing the house. Well, I'm losing money to the house in poker, but if I'm beating the players, I'm winning. The very first trip I ever took to Vegas, I paid it off and then some with my winnings in poker. I don't go to Vegas to lose money. I go to Vegas to watch the shows and make money. I don't invest in the stock market to lose money. I invest money in the stock market to make money. I personally don't think that options is right for me, but that's just how I feel. Christian Bastillo says cost of borrow is at 22.3. It was higher earlier. It was 27.17. Are you sure about that? Let me refresh. I got 27.03. It's a little bit higher than that. It's actually on the page there if you want to look at it. It should be right next to the front of my bumper down there. I'm like looking down at it. You see me looking over here? I'm in the van. And in case you couldn't tell, I'm over here in the van in the lowrider big tramp in the window. I'm down here. Hi, little guy right here. Yeah, so I'm gonna point to it. Uh, Wait, this way. Yeah, look straight down there, right in front of the bumper where it says Casey Shaw says 27.03. It's right down there. Cost per hour average. Mac and B says it's a casino where the cheaters aren't kicked out. Man, the house never gets kicked out. Come on, Mac and B's. The house never gets kicked out. Sam says there's more regulation and less manipulation in Vegas. That might be the case. Hmm. I don't agree with that at all, Griffin. I've been in this market since 19. I don't know how long you've been in this market, but I've been in it since 1998, and I totally disagree with that. There's never. It's become so much more easier to play options in the market in the last 10 years than it's ever been, ever. But we can choose to disagree and not and still be on the same page. I'm not gonna, argue with you. Yeah, that's kind of the take that I use, Chris, as well. If you're gonna go to Vegas, just take what you're gonna lose, and that's it. Don't go with a single penny more. Yep. Go see a Circle A or Cirque del Cell Air, or however you say those crappy names. Cirque. I can't say it. I'm not even gonna try. Yeah, go see O or something. If I end up losing, so censored content. All right. All right, here we go. If I end up losing, I would rather it was long and painful so I don't play options. Also, I fundamentally object to options since derivatives are what are destroying the market. That's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the derivatives market that is literally, it is literally what is destroying this market. So much money is being made in it, and when it goes away, this market's going to go away. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right with what it is you said right there. Dude, Griffin, I don't agree with that, man. For example, I'll give you an example, Griffin, of how this is the case. Try to get, if 10 years ago, 10 years ago on Fidelity, right? If you tried to get into a level two account or higher, you had to apply for it. And in that application, you had to list how many years you've been trading. You had to list how much money how much money you have in your account. You had to list, what else did you have to list? I can't remember what else it is. I know I remember those two specific questions though. You had to list how much money you've invested, how much, and how long you've been investing for. There's a series of like 4 or 5 questions that they have. If you didn't meet the expectations for those questions, you were denied access to have a level two or higher account. Just denied, flat out denied, right? I go to Webull right now and I sign up for an account. I ask for access. They don't ask me a damn question, and it's boom. There you go, sir. You have access. It is not tighter now. There is nothing. There is nothing I can my this is what's even crazier. This is what's even crazier. Not only does it not ask me any questions, but my 17-year-old son can get on to any brokerage that you want to. He can use and falsify information and actually get on there and start trading options right now. All he has to do is just use information that's not his, and he can get on there. He can start making trades and link accounts and all that kind of stuff. And he won't have any problem. I know high school kids who are doing it right this second. Right this second, Griffin. You tell me when in the past high school kids were trading options in this market. You tell me. And I'm going to tell you there is nothing. There are no restrictions whatsoever being placed right now because none of these brokerage accounts, brokers out there, none of them care. They don't care. All they care about is whether there's money in an account or not. That's it. I have never seen so like blatantly irresponsible activity in my entire life. I think it's kind of cool that they can get on and make trades and stuff. I do think that's kind of cool, but I mean, really? 17-year-old kids getting on the internet and trading in options? Stuff is happening, man. It's not the same. This is not the same backyard that I played in. No, Griffin, I didn't. I signed up. I got level two. I've got. You can see I've got level two access. I signed up for it on Weeble. It didn't ask me a single question. It didn't ask me anything. I had no questions asked for me when I applied for level two. Nothing. Not a single question. Yo says people in prison are trading. It's like seriously, like it has never been easier to lose money in a market than right now. It's like anybody who wants to do it, who wants to do it. You're fishing in the pond over here. Oh yeah, that's right. There's some guy on the internet that went out there and he got a fish. He got a fish to start making trades. I forgot about that. Somebody linked me to some video that some guy got this fish to go out there and make trades on the market. It was like it was really funny. I thought it was pretty classic, and the fish actually ended up doing pretty well for itself. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Dark Latin. You're saying I see what you're saying, Casey, but it's a different time. But here's the thing, though. Let me ask you this question, Dark Latin, and I get what it is that you're saying, and I appreciate it. The problem that I have with it is this. The problem that I have with it is this. Has anything changed with money? Should it have changed? Because I don't think so. Just because this is a different time and age doesn't mean that we should be more irresponsible with our money. It means that we have a faster chance at losing it quicker. So there should be more responsibility, not less, right? So, but in actuality, they've just made it easier for people to lose money in the markets faster. Whereas in the past, they had rules and regulations set up in the past that were to prevent people from getting into the market and making mistakes that they shouldn't be making. Whereas now it's just less regulations on who's going in there and making trades. So it's backwards. Like it should be more, not less, right? That's the problem. I don't have a problem with the fact that there's more people who are trading options. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's less regulations on who's making those trades, right? Obviously, as population goes up, more people are going to be doing it, right? There should be a larger population of people who should be able to do it, but it doesn't mean that you should ease the restrictions. Not at all. They should be getting tighter. Ruben says they don't care. It's about control by getting people in debt. Poor people are weak. It's really truly what it is, man. Yeah, that's right. His goldfish out traded the top indexes. Yep, it was funny. It was something like that. Yeah. It, by no means am I saying to you guys that people can't make money in playing option, and I think that's the big mistake that a lot of people think that I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you can't make money in options. No, I'm not saying that at all. I absolutely believe you can make money playing options. Should you be playing options? That's the question. And a lot of people who every single person in here who's saying every single person in here who's saying that yes, everybody should be playing options, they're gamblers. These are your gambling addicts that I've been talking about. They're people who don't recognize that they have a problem, but you don't want to say that you have a problem because you don't admit it, but you probably do. You probably have a problem, but whatever. It is what it is. It is your money. It's okay for you to have a problem if you want to have a problem. Griffin's mom says, "What was the deal with the other day with Adam's tweet and Casey trying to figure out a 3-day weekend? Because this weekend is a 3-day weekend where I'm." Yeah, I don't know, man. Somebody was trying to tell me about there being a 3-day weekend, and I can't remember exactly. Um, I can't exactly remember where exactly that was. Mitch says just because you can doesn't mean you should. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember where it was that they were trying to suggest, but they were trying to look at that birthday candle cake and 11 candles and counting out days and something that was like 10, 11, 12, and they were talking about some kind of 3-day weekend that was coming up, and I don't see one in the market, so I don't know. Well, ABC, the only way that those numbers can decrease, but unless volume has a sudden spike, we're not going to see them decrease to the point to where it gets down to less than a percent, because they already had 5 or 6, 7% going into that minute, and it's going to take a lot of volume throughout the day to drop those down to normal numbers. Rich says you can still have a problem long only if it's not fun anymore. Just stop. You're not wrong, Rich. You're absolutely right. You absolutely can have a problem trading in the market without even doing options. You're not wrong. I agree. The problem really becomes, Rich, though, and you know this. I think based just off of what you just said right there, I can tell you know. The thing is that the people who are playing in options, who are dabbing into options, are the ones who are trying to take the big risks, trying to make the big money quick. They're the people who are sitting there going like, I'm going to make it rich big quick. And they're not really looking at it from the perspective of how, you know, how can I just make money in a market and grow my portfolio uh, in a healthy fashion, making smart trades. And that's the difference. But nobody wants to hear that, you know. Everybody wants a fair shot at being able to hit it big, rich, quick, and pulling a trades, making $1 million in a single options, in a single options play that, makes them $1 million or whatever, and everybody wants to be that person. So, did I yell about Bitcoin yet? No. The Ern says, "Hey Casey, did you yell about Bitcoin yet?" I didn't yell. No, I didn't yell about Bitcoin. Francis, not probably. I mean, it depends on how heavily shorted it is. I think there's a correlation to how heavily it's traded in the off exchange to how much it's being um, shorted in short interest. So you can take a look though. You can go to chartexchange.com if you want to and type in a couple different stocks and look at them to kind of compare for yourself. All right, let me ask you this question, Dark Latin. I'm going to ask you one question, and you got to be honest with me. Be super, super honest. When you open an options contract, do you maintain enough money to be able to exercise that contract when it's done? Like, do you legitimately have enough money to be able to exercise for every single one of the contracts that you open? Or do you just sit there and take losses when your contract is in the money, but you've not made money on it? Real answer. I need a real answer. Don't don't. It's either a yes or no answer. I don't want to. It doesn't this, that, or the other. It is either a yes or no answer. Do you have the money set aside available to be able to purchase expiring contracts that are in the money but not making money? Okay. Yep. That is a straight gamble. If you say no, then you are not playing options correctly. You're gambling. You're straight up gambling. It is your money, it's your choice to do that, but that's the problem I'm talking about. Everybody is just trying to make a quick buck, and that's the problem. It's a sickness. I'm sitting here telling you, Dark Latin, that is a sickness. If you want to be playing options correctly, if you really, really, truly, honestly want to be trading correctly, then you should have the collateral available to purchase every single one of those in the money options when they expire. You need to be able to purchase those with cash. If you don't have it, then you're not doing it right. But you don't have to agree with me, and I'm not gonna preach to you about it. You don't have to agree with me. You can keep spending your money how you want to, man. It's totally up to you. You think options are wild. Broker apps are updating their platforms to allow cash accounts to short a stock instead of having to be a margin account, and I got a bad feeling about that change. I didn't even know that was a I didn't even know about that. Casey, have you even talked about the callable bonds on November 6th? Sorry, I've been busy. No, I have not. What do you? No, I have not. Ronnie, that's okay, man. You don't have to agree with me, and that's all right. We can still be friends. I promise. You don't have to agree with me. I promise. It's all right. We're gonna be okay. Real options traders use their purchasing power to sell those options to losers like me who go broke buying them. Essentially. Okay, Casey, hear me out though. I do agree I'm gambling, but I'm saying we should be allowed to, and we can't assume to take a moral stance for other people is all. It gave me a chance, for example. I know. I know what you're saying, man. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but at the same time, I don't think it's responsible. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question, Dark Latin. And I love the name, by the way. uh, Let me ask you this question. Do you think companies should have a ethically moral obligation to make sure that their customers are safe? Do they have an ethically moral obligation to protect their customers? Because this is what it's coming down to. Now we're starting to talk about ethics. And the whole reason, Dark Latin, that we're here is because we have shitty ethics in this country. Shitty, shitty, shitty. I'm saying it quiet because the kids are listening. It is shitty ethics that is causing this country to be as corrupt as it is, man. And if you want to change things, we have to have better ethics. So while I agree that we should have the availability to be able to decide to make poor decisions, the problem is that companies are responsible for the people who are holding their money with them. They have a moral obligation, an ethical obligation to protect those investors. We need better ethics, man. We absolutely need better ethics. And the problem is that nobody's holding anybody to a higher standard. And if we don't have that, then we're just going to keep playing this stupid game, man. We are going to play this stupid game where people play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Right? That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, man. That's what's going to happen. It needs to be reality, though, Dark Latin. Just because there's no ethics doesn't mean that you should be stepping down to that level. Do you know what buy and hold is all about? Buy and hold is all about trying to turn this market back into the way it's supposed to be traded. That's what it's supposed to be about, but we're not doing that. We're conforming, and we've been stepping down to what the market's been asking us to do. The market's been asking us to be stupid investors and just react. And that's what we've done for a long, long time. And now we're saying no more to that. That's what buy and hold is all about, sir. It is all about us trying to say no. Ethically, we are believing in this company and we think that it's worth something, and we're going to continue to hold it no matter what you do to the system, because we know it's ethically wrong what it is that you're doing. And we're going to continue to hold through this no matter what, because you're screwing everything up. Stop screwing things up, because we're tired of you stealing our history. That's what they're doing here. Dark Latin, stepping to their level is stealing our history. They take our homes, they take our pensions, they take our jobs, and they take the companies that we like to go spend our money in and have history spending money in. They take all these things away from us, and that's our history. That's everything that we come from. It's everything that we are. We either have to stand up to it and say, no, now is enough, stop screwing with our past and having ethics and being better than just saying, that's just the way the world is and we're just going to have to live with it, and throw our hands up in the air and say, oh, well, let's just, if everybody else can do it, so can I. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about, man. And I agree with you. I believe it or not, I really, truly, honestly agree with you with the idea that we need to have the freedoms to be able to do what we want to do. And we do have them. But we also need to have ethics in there somewhere where somebody is going to stand up and say, I'm not going to let you make this. It's like walking into that pawn shop. You ever watch those pawn shop shows and the dude walks in with like a Civil War musket or something like that? You know, the shit's worth like, probably 100 grand easy. Right. And he hands the gun, puts on the gun on the table, and the guy's like, I'll give you $100 for that. And you're like, no. No, you're sitting there going like, the ethics are terrible on this show. I just can't stand it, and he's gonna get raped. This poor guy, and the guy's like, oh, no, this is a real Civil War. I got it certified and everything. And the guy's like, oh, let me call somebody up. Oh, okay, it's authentic. I'll give you $10,000. I'll give you $10,000 for the gun. It's worth 100. And the guy's gonna get $10,000. We need better ethics, man. We got to have companies out there that when they are standing behind their customers, that they believe in those customers, and that they're not just going to sell you a $10,000 something when it's worth $100,000. That's what I'm talking about. So I don't know, man. Jim, I'm just gonna remove it because I just don't even like. I know you're trying to make an example of it, but I just don't even want to talk about it. Anthony Bro, I'm gonna have to get rid of yours too, man. Sorry guys, but I'm not throwing up random tickers. I'm not gonna stoop to that today. I'm not gonna let it slide. Sorry. Part of the rules. It is 1 o'clock, guys. It's past 1 o'clock. It's time for me to take a break here pretty soon. So let me go do the numbers real quick here. We'll get through them and we'll start. We'll wrap things up. I'll go to break and then we'll come back and wrap the day up for the last hour. Rich says Casey has ethics, guys. I don't know. I'd like to think I do, Rich. I'd like to think I do, but we're all human, man. We're all human. We've made mistakes here, there, and the other. I'd like to think that I have ethics, but I don't know. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I'm no better than anybody else. Taking you guys to the other page, logging into Fidelity. If you have two-factor authentication, great. If you don't, you might want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. And a once in a lifetime opportunity sounds like an amazing chance to be able to save your account from any kind of fraud. Not a bad idea. It's probably a really terrible thing to have to go through. I don't know. But while you're setting up, make sure you get a secondary phone numbers attached to the account so that you can send the code to another phone in case something happens to your primary phone. But taking a look at off exchange, let's see what the numbers are. 61.72% through the off exchange right now for AMC, and EDGX is at 8.08%, and 69.8% is a total value. Nice. That is definitely high. It's about 5.8% higher than an average day, I think, at this point. Do note that the CHX is still very high at 4.43%. It's definitely coming down, but with low volume, it's going to be hard for that to make it down to a really realistically low number like it's had in the past, sitting around 0.26. Taking a look at Ape, Ape also has high volume, 57.02 through the off exchange. EDGX has 7.77 for a grand total of 64.79. Actually, that's not very high, but the CHX is high at 6.6% when a normal 30-day average is 0.22. Taking a look at Ortex data. That means nothing. It's only reports 75% of the data. Yeah? You got someplace where we can get 100? Sorry, it bothers me. An hour ago, Ortex has 473,000 shares having been reported. It's now at 668,000. Cost of our average is at 26.88. Wait, was that a decrease or an increase? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it was an increase. That increase on the amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day is going to increase that short share interest of the free float. Should be increasing it just a slight bit, but it didn't change really. It still looks like the same number from an hour ago at 19.18%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down by about 900,000 shares. 300,000 of that I'm estimating to be in short interest that was closed out day over day. Shares on loan is currently at 184.87 million shares. I want to say billion. I want to do billion so bad, like Austin Powers, like be all like $1 billion. I just want to do it. Oh man, one of these days we'll see it hit like $1 billion or something. One number will hit $1 billion. I'll do it. Borrowed change amount for Ape. An hour ago it was 2.73 million. It's still 2.73, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.78%. Cost of our average is at 5.13. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 1.7 million day over day at 25.69 million shares. That is all in short interest. Options. At a $7.50 strike, There was 18.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 20.3. On puts, an hour ago we had a $7 strike with the highest amount of volume. That's still the case. There were 7.7 thousand contracts. There's now 8,000 contracts. I just want to throw this out there real quickly, too. Dark Latin is that some of my most favorite investors that I love, people who are invested in this play, are out there. I don't know if they're listening or not, and I love them to death. And they are absolutely options traders, and I love them to death. I ain't got nothing against them. People are gonna be people, man. I get it. We can still be friends. We don't have to agree on that subject matter, and we can still be friends. I promise. Just throwing that out there. Taking a look at AMC and Ape combined, price has been basically consolidating ever since we had the initial drop. Earlier this morning, starting at around 10:11 Eastern Standard Time. We are in my window right now for a potential breakout of this very, very long wedge that we've got here. Actually, it should be drawn like this. I don't know why I drew it where I did. And it should be breaking out here pretty soon. I suggested earlier that it would probably break going up. We do have falling volume. We also have, actually, let me change this. Yeah, that works. Let me change this real quick here. Hold on 1 second. I've got my input. Oh, this is minutes. Let me do. Yeah, that works. Let me just keep it the way it is. Yeah. You can see average volume is falling. Price is falling. That should be bullish. And also this trend is actually pointing towards the bottom side. So it should be breaking out going up, but it looks like it's attempting to try and break out going down. So we'll see what happens. Wedges are really, really, really difficult to try and gauge as to where they're going to break to. Orders by Fidelity customers in the last hour. Ape's been the only one that's been on the list for the day today, for the most part. AMC, GME, not on the list lately. Ape is still on the list here. It's coming in with a 76.66% buy to 23.34% sell ratio. So it's doing very well on that buy sell ratio. SSR is tripped for the day today on AMC and Ape from yesterday, but did not trip today yet. $6.60 is the tripping point for AMC, and Ape is at 2.205. Shares borrowed in the last hour. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees for borrowing are still rising from 22.3 to 22.8% now. NASDAQ is down 0.4, Dow Jones down 0.99, and S&P 500 is down 0.79. The market's not doing as well as it was an hour ago. At 4,003 decliners to 2,815 advancers, but it's still not on fire yet. VIX is up 4.03%. VTI is down negative 0.74. IWD is down 0.97. Tesla down 0.37. Amazon down 0.3. Cinemark down 4.83. Doge is down 1.38, Bitcoin is down 0.38, GME is up 0.61, HYMC is down 0.38, Hood is up 2.56, NCMI is down 8.43, Ape is down 2.86, and AMC is down 0.96 for the day today. AMC currently has $4 million more in inflow than outflow, with 13.07 million shares having been traded for the day today, with 100 minutes left of trading. We're looking at 17.5 million. That can't be right. Is that right? That's not right. Hold on a second here. Let me recalculate this. Oh yeah, this is for AMC. That is probably right. Never mind. My bad. For AMC, we're looking at about 17.5 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested 10 to 30 million shares traded. and suggested that it was going to be a very low volume traded day in the pre-market, almost to the point to where I said it almost looked like I could go lower than 10 to 30 million, but it is definitely a very low volume traded day today. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure. No, yeah, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.5, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, hold on a second. Got some in my throat. Hold on, I got a cough. I'd hate to cough in the mic. Hopefully the mic's back on here. Let's see. We've got RSI on a 30-minute interval. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.75, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.58, almost signaling oversold. And on Ape is starting to run up as AMC goes down. Ape has currently $1.5 million more of inflow than outflow. 9.66 million shares traded after 292 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 12.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. It's actually doing better than I would have thought. I thought we were going to be probably under 10 million shares, but actually doing pretty well. We're at 12.9 pace. That will probably come down a little bit more, but we might see 12. It's possible, especially with volume starting to pick up right now. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with Vortex indicator, RSI at 38.94, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.1, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.45, which is above average. Huh. Big difference between the 5-minute interval and the 30 and 1 hour. On AMC, we did break a little bit before. I want to say probably like, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes before the box that I had for this wedge here. We did break down in price. We are testing the $7.27 Fibonacci retracement level, getting some support there as it's not continuing to move down further from that, but holding right there at 727. 750 was the ideal number we needed to hit today on AMC to see price start ripping. 275 is what it needed to be for Ape. We have a lot of outside support that will probably start buying at those numbers. Price is 238 on Ape. 239, 238, something like that. I'll put the Bollinger Bands back up here. I don't know that I'm going to draw anything out right now going into this break. And let me pull up AMC or Ape one more time. I don't have anything drawn for this either. Probably not going to as well. Alrighty. I can see what you guys are writing again. Two weeks, Alex. Why does nobody ever understand? It's always 2 weeks. Dark Latin says, for sure, Casey. I also don't want to come off encouraging options to anyone. I've stopped for now since I lost last time, and market is crazy, but it did help me build my account before is all. Discipline. It is so true, man. Discipline is absolutely crucial in trading options. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. And I appreciate you for having the courage to say that you're not here to encourage people to do options. And I like that, and I do agree with you that it should be a possibility. You know, believe it or not, I think we really do truly and honestly agree. I think it's just the way that It's probably more about the way that I talk about it that really kind of puts people off because they don't like the idea of being told that they can't do something just because they shouldn't, or whatever, And nobody wants to hear "get off my front lawn." Nobody wants to hear, "Oh, you shouldn't be able to do this," and when everybody else does, And it's like nobody wants to hear that. Nobody ever, ever, ever wants to hear that, you know. Nobody wants to be told what to do with their money. I don't want to be told. No, I don't want anybody telling me what to do with my money. I get it. I totally understand. Sub has the boss 2 weeks. Eddie Trade says, "Yo, I trade options, but learned my lesson about 5 months ago when the plunge protection team hijacked the VIX, lost serious premium money on what should have been a profitable trade. I'm very careful now." I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't trade options very often, guys. I did make a trade on options through the VIX and lost money as well. And it quite honestly, I think, I'm hoping that there's going to be a lawsuit here. I know there's already one in place, but I'm hoping to recover that money through a lawsuit. But there was in March. That was an extremely. There's no way we could have seen that happening. There's no way we could have seen that coming at all, Eddie. You're not wrong. I'm with you in the same boat. But to be very honest with you guys, I don't do options. I just don't. It was so abnormal for me to do that. But I had not decided to sell and was up double at one point on the money that I put into it. I was up double on the amount of money that I put in there and decided that I was going to continue to hold through because I really felt that the VIX was going to continue to move up, and they caught me like a thief in the night. That's what they did. But I'm just I'm not trying to tell you guys this because of what, where I've lost money before. I'm trying to tell you this because it's dangerous. It's really, really dangerous how fast you can lose money playing in the derivatives. Super, super dangerous. Francis, I was actually thinking that myself when I was looking at it. Let me scroll back out here just real quick and look at it again. You're not kidding. I was thinking the exact same thing as I was looking at it, and I was like, I'm not even going to say it. Not going to say it. I'll tell you what, though. Oftentimes when I see a cup and handle on the back side of the cup, the way that you know that it's a cup and handle is when you start seeing parallel channels that don't break down; they break up. So, so if I put a parallel channel on this and it breaks the wrong direction, there's like a 95% chance that it's going to be a cup and handle. I don't at this point. We'd have to. There could be a case made that this is an ascending parallel channel. But the only way you'll know for sure whether this breaks out or not going north. The real question is will it complete before the end of the day? If price falls, comes back up and hits to 250, it would probably do it before. It would have to do it before 1500, and then you would see the fall down half the distance just before market close, which would put us basically around like 243 if that were the case, thereabouts. I'm kind of roughly estimating. And then that means we would have to see the upwards portion happen either in the aftermarket hours or complete tomorrow. So we'll see. I'll keep this drawn on here just for the fun of it. Uh, I'm not gonna explain that, MCon. You'll never. What I will say, I mean, there's a couple different factors. I mean, we always need to have buying pressure on AMC and Ape, in my opinion. You always need to have that buying pressure, and I kind of talked about that a little bit earlier this morning. Why anybody would buy Ape over AMC? It is preferred stock. One of the other reasons that you could potentially you know think about is that if you're going to go buy a gallon of milk, where you're going to buy the gallon of milk from? You're going to buy it from when you go to the store versus the corner store. It's obviously cheaper at the store than it is the grocery store than it is at the corner store. But maybe it's the same exact gallon of milk. So where are you going to buy it from? You know, that's part of an equation that you can think about. But we still got to have buying pressure on AMC as well. But I'm not going to try and tell you one way or the other. It's your choice, man. It's your money. The other part to that, the other side to that comment that I just made about the grocery store is that maybe you have more choices on the milk that you're going to buy at at the grocery store. Sorry, at the corner mart. That's not a good example because there's probably not. uh, oh, okay. Maybe there's maybe the convenience of buying from the corner store is saving you gas money, and that gas money can be used long term over things that you don't even think about. For example, like um, this is really a poor example, but I guess what I'm trying to get to, MCon, is that one thing that AMC has that Ape doesn't have is short interest. And in regards to making a squeeze cake, what do you need? You need short interest. You need volume. Well, you can see there's more volume on AMC. You can see there's more short interest on AMC as well. Take it or leave it. I don't know what to tell you, man. Dark Latin says, I hear you, Casey. It actually sounds better coming from you. You're an ape like us. It's the Fox or CNBC or any of those supposed elites that talk down to us that does get to me. They assume we can't learn. Yeah, and I know there's people out there that are trading options that are doing really well with it. So um, I'll tell you what, Dark Latin, and I've said this before, plenty of occasions I've said this. If you're going to trade options, you can paper trade it first, right? And this is the part you probably won't like hearing, but trade it for a year. Commit to sitting down for 1 year, paper trading options, and seeing if you can do well before you ever even think about sinking your toes into that whole game. And if you can prove yourself, and it's not the same thing. Trading paper, and actually trading it for real are two different beasts. It's not even the same thing. There's other aspects that you can't find that you don't run into in regards to selling your options that you don't run into with paper trades that you do with the real market. But if you can at least get the paper trading portion down to that, after a year's time and you're successful, maybe take a stab at it. But it's a long time. A year's worth of experience. Paper trading, by the way, guys, is like monopoly money. It's fake trading, and most platforms have some version of it. Most of your broker platforms have some version of paper trading that allows you to just kind of pretend trade things. So, but yeah, it's good to just sit down and practice and see if you're any good. I would liken it to playing fantasy football for free with no consequences. Maybe sit down and do it for a couple years before you decide to get into a league where it costs you money and there's money on the line. You know, you probably would do that. You would probably spend at least 1 year or one season or maybe even 2 seasons attempting to try and get good at it before you actually went to go do it for money. I've never done it, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I just like saying things. I think you can do that though for money. Bell Biv DeVoe says I accidentally logged into my paper trading account and thought the MOASS was happening. I was ecstatic for about 2 seconds. I could see that happening. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take my break. I'll be back at 2:10, and we'll toast out the day together. See you guys in a bit.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
All right, I'm back, and it is the Power Hour, and just want to give a shout out to holy moly, that is one heck of a candle right there. Gee whiz, what the heck? Something just happened. Wow. Volume on that, we had 1.1 million shares traded in that single minute right there. Gee whiz. Okay, well, I was just getting ready to say, happy birthday to Jay Portuguese. Uh, it is his birthday today, so I'd like to say a toast, a cheers to Jay and his birthday. Happy birthday, Jay, to you. Hope you had a wonderful birthday and that you have a few more hours left here in which to celebrate. So may the rest of your birthday be a wonderful, blessed day. And thank you so much for you always being there to tell me when it's break time, man. I appreciate it. Cheers to you, Jay. Happy birthday. Peter says that was a 5-second boner. I can't, I can't, yeah. Was it as good for you as it was for me, Peter? Interesting news. President is making moves to pardon all simple pot possession offenders. Boy, that should be a thing for sure. That should definitely be a thing. What happened? What in the world just happened right there? Well, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Let's see what we see. 1.4 million shares in that candle. Hold on. Yep, 1.434. What did we get on Ape? On Ape, it was a much smaller spike, 196,000 shares. Something happened there. Let's just check something out here. 1.4 million. I'm curious. The volume for CHX earlier this morning when he had it was 545,000 shares, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. That's 1/3 of what it is we just saw in volume traded in that moment. So I don't know if there's any correlation or not. Any kind of something happened there for sure. That was really, really strange. Went all the way up to $7.40. Let's go back and take a look real quick here. Let's go back in history here. We've got about 4 minutes that we got to go back and let's take a look at some of the volume that went through. That was at 512. Let's see if they were just big orders or what happened exactly. I see a BX in there, some TRFs, PSX. Some of the big orders are going through TRF. I mean, I don't see the I just don't see the large quantities though that on the time and sales. I'm looking. Give me a second here. I'm not seeing these like just massive quantities unless it was just sheer, like just tons of orders all being pushed through at once. 510, 511. There's 14,000 shares through the TRF right there. I don't know. It looks like just a crap ton of smaller orders that got pushed through all at the same exact time. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Let's see here. News with Netflix. Maybe that's what it was. AMC reaches an agreement to show the first Netflix theatrical performance. Large institutional investor just bought. It shows up on Webull. I'm not seeing it. I didn't see it in there, but I mean, maybe that's the case. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of orders in there, yo, but you know, it was small. There were small orders, if anything. I didn't see anything big that just jumped across really quickly. Yeah, that's Yo says. I bet if you add them all up, it doesn't equal. I would tend to agree with you, Yo. That's probably the case. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys, because it is time. It's past time. I want to see what's going on with these numbers here. Remember, until you see the big tramp back on the page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up there. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to get it. Could prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be there. While you're at it, set up a secondary phone number to receive the code in case something happens to your primary. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Ortex, or sorry, not Ortex, off exchange. Final numbers that I'm going to read off for this morning or for this afternoon is for AMC is 61.77%. Through the off exchange, EDGX at 8.47. For a grand total, 70.24% of our total volume going through those two exchanges, which is about that's probably about more than that, 4.24% higher than what I would expect for a normal day. CHX right now is sitting at 3.83 for Ape or for AMC. For Ape, we've got 57.13 through the off exchange, EDGX at 8.14 for grand total 65.27. That's about where it should be. So it's kind of an average looking day. CHX at 5.33. Total amount of volume moved through Ape was 581,000 shares through the CHX. On AMC, it was 545,000 shares. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago on Ortex, it was reporting 668,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It is now showing 848,000. That increase should be raising the estimated short share interest of the free float, which it did to 19.2%, Cost of borrow average is at 26.85%. Shares on loan, 184.87 million shares on loan for the day today, which is 900,000 shares more than what it was the previous day, and 300,000 of that was in. Did I say more? I meant less. 900,000 shares less than what it was yesterday, and 300,000 of that I'm expecting to be in short interest that was closed day over day. Taking a look at the borrowed amount for Ape. An hour ago it was 2.73. It's now 2.76. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is showing up at 7.79%. Cost of our averages at 5.13. Shares on loan at 25.69 million shares on loan right now. That is a decrease day over day by 1.7 million shares, and all of that is in short interest that was returned. Taking a look at the options. An hour ago for AMC at a $7.50 strike price, there was 20.3 thousand contracts. There's now 24.3 thousand contracts at the same value. Strike price, highest amount of volume, had $7 for puts. There was 8,000 contracts an hour ago, and now there's 9.2. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $9.56. It did drop this wedge here. I said where it should break out going up. Started to break up. Did it a fake jump out and then started pumping downwards. All the way right up until it hit 949 and found some support at 949 and is starting to bounce back upwards. Orders by Fidelity customers. Only Ape has been on the list for most of the day today. Let's see if that's still the case. Ape is on the list. It's got a 76.34% buy to 23.66% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong. SSR was tripped for the day today on AMC and Ape due to tripping yesterday, but did not trip either of the SSR tripping points at 6.6 for AMC and 2.205. Shares available to borrow. It does seem that they borrowed an additional at least 50,000 shares since earlier. Yep, and fees are at 22.8%. So far for the day today, we've seen about 550,000 shares in all borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.42%. Dow Jones is down 0.99%, and S&P 500 is down 0.81%. The market is in a decline with 4,191 decliners to 2,681 advancers. Now, what I want to show you is very kind of interesting. Notice that we're only down about 1% in the market right now, but the VIX is saying that we're up 6.97, almost 7%, and over 30. It's at 30.54 right now. That's a pretty big jump, guys. It's a really, really, really big jump considering how little the markets are down right now. The SPY is currently down 0.9%. Oil's up 4.77. VTI is down 0.86. IWD is down 1.03. Tesla is down 0.47. Amazon is down 0.29. Cinemark is down 3.24. Doge is down 1.16. Bitcoin is down 0.61. GameStop down 0.38. HYMC is down 0.44. HUD is up 2.65. NCMI is down 8.24. Ape is down 4.69. And AMC is down 1.21%. AMC currently has $5 million more, roughly. Actually, it's $5.3 million more in inflow than outflow. Did I say 5? Yeah, that's right. With 17.08 million shares traded for the day today, and we've got about 36 minutes left to trade, putting us at 354. 355 minutes of trading right now. So let's see what kind of pace we're on here. That's a pace of 18.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is a little bit better than what we were doing an hour ago, of course, because of that bump up we had, that little spike that we had just a little bit ago there. Haven't seen one of those in the middle of the day. Usually that's in pre-market or after hours. It's the first time I think we've seen one of those right in the middle of the smack dab in the middle of the day of trading. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.52, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.8, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.2, which is just about average. On Ape, we currently have more buying pressure than, or sorry, we have more inflow than outflow by $900,000. 11.96 million shares having been traded after 356 minutes trading. We've got a pace for 13.1 million shares for the day today, which is way better than what I would have anticipated. That spike we just had just a little bit ago, I'm sure helped with that. On the hourly, I predicted in the pre-market 5 to 25, so we're still within that range. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.52, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.99, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.68, which is slightly below average. AMC getting the news that's coming through here. AMC Theaters reached first ever agreement with Netflix to play a Netflix movie theatrically. That's what you guys are talking about. Yeah. And let's see here. There we go. Joe, come on, man. We don't do that here. Sorry, Joe. Taking you off those. Woodstock says I have very nefarious thoughts. Okay. It looks like Netflix believes theaters aren't dead and they're going to start advertising for AMC. Good for them. Balake. Balake. Take care. Have a good one, man. It's going to make me laugh every time I see your name. Have you checked off exchange for Cinemark, KC? It's hilarious. I did. I saw that on. I mean, I didn't personally check it. I saw somebody post about it on online. It was on Twitter. What I thought was really kind of interesting was that those posts comparing AMC and Cinemark together happened literally like right before I was posting mine. And I thought that was really kind of ironic that I was putting up a post that was going to look a lot like those posts. But I actually saw it from two different sources where they were posting off exchange difference between Cinemark and AMC for off exchange amounts. And I don't know, man. I think it's kind of odd that all of a sudden those posts like popped up like right when I was getting ready to post about CHX. Very, very, very odd. They would rather you look at the off-exchange difference between, wow, off-exchange trades for Cinemark at 88.94%. Wow. Wow. That'd be nice. I'd love that if that were the case for us. Hmm. Look at the time, guys. Look at the timestamp on that. Hold on a second. Let me pull something up here real quick. Hold on a second. I have a feeling something funky's going on here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. What was the name of that movie? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna tell you guys a story here. Kansas City Shuffle. You ever heard of the Kansas City Shuffle before? It was in a movie called, let's see, what was that movie called? Lucky Number 11. Perhaps you've heard of the movie called Lucky Number 11. It was called the Kansas City Shuffle. Let me see if I can find the quote. It's a type of con which depends on on the mark realizing that they're being conned, but incorrectly guessing how it's being done. When they try to foil the fake con, they think that they've uncovered. They fall into the real con. This con is when most effective against marks who are too smart for their own good, and will try to beat the con man at his own game instead of backing off when they discover he's trying to con them. Named after the song by J. Ralph, there are two Kansas cities, and while one is in Kansas, the larger, more well-known one is actually just across the river in Missouri. Somebody unfamiliar with the region might go to the smaller one when they really wanted to go to the larger one because they made the assumption that Kansas City is obviously in Kansas. The song uses this confusion as an analogy for the way a mark thinks when they're being conned by a Kansas City shuffle type con. I think you guys got conned today, believe it or not, and you fell for it because this is the post that's going up right now, and this is the post that they wanted you to see, and they posted it literally like within minutes to an hour after I posted mine. Before I posted mine, and they wanted you to see AMC and Cinemark's off-exchange movements, and there was only 4.44 million shares in the off-exchange for New York. Or sorry, New York. What am I saying? For Cinemark. Off exchange for AMC was at that time at 47.65%. This is what they wanted you to focus on. They wanted you to focus on the fact that there was so much movement of off exchange movement going through AMC compared to Cinemark, but that wasn't where the fire was burning because this picture was taken at 9:30 in the morning a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you look at the current numbers, for Cinemark, NYSE is only at 11.15% and off exchange is at 35.7, which is right where it's supposed to be. You guys got conned. You got conned into looking at the wrong statistic. They wanted you to see this. They knew it was going to happen and they tried to make it an issue. Look at this. This is the more important thing to look at when in actuality, what was really going on that was more important that you needed to see was this. the CHX blowing up. That's what you needed to see. What you got was that. This was no news. There was no news here. This was the real news. This was an attempt to make you look the wrong direction. You got conned, guys. You fell for the classic look over here while we do this over here. Put the Catwoman back? What the hell are you guys talking about? Hold on a second. Let me look. Catwoman. I see no idea what you're talking about here. Oh, off exchange maybe? Oh, okay. Yeah, see that's the website that's killing me. It's always killing me because it's got ads that always pop up on there. I'm like, are you kidding? Are you serious? Like really? Yeah. Again, you just got Kansas City. You just got Kansas City, guys. Come on, focus on the right numbers. Y'all are getting Kansas City left and right. It's crazy. Bob's in Virginia. Oh, Pumpy, you're killing me, man. Did you see that shiny squirrel? Tech, I've been doing them since I think either the end of June or the end of July. I can't remember which. Quite a while. Yep. Everybody just got Kansas City shuffled. It's so funny because it's Kansas City is where AMC's from, and KC. That's my name. KC, man. I know a Kansas City shuffle when I see one. Duncan says June. Okay, so it was the end of June. That sounds about right. I think I think Duncan's right. No. Tech We Love, I've been doing them June of 2021. I've been doing them since June of 2021. Not this year. June of 2021 last year. Ape stresses me out more than Ape does. It's a good one. It's a good one, Stonk. I like that. Yeah, it does take a lot of dedication, man. Nosa says June the 28th. Uh, I'll take Nosa's word for it and Duncan's. They seem to know what they're talking about. Tech We Love. It does take a lot of dedication. Yeah, but I believe in it, man. I really, truly, and honestly believe in what it is that we're doing here. I mean, if it hasn't shown in the last year and umpteen months, however long it's been, uh, I don't know. I don't know what would show it more than that. I mean, I do truly believe in what it is that's happening here. Food Dog says the big tramp must be stank by now. You never know, man. Febreze hides some of the most amazing flavors. Do you think they had some correlation between the Netflix movie and a hidden message? I don't know. Do we know what the first movie is? It smells like French fries and FOMO sex. What the heck, Peter? That's really funny, but man, why French fries? You could have said onion rings. Doug, hit the rewind button, man. Hit the rewind button. I did it at like really early this morning. I don't have anything else going on. Why not? I do it for you. What I really need to know though, Doug, is what specifically do you want to see about it? What specifically do you want to see? Do you just want me to put it up on the screen so you can just see it on the screen, or was there something specific you wanted to see? Because I mean, there's not really anything to show on it right now. There's nothing really to see. Okay, well, on the 1 hour chart for Ape, sorry, I can't talk. On the 1 hour for Ape, we've got a very tiny sliver of green showing up here, green and red showing up, and then it goes right back to red again. And then on the 4 hour, we've got no green whatsoever. On AMC on the 4 hour, we have no green showing up whatsoever, and we have on the 1 hour, we just passed through the green today, and we got red showing up for Tuesday, no, Monday. Monday showing up red clouds. So I preemptively, my wife's probably listening too. I preemptively told on myself to my wife. I said, I said the idiot thing today. Uh, because I knew Casey's sexy bot. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, Casey's sexy bot. 2 weeks. So I preemptively told my wife. I said the idiot thing today, and stupid and idiot, and she's like, yeah, I know. She's like, you can't do that. She's like, you got to be more professional than that, because, she's like, it's not right to be calling people idiots, and I'm like, I know, and she goes, you do realize that, I said I wasn't calling anybody specific an idiot, and she goes, yeah, but if anybody fits that profile, if anybody feels like like you're talking to them, then they instantly think that you're saying that they're an idiot. And I said, yeah, but I wasn't saying. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I understand what you're saying. I'm like, I'll try to be more careful about it. So I wasn't calling any of you guys idiots, just so you know. Nobody here is an idiot. It's sometimes I use words that just don't really work well for what it is I'm trying to say. So I'm not trying to call you guys idiots. I I preemptively kind of started that conversation with her because I knew she was going to get me with it later, anyways. I was like, she's going to get me later. I just might as well start the conversation now. It takes an idiot to know one. That's right, guys. Just call me an idiot right back. Just that's fine. Yale says I'm proud to call myself an idiot. I eat crayons for a living. Why not? How smooth brain are you guys? And you're like, very. Oh man. Tech We Love says, I'm an idiot. I'll claim that title. So if anyone wants to generally use a term, I'll know you're referring to me. Bipolar brain sure makes an idiot of me. I do idiotic things all the time. I feel like I do idiotic things all the time. So I'll take ownership too. I'm an idiot. My name is Casey Shaw. I'm an idiot. I've I've been in this play for 2 years, but I believe in what it is that's happening here, and I'm as smooth brained as they come. Joe says, I thought you were talking to me. Laugh out loud. Ethersing says, wow, Biden pardoned all federal marijuana possession convictions today. Wow. All of them? Like, all possessions? Like, even if it was, like, it doesn't matter how much it was? Because if there's, like, no limitations on, because, I mean, there's a difference between possession and distribution. There's a big, big difference between possession and distribution. Because if it's over a certain amount, it's considered distribution. Funky Pizza Record says, "Frickin' idiot, Napoleon Dynamite." Frickin' idiot. Doug says, Casey, so hypothetically thinking you think the next synthetic price failure will be reached on Ape before reversal tinfoil, of course. No. I personally think that we're going to see some more upwards movement before we see another synthetic price failure, which means it will end up increasing the synthetic price failure price points to based on wherever we go up in price or value to, right? Because every time price increases, it's always increasing the minimum amount that the 20% failure occurs at. So you have to keep increasing it as price moves upwards. So I kind of tend to think that we'll see some more price run up before we see those that occur. That's just my opinion, though. Peter says, Shaw, you're talking to a bunch of mouth breathing apes here. Thank you guys. I appreciate you making me feel better about saying idiot this morning, but that's not the point. The point is she's right. I just can't just sit there and just randomly call people idiots. Even if we are all idiots from time to time, I just can't be throwing words out like that because it's not cool. So, Marcus, we don't do that here. Sorry, buddy. It's part of the rules, Marcus. Welcome to the channel, but just don't do that here. Other thing says, I think I may be more of a moron than an idiot. I feel like you guys are trying to make me feel good again about something that I shouldn't have done, like breaking the mug that I handed Adam Aaron. But that's not what you should be doing. You should be saying, yeah, Casey, you need to be a little more PC about things because, it's true. She's right. She's really right. Like I need to be a little more professional than calling people idiots. And it doesn't even matter if I'm just being general. If I'm generalizing and I'm calling somebody in general an idiot, it's not like I don't want to say who it is, but I've watched other YouTubers that are out there. And there are some times when they call people idiots or they call them morons or whatever it is that they call them, and it ends up making me feel like it's me that they're talking about, right? And it doesn't make me feel good. So there's no way that I would possibly want you guys to feel that way if I'm saying it. So it's not right of me to do. I need to be more careful with my words. They do count. My words count. Highway Frog says, if I text you asking you to if you let the dogs out, call me an idiot. That message was from my son. Lucas, it's really difficult to say, man. Man, you're asking me a question that's like there's so many variables that could possibly happen before then. Doug says, Casey, you're not an idiot, you're an ape. with a smooth brain. Yeah. Janet says, I think we're kind of professional idiots. It's great, isn't it? President Biden on Thursday pardoned all people convicted of possession under federal law and said his administration would review whether it should still be a class 1. Pardons will clear 6,500 people. Huh. Kind of crazy. What was I going to There was something I was going to bring up. Somebody said something, I was going to bring it up, and I was going to move on talking about something else, and then I forgot. Captain said bitch nuggets. I don't think I've ever heard that word before, or that those words put together before, and I think that's really funny. Oh yeah, the price movement expected tomorrow. That's what it was. Price expected move tomorrow. In regards to Ichimoto, for example, if you were to look on Ape when I was looking at that just a few minutes ago, you can look at that and you can see that there's very thin portions of the cloud showing up here. A run back up on an Ape would put us, somewhere around $2.60 or higher, or getting close to that price point. What I would remember is that in regards to suck, squeeze, bang, blow, in case you've read it, and I didn't enter in the last few days worth of data, but so forgive me for that. But knowing that we're in the next phase of suck, squeeze, bang, blow, which is the we're in the bang phase, price should relatively remain about the same, plus or minus a couple dollars, and volume should fall during that period of time. So if I were to throw in the numbers here real quickly, just because we're getting close to the end of the day, let's check it and see if that checks out. Shall we? Let's just do it real quick. Oops. Yeah, that's right. 2.44. 2.7. No. Hold on a second. That was the fourth, third, and fourth. All right, here we go. Third, fourth, and fifth. All right, so I'm just plugging in those two data points. 2.44 and then 2.74. Volume. Hopefully, can you guys see this? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure. My bad. Hold on a second. I know you can't see it. There we go. Let me go back. Wait a minute. No, hold on a second. I did something wrong here. Hold on. Why am I not looking at this right? 10.2. The date's wrong on this. That's why I'm jacked up here. I had the wrong date in here. All right, now it's making more sense now. I'm just going to put in today's data, even though we don't have it completed yet. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just putting in. I'm putting in yesterday's data. 10/4. What the heck? Something's not right with this. I didn't refresh the screen. That's what the deal is. I'm having problems because I didn't refresh the screen. All right. 2.5. I think my dates are jacked up on this thing here. I think I've got the wrong data in the wrong spots, and I think that's the problem. I should have the third being a different value altogether, and it's showing 2.71. So the data that I've got in here, I've got the dates wrong. So let me insert one tile in here because I obviously missed a date. I missed 10. I missed October. Why are my dates all jacked up on this thing? September 30th was the last day, and then the first trading day of this month was 10/3. So for some reason I decided to put in the wrong date here, which is what's jacking me all up. There we go. So now I got 10/3, 10/4's data. I need 10/5. I need to enter in 10/5's data in here, which we have. I'm going to put in preliminary numbers for today, just to kind of give you guys an example of where we're at right now at this very moment. So and then 13,473, 244. Now, of course, I know the market's not closed yet, and we got just a minute left to go here, but I'm trying to get this done as fast as I can. And the final numbers here is 783 goes to 733, and then we get 717 for today. So these numbers they're not completely accurate because of course the market's going to close and then it's going to be a little bit different, but just tentatively what I'm seeing. Just so you know what I'm expecting for tomorrow. You do have volume falling day over day for the last 2 days, but you also have price falling as well. The question ends up being is price falling enough to be outside of that range of a $2 range. 783 down to 717 isn't quite a dollar. 274 down to 270 or 225 is 50 cents. So no, we have not fallen out of a $2 range outside of $7.83 and $2.74, and volume has been falling day over day. I expect price to remain relatively the same to within a $2 range of where we started into this period. And I expect it to stay that way. So we should stay within a $2 range, and volume will continue to fall. That's what I'm expecting. But I hate to break it to you guys, it is that time of the day. And so unfortunately, and I know I wasted a lot of time there just because I had dates all jacked up on my Excel spreadsheet, but it is time to say goodbye. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest because tomorrow is the last trading day of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, and spend time with your pets by taking them for a walk because they'll love it. But above all else, guys, go out and see a movie because that's what we're here to support. Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I have a picture pinned to my wall, an image of you and of me, and we're laughing with love at it all. Look at our life now, all tattered and torn. We fuss and we fight and delight in the tears that we cry until dawn. Oh, hold me now. Whoa, warm my heart. Stay with me. Let loving start. Let loving start. You say I'm a dreamer. We're two of a kind. Both of us searching for some perfect world we